Chapter 1: The Perilous Demon Clan. The Demon Clan. All they captured junior disciples, trembling in fear, stood no lin awaiting their fate, Mengchuan among them. Had never anticipated the Tupan just arriving in this world, before he could even comprehend his surroundings, he will be taken away with Demon Clan. At this moment, several middle-aged individuals clad in black robes and bearing sharp-bladed sapphire waists were deciding the fat of fevered yonu with a roster in hand. Mengchuan noticed an embroidered symbol on their chests but did not know its meaning. Mengchuan listened intent light of enemies announcement, hearing destinations such as the alchemy chamber, the mechanism hall, the soul extraction section, the herb garden, the puppet workshop, and the laundry room. The variety wasfist and Dolphoff Sami names were unfamiliar to him. He could guess their general purposes. You go to the herb garden. The middle Gedman Husanam Waskeld already shivering in fear upon hearing this, collapsed to his necessive sentence set to death. Great. Grade 1, I wish to live. Please let me go somewhere else. Anywhere but the herb garden. Ash spoke. The middle Gedman took out a milky white ajata pendant from his waist and knelt forward, saying, "This is my family heirloom. Please have mercy, grade 1. This out the pendant to Kit, and smiled slightly, saying, "All right, I shall grant your wish." The middle Gedman burst into tears and quick like out, saying, "Thank you, grade 1, thank you." Bang! However, before he could finish speaking, the slapped him, and the shed deflated like punctured balloon, splattering blood everywhere. Thuavet his hand, and da dark mist enveloped the mon's body, which then disappeared into Hisliev, leaving no trace. Mengchuan was stunned. He could hardly believe what they had seen. If not for the blood on the ground, he would have thought it was a hallucination. Who else wishes to meet some fate? Thestonuasis flatasifa had just stepped on in it. Every onepoleden fear, not during touter a word. Satisfied with their silence, they continued ascending destinations. Soon, it was Mengchuan's turn. You go to the herb garden to assist the official disciples. Mengchuan hesitated. He still remembered the fear in the previous middle Gedman seas. Anywhere but the herb garden, had hot. Although he didn't know what exactly went to ninth herb garden, he was sure right was perilous. However, with new turquoise, Mengchuan couldn't lean a dandagri. The previous middle Gedman's death had shocked Mengchuan greatly. Despite having read many novels about such dangers, experience in Jit personally weighs an entirely different matter. Mengchuan didn't want to demysterious lie right after arriving in this world. Regardless, he must be cautious of everything, find a way to survive, and play it safe. Soon, every onu was divided into several groups. Mengchuan's group was led by a woman wearing a black veil, whose beauty was undeniable despite her face being concealed. Her cold voice echoed in every own sears. The herb gardinis divided into the front yard and the backyard. The frontier dismine managed to be official disciples, while you will collect spiritual herbs in the backyard. You will receive a list of Irimund and must complete it, otherwise you will be turned into puppets. Although the backyard is called the backyard, it actually covers the entire mountain. This place is a blessed land with rich spiritual energy, hence abundant in spiritual herbs. However, each type of spiritual herb has different effects and collection methods. If you want to survive, be cautious. After hearing her, everyone nodded off understandingly. The violet woman didn't bother explaining further, seeing the masters to another group of doomed souls. Mengchuan hesitated and asked, "Do have you considered becoming official disciples?" Upon hearing this, the woman paused and scrutinized Mengchuan, making him shiver with her dark, deep eyes. You should first think about how to survive. After saying this, the woman led everyone into the demon clan. The entire demon clan was built on a steep cliff. After crossing the mountain peak descending along the rugged mountain path, one would reach the mountain. Many caboches had been carved into the cliffs, with sturdy tree trunks inserted inside it to support various wooden huts. This will be your residence. After collecting the spiritual herbs every day, you will return here it. Mengchuan cautiously looked down and saw the beast below. If you were to accidentally fall, wouldn't thee be crushed to death? Seeming to sense their concerns, the woman said calmly, "Trust me, once you truly understand their mountain, you will no longer consider it dangerous. Saying this, she continued leading Tem down Hem Mountain. Meng Chuan recolled the pleading Midali Gedman from before. What could be so terrifying about herb garden the Tigways of Enmar frightening than sleeping Gona Clef? Shortly afterward, the group traversed the steep mountain path and finally arrived at Therer Mountain. Yet, if it not connection to Thebelsid land Meng Chuan had imagined. I'd looked like a fog-covered wasteland filled with ruined sand barenland. Could spiritual herbs really grow in such a place? This time, however, Nooni explained his doubts. The violet woman waved her hand, and Virion looked up to see him standing ahead with a similar number of people, looking exhausted and lifeless in their eyes. Since it's your first time entering the mountain, you're the squilbolider. Each Ophia needs to collect in spiritual herbs. Follow them into the mountain. Meng Chuan must understand the situation today, otherwise, he wouldn't have know why he would. Hakwakli approached and followed a kind-looking Midali Gedman. Brother, my name is Meng Chuan. Knew where. The Midali Gedman turnethished glanced at Meng Chuan and said, Meng Chuan, area from Meng village? Meng Chuan didn't know any Meng village but a build report, Henna did without the citation. Yes, what's your name, brother? In the Shellish place, life is uncertain. Names don't matter. After sighing, the Midali Gedman said helplessly, I'm Zhao. You can call me Zhao Wu. Alright, brother Zhao. Meng Chuan quickly asked about his doubts of brother Zhao, what's so terrifying about Therer Mountain, as everyone prefers other place over here. Is it just about collecting spiritual herbs? Upon hearing this question, Zhao wondered at Meng Chuan as if you were fearful. You don't know about this? Meng Chuan explained helpfully, sorry, I'm ignorant. Seeing that Meng Chuan was teasing him, Zhao explained if it were just about collecting ordinary herbs, how dangerous could it? Do you know why spiritual herbs don't grow where butanly here? Isn't it because ethicizables at land? You're partially right, but had twice in the past, Zhao said slowly. Actually, this place was demon clan before buta prestigious sect called Twin Clear Sect. This place was indeedables at land where the Wind Clear Sect planted many spiritual herbs. Later, the demon clan Skreeked Monkel Twin Clear Sect's leader occupied this place and captured the rest of he sect members to practice evil arts. It heard that these evil art involve a spilling off people scanalevi and absorbing their cells when they are in the most painful state of consciousness, which is most beneficial for practitioners. After plundering all spiritual herbs of Twin Clear Sect, the demon clan planted evil creature Shura, and the peeled corpses real dumped in this valious nutrients. These evil creatures are different from ordinary spiritual herbs. If ordinary spiritual herbs absorb the essence of the sun and moon, these evil creatures gather all grievances and devilness. Not unlike an ordinary human body is not withstand them, even the official disciples of demon clan, if their cultivation is not enough and they collect these evil creatures for years, will soon lose thermans. Moreover, these evil creatures are real poisonous, causing you to feel like thousands of ants are crawling in your body every night, and the pain is unbearable. You might defrom torture before losing your mind. As Jalawa spoke, Heppeled off his sleeve, revealing horrendous ulcerated wounds on his arm, as if sulfuric acid had been poured on them. Meng Chuan sudden light hot off the violet woman. Could she be hiding her face for the same reason? Besides, no matter what, one must leave a thief out before sunset, otherwise. However, Jalal Yuvas interrupted beyond official disciple behind them, shouting, stop dawdling in Jeddah work. Thetwa pretended to search. Meng Chuan's face darkened. If what Jala was aid was true, staying Gunther mountain Waisadiath sentence, and would be tortured bithipoison day and night. Meng Chuan finally understood we none wanted to come to herb garden. Current spirit points, 0. Skill and unavailable for deduction through spirit points. Physique and unavailable for deduction through spirit points. Realm mortals may deduce through spirit points. Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the venom of the bloodmouth execution herb, earning 10 spirit points. Immediately, Meng Chuan felt the excruciating pain vanish without a trace, while the spirit points section displayed a change to 10. Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Had his golden finger finally arrived? System, pray tell, what capabilities do you possess? Ding, this system can assist the host in absorbing all things, automatically filtering out negative effects, and converting them into corresponding spirit points. Note, the host may utilize spirit points to deduce skills, physique, and cultivation. More system functions await development upon the host's realm advancement. Meng Chuan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Elated, he realized that the intense pain within him had dissipated in an instant, thanks to the system filtering out the toxins. Thus, it seemed he could not only remain impervious to poison but also acquire spirit points through these malevolent substances. Calm down, steady yourself. In a state of extreme excitement, Meng Chuan reminded himself to maintain composure and to avoid drawing the attention of those around him due to reckless elation. He resolved to study the system in depth later that evening upon his return, suppressing his inner tumult, and resumed his search for spirit herbs. It must be said that the demonic Sect's method of cultivating malevolent substances using flesh as nourishment proved remarkably effective. Meng Chuan effortlessly located 10 spirit herbs before sunset. Without exception, the system filtered out all toxins, granting him a total of 120 spirit points. After submitting the 10 spirit herbs, the first day finally drew to a close, and the group returned to the wooden cabin atop the cliff to rest. Chapter 2. You are powerful, yet there will always be someone stronger than you. Nighttime. The moon hung high amidst a scattering of stars, while the mist below the cliffs thickened, as if it would never dissipate. In this perilous realm of the demonic sect, Meng Chuan yearned fervently for strength. What significance does a system hold? In this world where the strong prey upon the weak, even with a system, he might merely cultivate at a slightly accelerated pace. You are powerful, yet there will always be someone stronger than you. Regardless of whether you are a prodigy or a formidable being, others may possess greater talent and strength. Upon opening the system interface, he noted that aside from his spirit points, nothing had changed. Meng Chuan understood clearly that to survive, he must swiftly enhance his abilities, adopting a cautious approach akin to that of a king in hiding, steadily developing while remaining inconspicuous. This was the path to longevity. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan accessed the system interface again, and once more, aside from his spirit points, there was no change. He glanced at the panel, intending to begin with his physical constitution. Please choose the allocation of spirit points. With resolve, Meng Chuan decided to invest all the spirit points he had acquired that day. As the number in the spirit points column dwindled to 0, a voice resonated in his mind. You have invested 120 spirit points to enhance your physical constitution. The constitution is innate, classified into 4 levels. Earth, heaven, mysterious, and yellow. Those endowed with a special constitution often experience twice the results with half the effort. Individuals of exceptional talent possess an innate constitution. Ordinary folk, on the other hand, can only forge their constitution through external aid or exceptional fortune. You have chosen to refine your constitution by absorbing the malevolent energy of sinister entities for 12 years, culminating in the creation of a low-level yellow tier 5 poison corpse constitution. As the system's voice faded, Meng Chuan felt a marvelous transformation within himself. It was as if he were imbued with boundless energy, with both strength and speed significantly augmented. The aches from the day prior vanished without a trace. Most importantly, Meng Chuan discovered he could instinctively summon a trace of venom, akin to what he had encountered in the valley during the day. Is this the essence of the constitution? Though merely a low-level yellow-tier constitution, Meng Chuan was already quite content, for he now possessed some degree of self-preservation. He had gained a deeper understanding of the enhancement process. It appeared this enhancement was contingent upon his immediate surroundings and environment. Since he could not leave the herbal garden's rear mountains, the only external force he could harness was that of the sinister entities. Just as Meng Chuan was deep in thought, a piercing wail abruptly interrupted his contemplations. Bang! In the next moment, a dull thud echoed. Meng Chuan sensed a jolt at the base of his wooden cabin, as if something had struck it. Something lurked in the valley. A surge of anxiety gripped Meng Chuan as he recalled Zhao's unfinished warning, one must leave the mist before sunset. Fortunately, the crashing noise subsided after a brief moment, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After waiting a while longer to ensure safety, he cautiously crouched by the window, peering through the gap to survey the outside. The mist within the valley had thickened, and a flash of red light darted past, as if a pair of eyes were scrutinizing something. While Meng Chuan could not be certain, his instincts told him that it was indeed the entity he had sensed earlier. Regardless, he must seek clarification from Zhao the next day. After confirming that his doors and windows were tightly shut, he returned to his bed to rest. The following morning, Meng Chuan was roused from his slumber by the clamor outside. He hurriedly rose and exited the wooden cabin. The mist had receded significantly, and everyone was preparing to descend the mountain. Spotting Zhao's figure, Meng Chuan quickly followed. Brother Zhao, did you hear any strange noises last night? It seemed as if something was battering against my cabin. Upon realizing it was Meng Chuan, Zhao Laowu explained, you didn't leave your window open, did you? No. Then that's just as well, Zhao Laowu replied. But encountering the Earth Sha on the first night, your luck seems somewhat unfortunate. Earth Sha, what is that? I previously mentioned that although this place is referred to as the Herbal Garden, it is essentially a breeding ground for malevolent entities, teeming with bones and corpses. The restless souls linger here, coalescing into what we call Earth Sha. After sunset, the yin prevails over the yang, and the Earth Sha enters the mist, preying upon the living. If you fall victim to the Earth Sha, you become akin to a living corpse. Perhaps noticing the pallor on Meng Chuan's face, Zhao Laowu reassured him, but there is no need to worry too much. That entity lacks intelligence and cannot escape the toxic mist. Is that so? Meng Chuan recalled the red light from the mist last night and felt it did not seem like an unintelligent being. However, he refrained from pressing further. At that moment, the mysterious woman in black silks, who had led them into the valley yesterday, reappeared, holding a scroll. Before Meng Chuan could gather his thoughts, the others eagerly surrounded her. What is happening? You may not be aware, but whenever newcomers arrive, there is a test. This is our sole opportunity for survival. Before Meng Chuan could inquire further, the woman in black tossed the scroll into the air, where it unfurled and hovered in midair. The scroll bore several lines of large characters, radiating a blinding light, as if gazing upon it for too long would blind one's eyes. This is the cultivation method of our demonic sect. The sect shows consideration for its servant disciples. Those who arrived yesterday may step forward to observe. Anyone capable of cultivating this method to the foundation establishment stage will be promoted to an official disciple. The cold voice of the woman in black echoed in everyone's ears. Upon hearing the phrase official disciple, a spark ignited in the eyes of the crowd. Those who had arrived alongside Meng Chuan hastily surged to the front. Brother Meng, give it a try. Even if there's but a sliver of a chance, it's better than remaining here to suffer and await death. Zhao Laowu encouraged, patting Meng Chuan on the shoulder. Meng Chuan, however, merely declined with a few words. Without clarity on the situation, he was unwilling to draw attention to himself. At that moment, the first person stepped forward, positioning themselves less than a meter from the scroll. They scrutinized it intently, but within just 2 breaths, blood erupted from their eyes, accompanied by a piercing scream. Surprisingly, the woman in black appeared unfazed, coldly stating, "If you cannot endure, do not force yourself. It would be unwise to reap what you sow next." Having witnessed the previous incident, the remaining participants grew more cautious. Most could only withstand a few seconds of the blinding light, with only a handful managing to endure for about 10 seconds. However, the crowd was astounded by a seemingly frail woman who managed to hold out for a full half-minute. Meng Chuan observed for a moment before stepping forward. As he stood before the scroll, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. His eyes felt as if they were staring directly into the midday sun, yet, surprisingly, it was not as terrifying as he had anticipated. Well aware of the necessity to maintain a low profile in this brutal world, Meng Chuan understood he must demonstrate some value without being overly conspicuous. Silently counting the seconds in his mind, he feigned incapacity at around 17 or 18 seconds, letting out a cry and covering his eyes. Meng Chuan recognized that in this harsh world, survival required displaying one's worth, yet he could not afford to draw too much attention. Thus, he chose to withdraw voluntarily. However, the pressure he had just experienced was considerable. Even with all his efforts, he could barely hold out for 10 seconds. This was particularly notable given his enhanced constitution, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity toward the frail girl. The woman in black observed this scene with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Generally, such tests were mere formalities, for these servant disciples were typically captured from nearby villages and were unlikely to possess any talent. It was rare for even a few to endure for 10 seconds, yet this time, several promising candidates had emerged. With a flick of her wrist, the woman produced 3 tokens. Meng Chuan quickly accepted one, alongside the frail girl and a middle-aged man who had endured for 20 seconds. They were the 3 who had withstood the test the longest. You 3 have 1 month's time. If you can elevate to the foundation establishment stage, you will be promoted to official disciples. During this month, your tasks will be halved. Additionally, you can use these tokens to enter and exit the valley freely, though you may not leave the sect. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the 3. When Meng Chuan returned, he noticed Zhao Laowu's expression had transformed, his tone filled with excitement. Brother Meng, I didn't realize you possessed such talent. Meng Chuan could only chuckle. It was merely good fortune. I didn't expect it myself. Chapter 2. You are powerful, yet there are those who surpass you. Nightfall. The moon shines brightly amidst scattered stars, while the mist below the cliff thickens, as if it will never dissipate. In this perilous realm of the demonic sect, Meng Chuan ardently yearns for strength. What does having a system truly mean? In this world, where the strong devour the weak, possessing a system merely allows him to cultivate slightly faster than others. You are powerful, yet there are those who are even more formidable. Regardless of whether you are a prodigy or a mighty being, there will always be someone with greater talent and strength. He accessed the system interface, and apart from the spiritual points, nothing else had changed. Meng Chuan understood well that in order to survive, he must swiftly enhance his abilities, becoming a cautious king, steadily developing while maintaining a low profile. This is the path to longevity. He immediately opened the system interface once more. Aside from the spiritual points, no other alterations were evident. Glancing at the panel, he resolved to begin with his physique. Please allocate spiritual points. With a surge of determination, Meng Chuan decided to invest all the spiritual points he had accumulated that day. As the number in the spiritual points column dwindled to 0, a voice resonated in his mind. You have invested 120 spiritual points to enhance your physique. The physique is a result of innate qualities, categorized into 4 levels. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Those endowed with a special physique often cultivate with remarkable efficiency. Naturally gifted individuals possess innate physiques, while ordinary people can only forge their physiques through external means or significant opportunities. To forge your physique, you have absorbed the malevolent energies of evil entities daily, refining your body for 12 years, ultimately forging a low-level yellow tier 5 poison's corpse physique. As the system's voice faded, Meng Chuan felt a wondrous transformation within him. It was as if an inexhaustible well of strength surged through him. Both his power and speed had seen tremendous improvement, and the aches from earlier in the day vanished without a trace. Most importantly, Meng Chuan discovered that he could instinctively summon a trace of venom, reminiscent of the malevolent entities he encountered in the valley earlier. Is this what a physique entails? Though merely a low-level yellow-tier physique, Meng Chuan was already quite satisfied. At the very least, he now possessed some means of self-defense. Meng Chuan gained a deeper understanding of the enhancement process. It appeared that this enhancement was contingent upon his current surroundings and circumstances. Since he could not leave the herb garden's rear mountain, the only external force he could leverage was those malevolent entities. However, as Meng Chuan pondered, a piercing wail abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Bang! In the next moment, a dull thud reverberated. Meng Chuan felt as if something had struck the base of his wooden cabin. There was something in the valley. He felt a tightening in his chest, recalling Zhao's unfinished warning to leave the mist before sunset. Fortunately, the crashing sound ceased after a brief moment, allowing Meng Chuan to exhale in relief. After waiting for a while longer to ensure his safety, he cautiously crouched by the window, peering through the gap. The mist in the valley had thickened, and a flash of crimson light darted past, as if a pair of eyes were scrutinizing something. Though Meng Chuan could not confirm it, his instincts told him that it was the very thing he had sensed before. Regardless, he resolved to inquire with Zhao about it the following day. After ensuring that all doors and windows were tightly shut, he returned to bed to rest. The next morning, Meng Chuan was awakened from his slumber by the clamor outside. He hastily rose and stepped out of the wooden cabin, noticing that the mist had dissipated significantly, and everyone was preparing to descend the mountain. Spotting Zhao's figure, he hurriedly followed him. Brother Zhao, did you hear any sounds last night? It felt as if something was striking my cabin. Upon noticing Meng Chuan's arrival, Zhao Laowu explained, You didn't leave the window open, did you? No. Then that explains it, Zhao Laowu replied. However, encountering a Gusha on the first night is rather unfortunate for you. Gusha, what is that? I mentioned before, though this place is called the Herb Garden, it is a realm where flesh and corpses accumulate, nourishing malevolent entities. The valley is rife with bones and corpses, their vengeful spirits lingering here, collectively known as Gusha. After sunset, the yin energy prevails over yang, and the Gusha seep into the mist, becoming predators. If you fall victim to a Gusha, it would mean becoming a living corpse. Perhaps seeing the pallor on Meng Chuan's face, Zhao Laowu reassured him, but you needn't worry too much. That entity possesses neither intelligence nor the ability to escape the toxic mist. Is that so? Meng Chuan recalled the crimson light from the mist last night, feeling skeptical about its lack of intelligence. Yet, he refrained from probing further. At that moment, the woman in the black veil, who had led them into the valley yesterday, reappeared, holding a scroll in her hand. Before Meng Chuan could gather his thoughts, the others eagerly surrounded her. What is happening? You may not know, but every time newcomers arrive, there is a test. This is our only chance at survival. Before Meng Chuan could inquire further, the woman in the black veil tossed the scroll into the air, where it unfurled and suspended in midair. It bore several lines of large characters, radiating a blinding light, as though staring at it for too long would result in blindness. This is the cultivation method of our demonic sect. The sect shows compassion for the menial disciples. All newcomers who arrived yesterday may step forward to observe. Those who can cultivate this method to the foundation establishment stage will be promoted to formal disciples. The cold voice of the woman in the black veil echoed in the ears of the crowd. Upon hearing the term formal disciples, the eyes of many lit up, and those who had arrived with Meng Chuan surged to the front. Zhao Laodai patted Meng Chuan's shoulder encouragingly, saying, You should give it a try. Even if there's only a sliver of opportunity, it's better than remaining here to suffer and await death. Meng Chuan merely declined a couple of times. In the absence of clarity, he was unwilling to stand out. At that moment, someone stepped up first, positioning themselves less than a meter from the scroll, scrutinizing it intently. However, after merely 2 breaths, blood erupted from their eyes, and they let out a scream. The woman in the black veil appeared unfazed by this, coldly stating, "If you cannot withstand it, do not force yourself, lest you suffer the consequences next." With this cautionary tale, the others exhibited greater wariness. Most could only endure for a few seconds, while a few managed to last a dozen seconds. However, the most astonishing was a somewhat frail-looking woman who persevered for a full half-minute. Meng Chuan observed before stepping forward. As he stood before the scroll, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. His eyes felt as though they were staring directly at the blazing sun at noon. Surprisingly, it was not as terrifying as he had imagined, yet Meng Chuan was well aware of the importance of subtlety in this brutal world. He understood he must not appear too remarkable. Silently counting in his mind, after about 17 or 18 seconds, he feigned an inability to endure, letting out a scream while covering his eyes. Meng Chuan knew that in this harsh world, to survive, one must demonstrate their worth, yet not be excessively ostentatious, which prompted him to withdraw. Nevertheless, the pressure he had just experienced was immense. Even if he exerted all his effort, he could only manage to endure for about 10 seconds. This was already with the enhancement of his physique in mind, leaving him curious about the frail woman. The woman in the black veil observed this scene, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Typically, this was merely a formality, as these menial disciples were often captured from nearby villages and unlikely to possess any talent. Historically, it was fortunate to have a few individuals endure for over 10 seconds, yet this time, several promising candidates had emerged. With a flick of her wrist, the woman revealed 3 tokens. Meng Chuan promptly accepted one, alongside the token received by the woman and another middle-aged man who had persevered for 20 seconds. They were the 3 who had endured the longest. "You 3 have 1 month. If you can advance to the foundation establishment stage, you will be promoted to formal disciples. During this month, your tasks will be half of theirs. Additionally, you may use these tokens to freely enter and exit the valley, though you must not leave the sect." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 3. When Meng Chuan returned, Zhao Laodai's expression transformed, his tone filled with excitement. "Brother Meng Chuan, I had no idea you possessed such talent." Meng Chuan could only chuckle in response. It was merely luck. "I did not anticipate this." Chapter 3 of the Pinnacle of the Blackstone List. After the test concluded, everyone resumed their search for spiritual herbs. Meng Chuan did not delay. Now that he could leave the valley, he naturally wished to expedite the completion of today's tasks and then venture out in search of opportunities. Otherwise, within this valley, the only entities he could rely upon for his deductions were these malevolent beings. However, it must be acknowledged that following his physical deducing, his body had undergone noticeable changes. While foraging for spiritual herbs yesterday, he had felt a constant dizziness and bodily fatigue, but today, he experienced none of these issues and his speed had significantly increased. By noon, Meng Chuan had completed today's tasks ahead of schedule, earning himself an additional 110 spiritual points. The veiled woman observed Meng Chuan as he presented the 10 pearls of spiritual herbs, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. She surmised that Meng Chuan intended to leave the valley and promptly cautioned him, "Remember, do not stray from the sect. You must return before nightfall. Also, be cautious not to be careless. Should you offend any elder of the sect, not even a deity could save you." "Thank you," Meng Chuan replied sincerely, nodding gratefully before departing the valley. Retracing his steps, he arrived at the main hall of the demon sect. In truth, he did not possess a specific objective, he merely wished to test his luck. Just as he pondered, a voice drew his attention. "Senior Brother Song has topped the Blackstone list." "What?" "That essay task worth 10,000 contribution points. If Senior Brother Song completes it, 1T he directly ascend to the rank of Elder? If you envy him, you might as well give it a try." "Brother, are you joking?" Aside from Senior Brother Song, who else possesses such strength? Anyone else would be seeking their own demise. As Meng Chuan listened to their conversation, he could not help but interject, "Esteemed brothers, may I inquire what the Blackstone list entails?" At this, the crowd regarded him with a hint of confusion. Meng Chuan hastily produced his token and explained, "I am but a newcomer to the sect, currently tasked with harvesting spiritual herbs in the herb garden's rear courtyard." "Oh, just a menial disciple." The tone of the crowd shifted to one of disdain. "I certainly cannot compare with you, esteemed brothers. It is evident that you possess extraordinary strength, and with time, you will undoubtedly become pillars of the sect. As the saying goes, 1,000 cuts may pierce, but flattery is immune." The flattery pleased the crowd, who responded, "You managed to acquire a token, which indicates you have been supported by the Demon Heaven treasure record for some time. You are certainly better than those worthless individuals. The Blackstone is our Demon Sect's task list. If you pick a corresponding Blackstone, you must complete the task within the stipulated time. Success will earn you contribution points, while failure leads to certain death. However, this is far beyond your current capabilities. You should focus on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and becoming a formal disciple first. Indeed, thank you for your guidance, esteemed brothers. Meng Chuan expressed his gratitude promptly, acknowledging his current weakness but feeling a growing curiosity towards the Blackstone tasks. He subsequently approached the Blackstone list for a closer inspection. Blackstone Task 1: Eliminate the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Realm Golden Infant Great Perfection. Task Reward 10,000 Contribution Points, Low-Level Shen Grade Cultivation Method, Low-Level Shen Grade Magical Artifact, 5th Grade Upper Level Elixir. Current status: Formal Disciple Song Ruan has accepted. Time limit 30 days. Meng Chuan immediately understood why the crowd had been so astounded. To kill another Sect's Grand Elder was tantamount to a one-on-one duel against an entire sect. It appeared that this senior brother Song's strength was indeed formidable. However, Meng Chuan did not dwell on the prominent task but rather began examining the tasks listed at the bottom. Generally, the lesser tasks bore lower danger levels. Some involved assisting elders with personal matters, while others required the search for rare herbs. Yet, given his current strength, he found himself incapable of undertaking any of them. Just as Meng Chuan was about to depart, a particular line of text captured his attention. Blackstone Task 89: Assist Elder Jin Yuan in locating the whereabouts of the Shaoling. The Shaoling is crucial for forging a skeletal dragon. Task Reward 800 Contribution Points, 1 Mid-Tier Gathering Yuan Pill. Current status: Awaiting acceptance. Time limit 18 days. Shaoling? What is Shaoling? Meng Chuan pondered, recalling the eerie red eyes he had glimpsed in the mist last night. Brother Song had mentioned that they belonged to the mindless Disha. Could there be a connection? Yet, this was merely conjecture. Without absolute certainty, he dared not accept the task. Failure would spell doom. After wandering around the demon sect for a while without significant gains, he returned to his wooden cottage in the valley just before sunset. Upon returning, Meng Chuan intended to activate the system and continue utilizing the spiritual points he had earned that day for further deductions, when suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Although puzzled, he opened the door. Standing at the threshold was the woman who had received a token alongside him earlier that day. Though dressed simply, her attire could not conceal her impressive figure, and her exquisitely crafted visage exuded a cool demeanor. Is there something you need? Meng Chuan inquired, brow furrowed. Hello, I am Ningyu, the woman replied, glancing around Meng Chuan's room before continuing. You live alone, correct? This valley is fraught with danger. Having an additional friend is a safeguard. How about we cohabit? At this, Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drawn to her graceful form, and he could not help but swallow hard. Is there such a benefit? However, he quickly regained his composure. This woman was clearly not a villager from nearby, possessing considerable talent, and likely had a complex background. Well, I think it might be unnecessary. Meng Chuan adhered to the principle of caution. To him, women were often sources of trouble, and it would be prudent to maintain distance to avoid unnecessary complications. Without hesitation, he shook his head. The Disha cannot emerge from the mist, and there is little danger at night. Besides, there is only one bed in the room. Men and women should not be too familiar. Yet, before Meng Chuan could finish, he was interrupted by her disdainful laughter. Oomph, naive. What did you say? I said you are naive. Ningyu's beautiful eyes locked onto Meng Chuan as she declared, Do you truly believe that your clumsy act can deceive everyone? If that is the case, I shall inform them that you are concealing your strength. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan's heart trembled, and he asked in surprise, How did you see through me? Let me in, and I shall tell you. Looking at the woman before him, Meng Chuan hesitated for a moment before ultimately conceding. Come in. Chapter 4. Breach of trust. Within the wooden cabin, Meng Chuan and Ningyu sat in silence, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. How did you discern that I was concealing my true abilities? Meng Chuan initiated the conversation. Would you believe me if I said it was merely a guess? Ningyu replied. You, woman, are truly untrustworthy. Meng Chuan remarked, taken aback by her seemingly aloof demeanor, which belied her playful nature. Observing Meng Chuan's exasperation, Ningyu smiled gently and said, I was merely teasing you. I cannot divulge that, but feel free to inquire about other matters. Aware that Ningyu held leverage over him, Meng Chuan decided to probe further into the situation. You previously mentioned that I underestimated the dangers of the demon sect. What peril lies ahead? Upon hearing this, Ningyu's expression darkened, and she replied coolly, The demon sect is notorious for its malevolence. Being captured here signifies a near certain death. Do you truly believe that achieving foundation establishment within a month will guarantee your survival? What then? Meng Chuan inquired. You should have ventured outside the herbal garden by now. The disciples of the demon sect are far more numerous than those of many prestigious sections. They demand that we reach foundation establishment within a month to qualify as formal disciples. In contrast, in other sects, achieving foundation establishment within 6 months is already considered exceptional talent. Do you know why this is so? Meng Chuan had not previously grasped the implications of her words and shook his head in bewilderment. The reason is quite simple. All of us, including you, are merely fodder for the demon sect's tyrannical leader. Though Meng Chuan had suspected as much, he still sought clarity, pressing her further. What do you mean by that? The demon heaven treasure record we were instructed to comprehend is inherently sinister. Compared to ordinary techniques, its cultivation speed is remarkably rapid, yet it comes with significant drawbacks. In the later stages of cultivation, one's meridians often become chaotic, necessitating the long-term consumption of special elixirs to suppress these effects. The demon sect exerts control over its disciples through such potions. Furthermore, once one embarks on this path, they must refine their body with flesh and blood, consuming the essence of life. As one progresses, the blood of ordinary individuals becomes insufficient. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the enhancement received. Within the sect, only those with exceptional talent who can master this technique to perfection become elders, securing their place. Yet, every year, there are nearly 1,000 formal disciples, while the current elders number no more than a dozen. Should anyone stagnate in their cultivation or suffer injuries, if the sect deems you devoid of potential, you will merely become sustenance for the sect leader's vile practices. Ultimately, all disciples striving to cultivate are but offerings, indistinguishable from the corpses in the back mountains. After this revelation, Meng Chuan was left utterly stunned. He realized Ningyu's words rang true. He had been naively optimistic. The demon sect, this was the reality of the demon sect, and he had foolishly believed that becoming a formal disciple would ensure his safety. The options before him now were both perilous. Cultivating the demon heaven treasure record within a month to achieve foundation establishment would indeed be a near impossible feat, and Meng Chuan had no intention of living his life shackled by another's will. Conversely, remaining in the back mountains as a mundane disciple, while he possessed a system to ward off malevolent forces, would inevitably raise suspicion if he outlived his peers. His fate would likely mirror that of a puppet, should he remain idle for too long. While Meng Chuan was lost in contemplation, Ningyu suddenly interjected, "I can ensure your survival, but you must agree to assist me with a task." "A task? What kind of task?" Meng Chuan scrutinized Ningyu, sensing that her lengthy discourse had merely set the stage for her true intent. "Quite simple. Stay in the valley tomorrow evening and help me locate an item." "Locate an item? What item? If the earth fiends appear after sunset, I fear I may perish even sooner." Meng Chuan hastily declined. "Moreover, you have shared so much with me. All of this is merely your perspective. How can I trust you?" "Indeed, you are quite cautious, far from foolish," Ningyu teased. "You may verify my claims for yourself. I cannot deceive you that I possess a pill that, when consumed, will obscure your presence, allowing you to evade detection by the earth fiends. However, due to the peculiar nature of my cultivation, this pill is ineffective for me, hence my need for your assistance. Should you fail to retrieve the item and meet your demise, it serves no benefit to me either. As for the demon heaven treasure record, I have a method to mitigate its adverse effects until you reach foundation establishment. Once you become a formal disciple, you may leave the demon sect, and thereafter, your fate will be in your own hands." Gazing at Ningyu's impassive countenance, Meng Chuan fell into deep thought. He had begun to believe her words to a significant extent, yet he felt the need to sort through many complexities. Sensing his hesitation, Ningyu spoke again, "I am in no rush for your response. Take your time to deliberate. Just know that the longer you delay, the less time you will have to cultivate." With that, she seated herself on the ground, legs crossed, and closed her eyes to meditate. Returning to his bed, Meng Chuan opened the system panel named Meng Chuan Current Spirit Points, 110 Technique. The Demon Heaven Treasure Record. Physical Condition, Yellow Grade, Low Level 5 Poison, Corrupted Corpse. Physical Realm, Mortal. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Chuan focused on the technique. To cultivate the Demon Heaven Treasure Record, spirit points must be invested. Note, this technique defies human principles. Once cultivated, one must continuously consume flesh and blood essence, or face backlash. Does the host wish to cultivate? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Meng Chuan fully accepted Ningyu's assertions, for he knew the system would not deceive him. If it were merely a matter of enhancing his strength, he could derive other techniques through the system's simulations. However, if he were discovered a month later, it would be futile. Clearly, he needed to devise an alternative solution. Resolute in his decision, Meng Chuan allocated his spirit points towards enhancing his physical condition. "You have invested 110 spirit points into physical enhancement. You have refined your body with toxic fog, forging your physique with earth fiends, consuming 11 years in the process. Your physical prowess has been strengthened, and your sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth has significantly improved. As the system's voice faded, Meng Chuan felt an unseen brilliance manifesting in the air, likely the spiritual energies of the world. Cultivation, after all, is the process by which practitioners absorb the spiritual essence of the universe based on their techniques. The stronger one's sensitivity to this energy, the quicker their cultivation progresses. It was no wonder that those endowed with superior physicality were regarded as geniuses. Although his physical level had not changed, once he commenced cultivation, his speed would multiply severalfold. To achieve foundation establishment, he would likely require less than a month. However, the pressing matter remained how to break free from the backlash and control of the demon heaven treasure record. Only by resolving this dilemma could he dare to begin his cultivation. Could it be that he truly had to acquiesce to this woman's demands? No, that was unacceptable. Meng Chuan regained his composure and sternly reminded himself that he must not take unnecessary risks. As a seasoned survivor, he would never place himself in jeopardy without absolute certainty. Who could discern which of her words bore truth and which were falsehoods? One misstep could lead to his demise. Clearly, he would need to explore alternative solutions to this predicament. Chapter 5 Absent-mindedness. That night, silence enveloped the room as Meng Chuan tossed and turned in his bed, persistently replaying Ning Yu's words in his mind. Despite the apparent prowess of this woman, Meng Chuan remained vigilant. In this realm where the strong prevailed and the weak were preyed upon, he knew he must tread carefully and never place his trust lightly in anyone until he comprehended the rules of the game. The following morning, Meng Chuan rose as usual, preparing to embark on another day of gathering spiritual herbs. As he stepped outside, he cast a deliberate glance at Ning Yu's wooden cabin, only to find it vacant, which brought a quiet sigh of relief to his heart. After reuniting with Zhao Laowu and the others, they descended the mountain together to collect the herbs. Meng Chuan, why do you seem so distracted today? Zhao Laowu inquired, his gaze fixed on the ground as he searched for something. Snapping back to reality, Meng Chuan forced a faint smile and replied, "It's nothing, perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night." Zhao Laowu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. In such treacherous conditions, where one had to be wary of the lurking poisonous mists, it was indeed remarkable that a newcomer like him could sleep soundly. Meng Chuan absently rummaged through the seemingly ordinary spiritual herbs before him, yet his thoughts were consumed by how to unravel the backlash of the demon heaven treasure record. However, this valley, steeped in malevolence, offered little more than desolation and strangeness. Just as despair began to envelop him, he suddenly noticed a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from what appeared to be an ordinary herb. Intrigued, he approached for a closer inspection. "This herb," Meng Chuan whispered, gently touching its leaves. In an instant, a warm and pure spiritual energy surged into his body, distinctly different from the toxic fumes surrounding him. A bold hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps amidst these vile entities lay the key to counteracting the backlash of the demon heaven treasure record. It seemed imperative to hasten the completion of today's herb-gathering task so that he could devote time to uncovering this essential secret. With the lessons learned from the previous day, Meng Chuan's pace in collecting the herbs improved significantly. Just as he was about to present the herbs to the woman in the black veil, a sudden flash of insight struck him, accompanied by the system's notification sound. "Ding, the system has detected a great opportunity nearby. Please proceed to investigate immediately." A thrill of excitement surged through Meng Chuan. What a delightful revelation, akin to having gained divine insight. Elated, he grabbed his basket and headed toward the direction indicated by the system. "Here are today's herbs," he announced as he presented them. Afterward, he prepared to follow the system's guidance. Behind him, the chilling voice of the woman in the black veil echoed once more. "You may venture to the back mountain, but do not say I did not warn you. Curiosity, at times, can be perilous." "What?" Meng Chuan spun around. The woman's attention had already shifted entirely to others. With a crack of her whip, infused with demonic energy, she berated a hapless individual. "You dare to present such inferior herbs? Are you courting death? Go back and gather more. If you do not return before sunset, you may as well perish." Yes, I understand, I will go right away." The unfortunate soul scrambled to collect the scattered herbs, retreating in haste. Meng Chuan watched, his lips twitching in disbelief. The wickedness of the demonic sect, do they truly treat others as mere livestock? He decided it was best to focus on his own survival first. Following the system's directions, Meng Chuan made his way toward the back mountain, halting before a hidden cave amid thick underbrush. The woman's warning echoed in his ears, leaving him uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Ding! The system has detected a significant opportunity nearby. Damn it, no time for doubts, I can't question the system. He reasoned, it wouldn't mislead its benefactor.
With determination, he stepped inside, eager to uncover whatever strange entities awaited him. The cave was concealed by dense foliage, and without the system's guidance, Meng Chuan would have likely overlooked it. Cautiously, he parted the branches and entered. The interior was dim and damp, the air thick with a musty odor. He ignited a torch, illuminating the narrow passage ahead, and ventured deeper, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. After approximately 15 minutes, he was suddenly greeted by a wave of rich spiritual energy. Quickening his pace, he rounded a corner and was met with a breathtaking sight. In the depths of the cave lay a small stone chamber. At its center stood a spiritual herb radiating a gentle glow. The herb stood about a foot tall, its leaves glistening with verdant vitality, and its petals appeared to be crafted from the purest jade. Beside the herb, Meng Chuan noticed a small translucent light screen. As he approached, glowing text began to coalesce: purifying spiritual herb, a millennium-old remedy, capable of cleansing all malevolent energies, greatly beneficial for cultivation.
Oh my, what a treasure!
Meng Chuan's heart soared with joy as he carefully approached the purifying spiritual herb. The moment he drew near, he felt a refreshing spiritual energy surge into him, instantly dispelling a portion of the malevolent energy within his body. He felt revitalized, as if reborn.
What a marvelous find!
Truly remarkable, he murmured, inching closer as he observed the herb with rapt attention. The herb rested upon a stone pedestal, surrounded by intricate runes, seemingly safeguarding it. Attempting to touch the herb, he was met with a faint glow from the runes, which repelled him. Clearly, a special method was required to retrieve this prized herbal remedy. Reflecting on this, Meng Chuan opened the system panel, hoping for guidance. Name: Meng Chuan. Current points 0.
Cultivation technique: a demon heaven treasure record body. Low-level yellow tier, 5 poisons. Corpse realm mortal. Detected absorbable substances nearby. Would the host like to absorb them? Is there a mistake? I wanted to know how to harvest this herb. Meng Chuan scratched his head, bewildered. As he hesitated, the fog outside suddenly surged into the cave, sealing the entrance completely. Crap, I'm trapped. System, don't tell me my life ends here. Please confirm. Would you like to absorb the substances? Wait. Absorbable substances? Could it be referring to this poisonous mist? But if I do, I might end up like those toxic entities, unable to escape its grasp. Swallowing hard, Meng Chuan took a few tentative steps backward. When he found himself with no retreat, his eyes widened, and he steeled his resolve. Damn it, I'll absorb it. What's the worst that can happen? I'll just become a poison fiend. Chapter 6: The Transformation of Spirit Points. Detecting the presence of absorbable substances nearby, does the host wish to absorb? Without hesitation, Meng Chuan confirmed his decision. He began to absorb the mist, and the mysterious power within it was filtered and transformed into spirit points by the system, currently at 0, 10, 20, 30. What on earth is this? Transformation of spirit points. To Meng Chuan's astonishment, as he continuously absorbed the mist, the quantity of spirit points surged rapidly simultaneously. His body underwent subtle changes. The enigmatic forces within the mist seemed to merge with his physique, enhancing his constitution further. He lost track of time, and before he knew it, much of the mist in the cave had dissipated. Name: Meng Chuan. Current spirit points 1000. Cultivation method: magic heaven treasure record. Physique: intermediate yellow rank, 5 poisons. Corrupted corpse realm mortal. Glancing at the system panel, Meng Chuan discovered he had amassed a considerable amount of spirit points, and his physique had also improved. This truly turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I have not lost. Delighted, Meng Chuan redirected his gaze to the spirit herb. Upon reviewing the panel again, he noticed a new option for deduction appeared at the bottom. He tentatively clicked on it. Please select the deduction target. Meng Chuan hesitated for a moment, then focused his attention on the Millennium Spirit Herb. You have chosen to deduce the Millennium Spirit Herb, requiring the investment of spirit points. Upon successful deduction, you will obtain its effects and harvesting method. Does the host wish to proceed? Without a second thought, Meng Chuan confirmed and invested 100 spirit points. You have invested 100 spirit points to deduce the Millennium Spirit Herb. After the deduction, you discover that this herb is named Purifying Spirit Grass, capable of purifying the evil energy within the body, greatly benefiting those cultivating the magic heaven treasure record. The harvesting method requires the use of spiritual energy to activate specific runes to successfully extract it. As the system's voice faded, the method for harvesting the purifying spirit grass vividly appeared in Meng Chuan's mind. Following the system's guidance, he gathered the spiritual energy within him and slowly activated the runes. The runes gradually illuminated, emitting a dazzling radiance that enveloped the spirit grass. Seizing the moment, Meng Chuan reached out and plucked the herb with ease. Success! Exultant, Meng Chuan quickly stored the purifying spirit grass in his storage bag, preparing to leave the cave. Just as he turned around, a denser mist suddenly enveloped the entrance of the cave.
Damn it, is this mist never ending? There is so much of it. Can my mere mortal physique at the intermediate yellow rank endure this? Meng Chuan cursed inwardly but quickly regained his composure, beginning to contemplate his strategy. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded once more. Ding, the host may continue to attempt to devour the mist, which may yield rewards. Recalling how the system had previously filtered out the toxins from malevolent entities, as well as the rapid increase in spirit points after absorbing the mist, Meng Chuan conceived a bold hypothesis. With the system at his disposal, he was practically immune to all poisons. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated, opening his mouth wide and commencing the consumption of the surrounding mist. As the mist entered, a chilling and eerie energy surged into Meng Chuan's body. He felt a sharp pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at his insides. Am I in over my head? But soon after, the system activated, filtering out the negative energy from the mist, leaving only pure spiritual energy. Meng Chuan felt a warm current flow into him, and the excruciating pain throughout his limbs vanished abruptly. As time ticked by, the quantity of spirit points within Meng Chuan continued to rise. Finally, after devouring a substantial amount of mist, the mist at the entrance of the cave completely dissipated. Having undergone a cleansing process from within, he seated himself cross-legged and swiftly opened the system panel to check his changes. Named Meng Chuan. Current spirit points 1500. Cultivation method. Magic Heaven treasure record. Can suppress backlash. Physique. Advanced yellow rank. 5 poisons. Corrupted corpse realm. Mortal. Meng Chuan's once bright eyes dimmed after scanning the information on the panel. TCH, after all this fuss, I'm still just a mortal. How disappointing. Though he voiced his disdain, his body remained honest, and he promptly selected deduction once more. Please select the deduction target. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan focused on his physique. Grounded and methodical progress was the wisest approach. In this realm, a robust physique was foundational for any practitioner. You have chosen to deduce your physique, requiring the investment of spirit points. Upon successful deduction, your physique will be enhanced. Does the host wish to proceed? Proceed. Meng Chuan confirmed without hesitation and invested 500 spirit points. You have invested 500 spirit points to deduce your physique. You find yourself amidst the mist, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining your body and bones over the span of 10 years. Your physique has been further enhanced, reaching the advanced yellow rank. 5 poisons. Corrupted corpse. As the system's voice concluded, Meng Chuan felt a powerful force surging within him, marking a qualitative leap in his physique. He could distinctly sense the transformation of his muscles, bones, and even internal organs, growing more resilient and formidable. Rising to his feet, he flexed his limbs, feeling invigorated with strength. He attempted a punch, and to his astonishment, the punch created a faint whistling sound as it cut through the air, its power overwhelming. With an advanced yellow rank, 5 poisons. Corrupted corpse. Physique, my strength has significantly increased. Overjoyed, Meng Chuan placed greater trust in the system's deduction function. He opened the system panel once more to check his progress. Name Meng Chuan. Current spirit points 1000. Cultivation method. Magic Heaven treasure record. Can suppress backlash. Physique. Advanced yellow rank. 5 poisons. Corrupted corpse realm. Mortal. Seeing the information on the panel, although Meng Chuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at remaining immortal, he understood that the path of cultivation could not be rushed and required steady, incremental progress. There is no reaction. It seems I have thoroughly reaped the rewards of this cave's fortune. Meng Chuan casually dusted off his clothes. After a brief stretch of his limbs, he prepared to make his way home. Ding, the system detects an approaching aura of danger nearby. Please be cautious. Host. A chill ran down Meng Chuan's spine, and he quickly halted. Scanning his surroundings, however, apart from the dim cave and the occasional whisper of wind, he noticed nothing amiss. System, from where does the danger arise? Meng Chuan pondered silently, aware that he had no acquaintances within the demonic sect, let alone any enemies. Could it be that the patrolling disciples of the sect had detected his presence? Considering this, Meng Chuan dared not underestimate the situation and swiftly sought refuge in a concealed corner. Holding his breath to minimize his presence, he observed the outside world through the system panel. Chapter 7, What a predicament! Just then, several figures cloaked in black appeared at the entrance of the cave, armed with sharp blades and bearing vigilant expressions. They were evidently searching for something. It seemed they were indeed the patrolling disciples. Meng Chuan mused inwardly, but how could they suddenly show up here? Could it be that someone has discovered my whereabouts and reported me to the sect? Despite the turmoil of doubts in his heart, this was not the time for contemplation. The most crucial task now was to remain calm and devise a plan once the patrolling disciples departed. As time ticked by, the patrolling disciples meticulously searched the cave but seemingly found nothing amiss. It appeared that the Earth Fiend had not come this way and had returned to report to Lady Blackveil. Let us go back, one of them suggested. They exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and turned to leave. Once the figures of the patrolling disciples completely vanished from sight, Meng Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest, feeling fortunate to have escaped a calamity. It seemed he must exercise even greater caution in the future. Meng Chuan thought to himself, the peril within this demonic sect lurked everywhere. A moment of carelessness could lead to irretrievable consequences. Ding! The system detected a dangerous presence nearby. The host is advised to respond with caution. What? Did I mishear, or did you make an error? The group of patrollers has already left. System, tell me. The dangerous presence is approaching from outside the cave. The host must find a concealed place to hide within 3 seconds. What, 3 seconds? Is it a tad late for you to inform me now? I ask you, why didn't you wait until I was safely tucked away to tell me? 3, 2, 1 danger, 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 Meng Chuan grumbled internally, but his instinct for survival surged to the forefront at that moment. Almost simultaneously with the system's alert, his body instinctively sought the nearest hiding spot. He swiftly darted behind a massive boulder, holding his breath in trepidation. Just as he concealed himself, he spotted a strange red light stealthily entering the cave. It was the very shadow he had seen outside his room. The Earth Fiend, Meng Chuan gasped internally, recalling the mention of the Earth Fiend by the woman in black. It must be this peculiar entity before him. The Earth Fiend drifted restlessly within the cave, seemingly searching for something. The shadow exuded an indescribable pressure that rendered the surrounding air almost tangible. Meng Chuan inwardly lamented, why did this Earth Fiend have to appear at this very moment? How could he possibly escape now? Was he not simply a meal waiting to be devoured? He cautiously regulated his breathing, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might alert this bizarre creature. Yet, contrary to his hopes, he inadvertently brushed against a loose stone, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the cave. What the hell? What kind of misfortune is this today? Meng Chuan cursed internally, realizing he wanted to evade, but it was already too late. Suddenly, the Earth Fiend pivoted sharply and lunged towards him. Good heavens, it's coming for me! In a frenzy, Meng Chuan flailed his arms and dashed out from behind the boulder. Since awakening his system, he had only focused on enhancing his physique. He had no knowledge of any offensive techniques. Run, you fool! Within the labyrinthine confines of the cave, Meng Chuan darted back and forth, occasionally glancing over. Not seeing the creature's trace, he took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. Thank goodness for my speed. It's proving useful at this moment. In his high school days, Meng Chuan had been a versatile athlete. Ha! His laughter abruptly ceased as he confronted a wall that blocked his path. Oh no, not this much bad luck. Where is my escape route? Ding! Detection of the Earth Fiend. The host may attempt to devour it. Success will yield a special treasure. The system's alert rang out once more, leaving Meng Chuan in a state of shock. Devour the Earth Fiend? Are you out of your mind? This entity is a terrifying presence within the demonic sect. How could a mere mortal like me possibly consume it? The Earth Fiend would sooner devour me. As he stood frozen, swallowing hard, he cautiously turned around, only to see the Earth Fiend, with its gaping maw, poised to engulf him entirely. His heart nearly leapt from his chest. In a moment of instinctive reaction, he crouched down, wrapping his arms around his head, as if that would shield him from the impending disaster. Don't eat me, I'm not tasty at all. At the critical moment, a strange force suddenly erupted from within Meng Chuan. This power, formless yet potent, surged forth, instantly repelling the lunging Earth Fiend. Bang! The Earth Fiend was hurled against the stone wall of the cave, producing a deafening crash. Its red glow flickered erratically, clearly shaken by the impact. The anticipated agony did not ensue. Instead, Meng Chuan only heard a resounding thud. He reached out to touch his body, wondering, am I still alive? Thank heaven, thank heaven. But what was that sound just now? Curiosity piqued, Meng Chuan cautiously peeked out, only to be left dumbfounded by the sight before him, unable to believe his eyes. The Earth Fiend, a being that inspired terror within the demonic sect, now lay crumpled on the ground, as if tossed about by a tempest, its radiance dimmed significantly. What on earth is happening? Meng Chuan's mind swirled with confusion as he scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of that mysterious power. Yet, apart from himself and the Earth Fiend, there were no other beings present, let alone any hidden experts. Could it be me? The thought flickered in his mind, only to be promptly dismissed. Aside from his robust physique, he possessed no offensive capabilities, much less such formidable strength that could instill fear in the Earth Fiend. The Earth Fiend seemed to sense Meng Chuan's approach, its crimson glow pulsing erratically, as if it were desperately struggling against an unseen force. But how could he explain the scene unfolding before him? With each step Meng Chuan took, the Earth Fiend retreated, until it found itself cornered against the cave wall. With no escape route, the once imposing entity appeared utterly deflated, attempting to flee yet ensnared by invisible chains that tightened with each struggle, amplifying its torment. Witnessing this, Meng Chuan felt an unprecedented surge of courage swell within him. Humph, weren't you just so arrogant? What's wrong now? Afraid, though he did not understand why he was able to intimidate the Earth Fiend, with the opportunity laid out before him, he certainly would not let it slip away. Chapter 8. From bicycle to motorcycle. Observing the trembling Earth Spirit, Meng Chuan felt a surge of curiosity within him. He extended his hand, cautiously touching the air surrounding the spirit, only to find nothing tangible. That invisible force seemed to be directed solely at the Earth Spirit, leaving him entirely unaffected. Could it be that some force within me is shielding me? A thought struck Meng Chuan, recalling the enigmatic power he had sensed while refining his physique earlier. Until now, he had been oblivious to the source and purpose of this power, but it appeared that perhaps this very force had saved his life at a critical juncture. With this realization, Meng Chuan's confidence surged. He straightened his back and addressed the Earth Spirit, proclaiming, "Regardless of what kind of demon or monster you are, your encounter with me spells your misfortune." With that, he stepped forward once more, lifting his foot to gently nudge its intangible form. The Earth Spirit immediately emitted a heart-rending wail, as if pleading for mercy. "Humph, spare you? You had no intention of sparing me just moments ago." Internally, Meng Chuan inquired, "System, is this Earth Spirit capable of being devoured?" He remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the spirit, prepared for any sudden retaliation. "It can be devoured. Upon consumption, the host will acquire a special treasure." The system's response resonated in his mind, clear and concise. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan felt a rush of exhilaration, yet, he soon hesitated. The Earth Spirit appeared so peculiar. Would consuming it entail any danger? Oh, what the heck, a bicycle could very well transform into a motorcycle. With a firm following the system's prior instructions, he initiated the process of devouring the Earth Spirit. He opened his mouth wide, and a potent suction emanated forth, irresistibly drawing the Earth Spirit towards him. The spirit, sensing the anomaly, struggled desperately to escape the pull. However, Meng Chuan was resolute. He gritted his teeth, channeling a force from within that surged wildly. Just as the Earth Spirit was on the verge of breaking free, it was entirely consumed. In that instant, Meng Chuan felt a tumultuous maelstrom within him, as if countless forces were rampaging through his being. "What a blunder, I underestimated it," he groaned in agony, rolling on the ground as veins throbbed on his forehead. Meanwhile, the system intervened once more. It began to assist Meng Chuan in refining the power of the Earth Spirit, gradually transforming the chaotic energy into a form he could control. Slowly, the torment within him subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. At last, when the last vestige of the Earth Spirit's power was fully refined, Meng Chuan exhaled deeply. Rising to his feet, he felt invigorated and empowered. "Haha, I have succeeded." Meng Chuan laughed heartily, acutely aware that his strength had significantly increased. He reopened the system panel to assess his transformations. Name of Meng Chuan current spirit points, 2000 cultivation method magic heaven treasure record, rebound suppressed, physique advanced yellow rank, 5 poisons corpse physique realm initial stage of chi refinement. Gazing at the information displayed, exhilaration surged within Meng Chuan. Not only had he successfully devoured the Earth Spirit, but he had also advanced to the initial stage of chi refinement, greatly enhancing his power. Furthermore, he had acquired a special treasure from the Earth Spirit, a glowing red orb, identified by the system as the Earth Spirit Pearl, which contained potent Earth Spirit energy, suitable for refining magical artifacts or enhancing cultivation. What a serendipitous turn of events, Meng Chuan rejoiced internally, storing the Earth Spirit Pearl and preparing to exit the cave. Just as he was about to step outside, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! His foot froze mid-air, his body stiffened, and his lips trembled. What now? Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 spirit resonance. This resonance can be utilized to eliminate any negative effects suffered by the host or to facilitate the evolution of cultivation methods and physique. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan's heart stirred, and his gaze immediately fixed on the line stating, Magic Heaven Treasure Record, Rebound Suppressed. This method, while powerful, required the consumption of blood essence for prolonged cultivation, leading to substantial side effects that had always troubled him. Now, with the spirit resonance, perhaps this issue could be resolved. With such a marvelous resource at hand, why wait? System used the spirit resonance to attempt the evolution of the Magic Heaven Treasure Record, reducing its negative effects. Meng Chuan silently instructed, his voice tinged with anticipation. Waves of spirit resonance emanated from within him, enveloping the imprint of the Magic Heaven Treasure Record, akin to warm sunlight melting ice, gradually permeating. The consumption of the resonance initiated a subtle transformation within Meng Chuan. The previously aching meridians, burdened by the cultivation of the Magic Heaven Treasure Record, seemed to be soothed by a gentle force, alleviating the pain. Moments later, the system's prompt echoed again. Magic Heaven Treasure Record evolution successful. Negative effects reduced by 10. Current negative effects remaining 90. Complete elimination requires more celestial treasures. Effective, Meng Chuan's eyes brightened. Although only 10 of the negative effects had been alleviated, this was sufficient to demonstrate the efficacy of the spirit resonance. Thus, escaping the shackles of the Magic Heaven treasure record was not beyond the realm of possibility. With a newfound direction, Meng Chuan's thoughts began to flow actively. He started experimenting with the remaining spirit resonance to deduce faster methods for enhancing his strength. Closing his eyes in concentration, the spiritual energy within him flowed in accordance with his will, intertwining with the spirit resonance, gradually manifesting intricate patterns. Time seemed to stand still. Within the cave, only the sound of Meng Chuan's deep breaths and the occasional drip of water from the rocks could be heard. He immersed himself in the deduction of his cultivation method, tireless and oblivious to the passage of time. At an indeterminate moment, Meng Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them as if he had grasped the mysteries of the cosmos. Congratulations, host! The 5 Poisons corpse physique has ascended to the initial stage of profound rank. Rewards will be dispatched to the host's backpack within the hour, with activation occurring 10 minutes post-dispatch.
Please be attentive to check. Ha ha ha, fortune truly favors me.
Meng Chuan laughed heartily as he made his way towards the cave entrance, noticing that the daylight had begun to fade. A sense of dread washed over him. He was running late and risked being discovered. Not daring to delay further, he hastily exited the cave, heading towards the wooden house. Upon returning, Meng Chuan promptly secured the doors and windows to ensure his safety. Sitting on his bed, he began to meticulously reflect on the day's events, from discovering the Millennium Spirit Herb to refining his physique, from encountering patrolling disciples to devouring the Earth Spirit. Each moment filled him with a blend of excitement and tension.
System, do you believe all these occurrences today were mere coincidences? Ding.
Everything the host has experienced possesses its cause and effect. Whether it is a coincidence remains for the host to determine.
The system's ambiguous response only deepened Meng Chuan's confusion. Nonetheless, he understood that the system would not issue warnings without reason.
Today's events were undoubtedly intricate in nature.
Ding, rewards have been dispatched to the host's backpack, please check. Chapter 9 Cherish and be cautious. Named Meng Chuan. Current spirit points, 2000. Technique, the Demon Heaven treasure record has suppressed backlash physique.
Initial level of the profound stage, 5 Poisons corrupted corpse physique realm, early stage of chi refinement. The personal panel emerged spontaneously this time. Meng Chuan sprang to his feet and swiftly opened the system backpack. Within the dialogue box, a black and gold card emblazoned with a question mark glittered faintly. What is this? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, declared, System, activate the reward immediately. His heart raced with excitement, eager to discover what transformation this reward would bestow upon him. Reward activation in progress. As the system's notification echoed, the card's radiance intensified dramatically, an inexplicable force surging forth and enveloping him in an instant. Ultimately, it transformed into a beam of light, merging into Meng Chuan's body. Reward activation successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the advanced Earth-level technique, Lingxian Hand. Meng Chuan felt a warm current flood into his mind, a torrent of information crashing over him, leaving him momentarily dizzy. After a brief interlude, the dizziness faded, supplanted by a profound comprehension of the Lingxian Hand technique. Lingxian Hand, an advanced Earth-level technique, imbued with the power of the 5 elements, as solid as rock, impervious to all poisons. This technique not only boasts immense power but also extraordinary defensive capabilities, undoubtedly a boon for Meng Chuan. Currently unlocked skill: a Master S defense, corresponding to the advanced yellow stage. As the system notification concluded, Meng Chuan sensed a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, a warm flow circulating through his limbs, ultimately converging towards his palms. He attempted to wield this power, and a faint blue glow instantly enveloped his palm, unyielding yet chilling. Lingxian Hand, what an impressive technique. However, does this master imply a defensive intent? At that moment, a cacophony of commotion erupted outside the wooden house, disrupting his thoughts. He frowned slightly and approached the window, observing the disciples in the herb garden rushing towards the square, their expressions tense. What has transpired? Meng Chuan pondered. Just as he was about to step outside for a closer look, he was interrupted by a series of urgent knocks on the door.
Meng Chuan, open up quickly. Everyone has gathered in the square.
The voice of Zhao Lawu came from outside, tinged with urgency. Meng Chuan hastily opened the door to find Zhao Lawu standing there, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious.
What has wrong, brother Zhao? What has happened?
Before sunset, a treasure went missing from the herb garden. Lord Haisha is furious and has summoned all disciples to the square for questioning. Zhao Lawu pulled Meng Chuan along as they hurried outside, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He lowered his voice to explain.
A treasure has gone missing? Who would dare?
Meng Chuan felt a jolt in his heart, immediately thinking of Ningyu. Could it be her doing? He dared not dwell on it and quickly followed Zhao Lawu towards the square. Upon reaching the square, Meng Chuan discovered that hundreds of disciples from the herb garden had already gathered, a sea of black-clad figures, bustling and restless. He scanned the crowd for Ningyu's figure, yet found no trace of her. Strange, where could Ningyu have gone? Meng Chuan mused inwardly. Could it be that she had already obtained what she desired and left in advance? He quickly dismissed the thought. No, if she had truly left, why would she have shared so many secrets about the demon sect with me?
She must still be here. Move quickly.
A cold voice interrupted, and the disciples in the square instantly fell silent, turning their gazes towards the source of the voice. On the elevated platform in the square stood the woman in black gauze. Before sunset, someone stole the earth fiend pearl that was safeguarded in our herb garden. This treasure is crucial for our sect's creation of the bone dragon. As the woman in black gauze casually swung the thorny fiery whip, it stirred the air, creating ripples.
The earth fiend pearl.
Good heavens, how could this happen? But I certainly did not steal it. In the crowd, Meng Chuan lowered his head sheepishly, subtly inching behind Zhao Laowu. System, please tell me my earth fiend pearl hasn't been. Before he could receive a response from the system, he felt a tap on his shoulder.
Meng Chuan, my brother, why are you still dawdling?
What's the matter, brother Zhao? The lady has instructed us to undergo inspections, and I noticed you were in a daze and thought to remind you.
Inspections, one by one?
Meng Chuan raised his eyes to observe the scene ahead. The woman in black gauze leaned against a withered tree, her cold gaze scrutinizing each disciple as they passed. Beside her, a dark, ominous artifact resembling a massive black spider radiated a ghostly blue glow, its 8 long, sharp legs slowly swaying in the air, as if poised to capture its prey.
What is that?
The earth fiend spider. It can sense the aura of the earth fiend pearl. Anyone hiding near it cannot escape its detection. Meng Chuan's eyes widened in shock, and he swiftly turned his head. You.
Ningyu cast him a fleeting glance. He quickly realized he had been too animated, cleared his throat, and lowered his voice to inquire, You didn't leave, did you?
Leave? Where would I go? Ningyu frowned in confusion.
You were searching for that treasure. It must be the earth fiend pearl, right? You took it, didn't you?
Ningyu did not respond, finding Meng Chuan's words peculiar, merely giving him an exasperated look.
If you are indeed the one, just admit it. Don't drag us into this mess.
If the earth fiend pearl on him were to be discovered, not only would he be unable to linger in this demon sect, but he would also meet a swift demise.
Next. Meng Chuan.
A jolt of anxiety gripped Meng Chuan's heart as he raised his head slowly, glancing at Ningyu, as if awaiting her action. But Ningyu appeared to be an outsider, shrugging her shoulders with an expression that suggested, I am innocent, I'll just step forward for a check.
This is bad. Seeing her demeanor, could it really be her doing? What if, by sheer coincidence, it was indeed his? Meng Chuan, why are you stalling? It's your turn.
What to do now? Meng Chuan felt an overwhelming panic. He certainly did not want to expose himself because of the earth fiend pearl. Smack, out of the corner of his eye, a dark red light flashed by, severing a lock of hair from his forehead, which slowly drifted to the ground. A hair's breadth away. He nearly suffered a grave injury.
Damn it, do they not understand not to strike a face?
Meng Chuan cherished his face the most, as he hoped to rely on it for his future sustenance.
Stop dawdling or you'll regret it. Meng Chuan's simmering anger was extinguished at that very moment.
With a smile plastered on his face, he hurriedly approached. All right, I'm coming, my lady. Chapter 10. The thrill of the heartbeat. All individuals lined up in an orderly fashion, approaching the earth spider for scrutiny, leaving no room for concealment. The disciples, upon hearing this, arranged themselves in a queue, their expressions tense as they awaited examination. Meng Chuan found himself nudged to the front of the line. He contemplated quietly, initially intending to observe the process to discern how the earth spider conducted its inspection. Little did he expect that his turn would come so swiftly. The disciple ahead of Meng Chuan stepped forward, placing his hand upon one of the earth spider's legs. Instantly, the creature emitted a more intense blue light, meticulously scanning him. After a brief moment, the earth spider retracted its blue glow, and the disciple exhaled in relief, evidently having been found without any issues. Now it was Meng Chuan's turn. He inhaled deeply, feigning calmness as he approached and placed his hand on one of the earth spider's legs. The creature immediately enveloped him in a brilliant blue light, surrounding him entirely. Meng Chuan felt an inexplicable force coursing through him, seemingly searching for something. His heart raced, fearing that the earth spider might detect the presence of the earth pearl. To his astonishment, after a while, the earth spider gradually withdrew its blue light without issuing any alarm. Meng Chuan let out a long sigh, secretly relieved. He had not anticipated passing the inspection so effortlessly. Instinctively, Meng Chuan clutched his token tightly. He wished to retain the freedom to enter and exit the valley. If it were taken from him, he would lose his liberty. With that thought in mind, he quickly stepped aside to allow the next disciple to take their place.
Next. Ningyu.
Ningyu was the last of their. Meng Chuan, equally curious, turned his gaze toward her. The earth spider showed no reaction, and she passed without incident. Hiss. Does this creature truly serve its purpose? Meng Chuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, retreated a few steps, muttering to himself that he would rather not provoke it. After a tense round of inspections, no suspicious individuals were discovered. The veiled woman furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Could it be that no one has stolen the earth pearl? She murmured. Meng Chuan, listening attentively, pondered to himself where the earth pearl lay quietly within his system backpack, and yet the earth spider had detected nothing amiss. This could only imply one thing: the system possessed an extraordinary concealment ability, undetectable even by the earth spider. Contemplating this, Meng Chuan felt a growing awe towards the system. Simultaneously, a delayed message from the system echoed in his mind: the intermediate-level earth spider is incapable of detecting the advanced-level earth pearl. Please rest assured, host. With a slight twitch of his lips, Meng Chuan muttered under his breath, "Oh, dear father, could you not have informed me a moment later? Are we playing a game of heartbeats here? Should I demonstrate my demise for you?" Once the examination concluded, the veiled woman announced a temporary dismissal, allowing the disciples to return to their quarters for rest. As soon as Meng Chuan stepped into his wooden cabin, Ningyu followed closely behind. Hey! How dare you, a young lady, so brazenly intrude upon a man's dwelling in broad daylight? Ignoring Meng Chuan's protests, Ningyu swiftly occupied the sole chair in the room. Have you given thought to the conditions I previously mentioned? Are you willing to cohabit with me and assist in retrieving that item? Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow. This girl was remarkably haughty. One ought to adopt a more supplicant demeanor when seeking assistance. What was her behavior about? Moreover, staying in the valley at night was akin to courting death. Even with the system by his side, he could not guarantee that no other monstrous beasts lurked within the mist. Ahem. I reiterate, my sole intention is to survive. I harbor no grand ambitions. As for cohabitation, if you are willing, I might not be entirely opposed. His ordinary demeanor was manageable, but now with the system, he could not afford for others to discover his secret. Are you implying a refusal to collaborate with me? Ningyu, clearly displeased, rose and advanced toward Meng Chuan. Stopping before him, she locked her gaze onto his. Meng Chuan, do you believe you can remain unscathed within this demonic sect? You are gravely mistaken. A chill ran down Meng Chuan's spine. He recognized the truth in her words. I am this realm where the strong dominated and the weak perished. It was nearly impossible to remain unscathed, yet, he was reluctant to concede to Ningyu's request, for it would entail. Moreover, I cannot be certain of my ability to assist you in locating that item. Ningyu fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, she spoke. How about this? I can offer you some assurances. If you agree to help me, I shall teach you some self-defense techniques, and I will do my utmost to protect you in times of danger. Teach me self-defense? Protect me? Ningyu possessed formidable strength. If she could indeed impart some self-defense skills and assist him during perilous moments, his safety would undoubtedly increase significantly. What was the difference between this arrangement and having a personal bodyguard? Noticing Meng Chuan's expression wavering, Ningyu continued, additionally, should you succeed in retrieving that item, I will not only liberate you from the constraints of the Demon Heaven treasure record but also reward you. The prospect of acquiring self-defense techniques and receiving protection was already a substantial allure. What he liked most at present was a means of offense. To be the king of survival, one must possess the means of self-preservation in crucial moments, was it not? Very well, I accept your proposal. After weighing the pros and cons, Meng Chuan finally made his decision. However, you must first teach me some self-defense techniques and assist me when I am in peril. It is settled then. Nonetheless, remember that our collaboration must be founded on mutual trust. Should you dare to betray me, you shall bear the consequences. Meng Chuan scratched his head. Of course. Let us rest for today. Tomorrow, I shall impart to you a set of techniques. With that, Ningyu disregarded Meng Chuan's response and turned toward the bed. Meng Chuan, sensing an ominous premonition, opened his mouth to speak but was too late. Ningyu sat down, folding her legs in a meditative posture, closing her eyes in contemplation. Meng Chuan sighed, resigned, as he laid his hands down. Turning to the small cushion nearby, he sat on the floor, equally adopting a meditative stance to regulate his breathing. Chapter 10. The thrill of the heartbeat. All individuals formed in orderly queue, stepping forward in turn to undergo inspection by the Earth Fiend Spider, with no room for any concealment. Upon hearing this, the disciples lined up nervously, their expressions betraying their anxiety as they awaited their turn. Meng Chuan found himself propelled to the front of the line. He pondered silently, initially intending to observe the situation and see how the Earth Fiend Spider conducted its examination. Who would have thought that his turn would come so swiftly? The disciple before Meng Chuan approached, placing his hand upon one of the spider's legs. The Earth Fiend Spider immediately emanated a more intense blue light, meticulously scanning him. Moments later, the blue light retracted, and the disciple exhaled in relief. clearly having passed without issue. When it was Meng Chuan's turn, he took a deep breath, feigning composure as he stepped forward and placed his hand upon the spider's leg. The Earth Fiend spider instantly enveloped him in a brilliant blue glow. Meng Chuan felt an inexplicable force coursing through his body, seemingly searching for something. His heart raced, fearing that the spider would detect the presence of the Earth Fiend pearl. To his astonishment, after a brief examination, the spider gradually withdrew its blue light. Meng Chuan let out a long sigh, secretly relieved. He had not anticipated that he would pass the inspection with such ease.
Next time you dawdle, I shall confiscate your token.
The voice of the woman in black echoed once more, prompting Meng Chuan to instinctively clutch his token tighter. He wished to retain his freedom to traverse the valley. If it were taken from him, he would lose even that. Having thought this, he quickly stepped aside to allow the next disciple to proceed.
Next up, Ningyu.
Ningyu was the last of their group to arrive and thus the final one to face the inspection. Meng Chuan, filled with curiosity, directed his gaze toward her. The Earth Fiend spider remained unresponsive, and she passed through seamlessly. Hiss. Does this thing truly work? It seems rather unreliable. As if it had heard Meng Chuan's thoughts, the Earth Fiend spider shook its body and wiggled its legs. Meng Chuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, retreated a few steps, thinking it best to keep a low profile. After a tense inspection, no suspicious individuals were found. The woman in black furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome.
Could it be that no one has stolen the Earth Fiend pearl? She murmured.
Meng Chuan, listening nearby, contemplated the situation. The Earth Fiend pearl lay quietly in his system backpack, while the Earth Fiend spider had detected nothing amiss. This could only indicate one thing. The system's concealment abilities were extraordinarily potent, undetectable even by the Earth Fiend spider. With this realization, Meng Chuan felt an increasing sense of reverence for the system. At the same time, a delayed message from the system echoed in his mind.
The mid-level Earth Fiend spider cannot detect the
Please rest assured, host.
Meng Chuan's lips twitched slightly. Could you have informed me a tad earlier? Are you toying with me in this heart-pounding game? Should I demonstrate my demise for you?
Once the inspection concluded, the woman in black announced a temporary disbandment, instructing the disciples to return and rest.
As Meng Chuan entered his wooden cabin, Ningyu followed closely behind. Hey, how dare you, a lady, so boldly intrude upon a man's dwelling in broad daylight?
Ningyu disregarded his words entirely, swiftly claiming the sole chair in the room.
Do you wish to cohabitate with me, assist me in locating that item?
Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow, finding her demeanor quite haughty. When seeking assistance, one should exhibit a more humble attitude. What was she playing at? Moreover, staying in the valley at night would be akin to courting death. Even with the system's protection, he could not guarantee that other monstrous creatures did not lurk within the mist.
Ahem.
I maintain my stance. My only desire is to survive in this world without grand ambitions. As for cohabitation, if you are willing, I might also be inclined. His ordinary nature was acceptable, but now that he possessed a system, he could not allow anyone to discover it.
Are you implying that you refuse my collaboration invitation?
Ningyu appeared visibly displeased, stepping closer to Meng Chuan. She halted before him, fixing her gaze upon him.
Meng Chuan, do you believe you can remain unscathed within this demonic sect? You are far too naive.
A chill ran down Meng Chuan's spine. He understood that Ningyu spoke the truth. In this realm governed by the strong, where the weak were prey, the notion of remaining unscathed was nearly impossible. Yet, he was reluctant to readily acquiesce to Ningyu's request, as it would entail significant risks. I comprehend your perspective, but I have my own concerns, Meng Chuan sighed. Staying in the valley at night is exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, I cannot ascertain whether I possess the ability to assist you in locating that item. Ningyu fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief pause, she spoke again. How about this? I can offer you some assurances. If you agree to assist me, I will teach you some self-defense techniques, and in times of danger, I will do my utmost to protect you.
Teach me self-defense techniques? Protect me?
Ningyu's prowess was formidable. If she could indeed impart some self-defense skills and come to his aid in perilous situations, his safety would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. What difference would that be from having a personal bodyguard? Noticing a flicker of interest in Meng Chuan's expression, Ningyu continued, additionally, should you successfully locate that item, not only will I help you completely sever the ties of the demonic heaven treasure record, but I will also reward you handsomely.
Meng Chuan felt himself wavering.
The prospect of learning self-defense and receiving protection was a significant temptation. What he currently lacked was a means of offense. To become a master of survival, he must also have the means to defend himself when necessary, right?
Very well, I agree to your terms. However, you must first teach me some self-defense techniques and offer me assistance in times of danger.
It is settled then, but remember, our collaboration is built on mutual trust. Should you betray me, you shall bear the consequences. Meng Chuan scratched his head. Of course, of course. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, I will teach you a set of movement techniques. With that, Ningyu paid no heed to Meng Chuan's response. Turning towards the bed, Meng Chuan felt an unsettling premonition as he opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, he witnessed Ningyu sit down with a thud, folding her legs and closing her eyes in meditation. Meng Chuan sighed, reluctantly lowering his hands. He turned to regard the small cushion in the corner, resignedly sitting down on the floor and entering a meditative state himself. Chapter 10. The thrill of the game. All individuals lined up, taking their turns to undergo inspection by the Earth Fiend Spider, with no room for concealment. Upon hearing this, the disciples promptly formed a queue, their expressions betraying a palpable tension as they awaited their turn for examination. Meng Chuan found himself pushed to the front of the line. Contemplating his strategy, he had initially intended to observe the procedure and discern how the Earth Fiend Spider conducted its inspections. To his surprise, his turn arrived sooner than expected. The disciple preceding him stepped forward, placing his hand upon one of the spider's legs. Instantly, the Earth Fiend Spider emitted a more intense azure glow, meticulously scanning him. Moments later, the spider retracted its blue light, and the disciple exhaled in relief, evidently having passed without issue. Now it was Meng Chuan's turn. He inhaled deeply, feigning calm as he approached and laid his hand on one of the spider's legs. The Earth Fiend Spider immediately enveloped him in a brilliant blue light. Meng Chuan felt an inexplicable force coursing through him, seemingly searching for something. His heart raced, terrified that the spider might detect the presence of the Earth Fiend Pearl. To his astonishment, after a brief examination, the spider gradually withdrew its light, issuing no alarms. Meng Chuan released a long breath, secretly relieved. He had not anticipated such ease in passing the inspection. Next, the voice of the woman in black echoed once more. Instinctively, Meng Chuan tightened his grip on the token concealed within his robes, wishing to maintain his freedom of movement within the valley. The thought of its confiscation filled him with dread, as it would strip him of his liberty. Resolutely, he stepped aside to allow the next disciple to advance. Ningyu! Meng Chuan, curious, directed his gaze her way. The Earth Fiend Spider showed no reaction, and she passed without incident. Is this creature truly effective? He mused, pondering its reliability. As if sensing his doubt, the spider shook its body and wiggled its legs. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Meng Chuan instinctively retreated a few steps, deciding it best to remain inconspicuous. After a tense round of inspections, no suspicious individuals were Listening nearby, Meng Chuan contemplated the implications. The Earth Fiend Pearl lay quietly within his system's backpack, and yet the spider had detected no anomalies. This could only signify one thing: the system's concealment capabilities were remarkably potent, even eluding the keen senses of the Earth Fiend Spider. This realization deepened his respect for the system. At that moment, a delayed message from the system echoed in his mind. The intermediate-level Earth Fiend Spider cannot detect the advanced-level Earth Fiend Pearl. Rest assured, host. Meng Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could you not have informed me a tad sooner? Are you playing a game of thrills with me? Should I demonstrate my demise for you? Once the inspections concluded, the woman in black announced a temporary disbandment, instructing the disciples to return to their quarters for rest. As Meng Chuan entered his wooden cabin, Ningyu followed closely behind. Hey, you, young lady, how dare you intrude so easily into a man's abode in broad daylight? Ningyu disregarded his protests, swiftly claiming the lone chair within the room. I previously mentioned my conditions. Have you considered them? Will you cohabit with me, assist me in locating that item? Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow. Her demeanor was strikingly haughty. When seeking assistance, one ought to. Moreover, staying in the valley at night was akin to courting death. Despite possessing a system, he could not guarantee that other monstrous entities did not lurk in the fog. Ahem, I reiterate, my sole desire is to survive peacefully. I harbor no grand ambitions. As for cohabitation, if you are willing, I suppose I could entertain the notion. His ordinary existence was manageable, but now that he had a system, he could not afford for others to uncover that fact. Are you implying you reject my offer of collaboration? Ningyu's discontent was palpable as she approached him, each step deliberate. Stopping before him, she locked her gaze onto his. Meng Chuan, do you really believe you can remain unscathed within this demon sect? You are sorely mistaken. A shiver ran down Meng Chuan's spine. He recognized the truth in her words. In a realm where the strong dominated and the weak perished, maintaining one's integrity was nearly impossible, yet, he hesitated to acquiesce to Ningyu's request, as it entailed considerable risk. I understand your perspective, but I have my reservations, he sighed. Remaining in the valley at night is exceedingly perilous, and I cannot guarantee my ability to assist you in finding that item. Ningyu fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought.
After a brief interval, she spoke again. How about this? I can offer you certain assurances. Should you agree to assist me, I will teach you some means of self-defense and do my utmost to protect you should you find yourself in danger. Teach me self-defense? Protect me? Ningyu's prowess was formidable. If she could indeed impart skills for self-preservation and come to his aid in perilous situations, his safety would undoubtedly be significantly bolstered. What difference was there between her and a personal bodyguard? Noticing the slightest shift in Meng Chuan's expression, Ningyu continued, furthermore, should you succeed in locating that item, I will not only help you free yourself from the constraints of the demon heavenly treasure record but also reward you handsomely. Meng Chuan felt a flicker of temptation. The prospect of acquiring self-defense techniques and the promise of protection was a considerable allure. What he currently lacked were means of offense. To survive as a king of should you betray me, you will bear the consequences. Meng Chuan scratched his head. Of course. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, I shall impart to you a set of movement techniques. With that, Meng Chuan sensed an ominous premonition, opening his mouth to protest but failing to utter a word. Before he could react, Ningyu sat down, crossing her legs and entering a meditative trance. With a resigned sigh, Meng Chuan placed his hands down and turned to the modest cushion beside him, settling onto the ground and adopting a similar meditative posture. Chapter 11 The Serpent's Grace. As the night deepened, the herb garden on the back mountain of the demon's sect, Meng Chuan sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration, preparing to enter a meditative state. Suddenly, he was jolted by a series of urgent and forceful impacts echoing from outside the window. His heart tightened, he hastily opened his eyes, only to see a flickering red light visible through the window screen, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of sinister earth energy, the spirit of earthly evil. Meng Chuan's heart raced in astonishment. He had not anticipated the spirit of earthly evil to manifest at this moment, and it seemed to be charging toward his wooden cabin with reckless abandon. Initially, the impacts caused the cabin to sway noticeably, emitting creaks and groans. Concerned that the commotion might disturb Ningyu, who was deep in meditation, Meng Chuan quickly rose and approached the window to assess the situation. However, just as he reached the window, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding, detection of absorbable earthly evil energy in the vicinity. Would the host like to absorb it? Meng Chuan paused for a moment, then a thought struck him. Since the spirit of earthly evil had appeared, why not seize the opportunity to devour it and enhance his strength? Resolute, he nodded without hesitation, silently invoking, absorb. You begin to absorb the spirit of earthly evil. The malevolent power within the earthly evil energy is filtered and transformed by the system into spiritual resonance. Current resonance, 10, 20, 30. The system's notifications echoed continuously, and Meng Chuan felt waves of warm and pure energy flooding into his body, distinctly different from the toxic miasma of evil entities. His spiritual power began to surge rapidly, and it felt as though his meridians were being expanded by this potent force, becoming more resilient and unobstructed. Joy surged within Meng Chuan as he swiftly activated his cultivation technique, accelerating the absorption of this energy. Outside, the spirit of earthly evil seemed to sense the threat posed by Meng Chuan and intensified its assaults, yet, Meng Chuan remained undaunted. He devoted himself entirely to his technique, continuously converting the spirit of earthly evil's power into his own spiritual energy. After an indeterminate time, the sounds of impact outside finally ceased, and the aura of the earthly evil spirit vanished completely. Meng Chuan exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated and brimming with strength. He opened the system panel to examine his transformations at cultivation stage, mid-chi refinement, late chi refinement, pinnacle of chi refinement. By the heavens, is this some sort of cheat system? How remarkably powerful! In just a brief moment, Meng Chuan had leaped 3 levels, directly attaining the pinnacle of chi refinement. Name a Meng Chuan current spiritual points, 2000 current spiritual resonance, 1000 technique a demon heaven treasure record, repressed rebound 10, physical body Chen grade initial level 5 poisons corrupted corpse physical body stage pinnacle of chi refinement. Gazing at the information on the panel, Meng Chuan's heart swelled with exhilaration. He had never imagined that merely devouring a few spirits of earthly evil would elevate his strength to the pinnacle of chi refinement. Moreover, he had amassed a significant amount of spiritual resonance, which would undeniably aid his future cultivation endeavors. Secretly elated, he concluded that his survival-oriented cultivation method was indeed effective. The system continued its absorption. You begin to absorb the spirit of earthly evil. As time progressed, Meng Chuan suddenly recognized an issue. While devouring the spirit of earthly evil had proven advantageous for enhancing his power, he noticed that the amount of spiritual resonance obtained was dwindling. Initially, absorbing a spirit of earthly evil yielded hundreds of points of resonance, yet later on, even when consuming stronger spirits, he could only garner a meager few points. Eventually, he perceived that the resonance he absorbed was nearly negligible. Furrowing his brow, Meng Chuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Could it be that he had reached a bottleneck in his strength, requiring other opportunities to advance further?
Sighing, he dismissed the thought of continuing to consume the spirits of earthly evil, closed the window, and returned to his mat to meditate and stabilize his cultivation stage. In his mind, the system interface materialized.
Spiritual points in resonance were now abundant. Meng Chuan understood that at this stage, enhancing his power was paramount. Scanning the panel, he promptly selected the option to deduce his cultivation stage. Please select the investment of spiritual points in resonance. Meng Chuan's gaze oscillated between the two rows of numbers for spiritual points in resonance. With a steely resolve, he clenched his teeth and decided to invest 1,000 spiritual points in 500 resonance. In an instant, the two rows of numbers diminished by a significant portion. A voice echoed in his mind. You have invested 1,000 spiritual points and 500 resonance to deduce your cultivation stage. The foundation of cultivation is enhanced through investment of resonance. During the deduction process, there is an 80% chance of obtaining new rewards. Rewards may include techniques, elixirs, or other opportunities. You begin the deduction of your cultivation stage. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converges, merging into your body, intertwining with your spiritual power. It feels as though you are ensconced in a realm of chaos, experiencing the ebb and flow of spiritual energy. Waves of warm and pure spiritual energy surged from all directions, intertwining with Meng Chuan's spiritual power, forming streams of formidable energy. These energy streams coursed through his meridians, constantly widening them and augmenting his spiritual power. Meng Chuan closed his eyes tightly, fully immersed in the transformation of this power. However, the process of deducing his stage was not without hurdles. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable resistance, as if an invisible force was impeding his advancement. What is happening? Meng Chuan was startled and quickly focused his mind, attempting to break through this obstruction. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Bottleneck encountered during deduction. Greater investment of spiritual points or resonance is required to overcome it. Upon hearing this prompt, Meng Chuan hesitated not for a moment and immediately poured in all his remaining spiritual points in resonance. You have invested your remaining spiritual points in resonance. The bottleneck begins to loosen, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surges into your body, propelling a qualitative leap in your spiritual power. Deduction successful. Your cultivation stage has advanced to the initial foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously, the information on the system panel transformed. Name: Meng Chuan. Current spiritual points 0. Current spiritual resonance 0. Technique: A Demon Heaven Treasure Record. Repressed Rebound 10. Physical Body Shen Grade Initial Level 5. Poisons Corrupted Corpse. Physical Body Stage. Initial Foundation Establishment Stage. Meng Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Initial Foundation Establishment Stage. I have reached this stage so swiftly. Just as he reveled in the joy of his breakthrough, the system's notification sounded once more. Deduction successful. Additional rewards are being dispensed. Meng Chuan's heart stirred with anticipation as he quickly checked his system backpack. To his delight, he discovered a shimmering elixir and an ancient tome of techniques among his possessions. Additional rewards: Foundation Establishment Pill X1, Earth Grade Intermediate Technique Serpent's Grace. Meng Chuan's eyes lit up. The Foundation Establishment Pill was an exceptional aid for practitioners in the But wait, does the Earth Grade Intermediate requirement mean he must elevate his physical body to the Earth Grade to utilize it? Rewards successfully claimed. Automatic interpretation in progress. Chapter 11. The Serpent's Grace. As the night deepened, the herb garden of the demon sect's rear mountain was enveloped in a thick, ominous fog, casting an eerie shadow over the surroundings. Meng Chuan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation, poised to enter a state of tranquility. Suddenly, a series of frantic and forceful thuds echoed from outside the window, jolting him from his focus. His heart raced as he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a flickering red light visible through the window's screen, accompanied by a palpable, sinister aura of the Earth Fiend. The Earth Fiend's spirit. A surge of alarm coursed through Meng Chuan. He had not anticipated the appearance of this spirit at such a moment, and it seemed to be charging toward his wooden abode in a frenzy. The initial impacts caused the house to sway noticeably, creaking under the strain. Concerned about disturbing Ningyu, who was meditating, Meng Chuan hastily rose and approached the window to assess the situation. However, just as he reached the window, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, detection of absorbable Earth Fiend present. Would the host like to absorb it? Meng Chuan paused momentarily, then a thought struck him. Since the Earth Fiend's spirit had manifested, why not seize the opportunity to devour it and enhance his own strength? Resolutely, he nodded and silently intoned, absorb. You begin to absorb the Earth Fiend's spirit. The malevolent energy within is filtered and transformed into spiritual resonance by the system. Current resonance, 10, 20, 30. The system's notifications reverberated, and Meng Chuan felt waves of warm, pure energy flooding into his body, a stark contrast to the toxic miasma of the malevolent entities. His spiritual power rapidly surged, and it felt as though his meridians expanded and became more resilient and fluid under this newfound strength. Overjoyed, Meng Chuan began to circulate his cultivation method, hastening the absorption of this power.
Outside, the Earth Fiend's spirit seemed to sense the threat posed by Meng Chuan, intensifying its assaults, yet, Meng Chuan remained undeterred, fully channeling his cultivation technique to continuously convert the spirit's energy into his own spiritual power.
Time passed unmeasured until the cacophony of thuds outside finally ceased, and the presence of the Earth Fiend's spirit vanished entirely. Meng Chuan exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated and brimming with strength.
He opened the system panel to inspect his changes. Mid-stage of Qi refinement, late stage of Qi refinement, pinnacle of Qi refinement. By the heavens, is this an external aid? I possess such immense power. In the span of mere moments, Meng Chuan's realm had leaped 3 levels, achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Name a Meng Chuan current spiritual points, 2000 current spiritual resonance, 1000 cultivation technique, demonic heavenly treasure record, repressed backlash 10, physique. Xian stage initial level 5 poison corpse physique realm pinnacle of Qi refinement. Gazing at the information on the panel, Meng Chuan's heart raced with excitement. He had not anticipated that merely devouring a few Earth Fiend spirits would elevate his strength to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Moreover, he had acquired a substantial amount of spiritual resonance, which would undoubtedly aid his subsequent cultivation endeavors. Meng Chuan silently celebrated, realizing that his survival-based cultivation method was indeed effective.
Continue absorption.
You begin to absorb the Earth Fiend's spirit. As time progressed, Meng Chuan suddenly noticed a troubling issue. While devouring the Earth Fiend's spirits had initially bolstered his strength remarkably, it now seemed that the spiritual resonance gained was dwindling. In the beginning, consuming a single Earth Fiend spirit would yield hundreds of resonance points, yet later, even when devouring stronger spirits, he received only a meager few points. Eventually, he felt that the resonance he absorbed was almost negligible. Frowning, Meng Chuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Could it be that he had reached a bottleneck in his strength, requiring him to seek other opportunities for advancement? With a sigh, he set aside the notion of continuing to devour the Earth Fiend spirits, closed the window, and returned to his mat to meditate and stabilize his realm. In his mind, the system interface suddenly opened. Spiritual points and resonance were now abundant. Meng Chuan recognized that at this stage, enhancing his strength was paramount. Glancing at the panel, he promptly selected to project his realm. With a firm resolve, he gritted his teeth and directly invested 1000 spiritual points and 500 resonance. In an instant, the 2 lines of numbers diminished significantly. A voice resonated in his mind. You have invested 1000 spiritual points and 500 resonance to project your realm. The realm is enhanced through acquired fortitude. During the projection process, there is an 80% chance of obtaining new rewards. Rewards may include techniques, elixirs, or other fortuitous opportunities. You commence the projection of your realm as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converges, merging with your own, intertwining with your spiritual power. It felt as though he was enveloped in a primordial chaos, experiencing the ebb and flow of spiritual energy. Waves of warm, pure spiritual energy surged from all directions, intertwining with Meng Chuan's power to form formidable streams of energy. Meng Chuan closed his eyes tightly, fully immersed in the sensations of this power's transformation. Yet, the projection was not without its challenges. During this process, he suddenly sensed a formidable resistance, as if an invisible force sought to hinder his ascent. What could this possibly mean? Alarmed, Meng Chuan concentrated, attempting to break through this barrier. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Bottleneck encountered during projection. The bottleneck begins to loosen, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surges into your being, propelling your spiritual power to a qualitative leap. The projection succeeds, and your realm has ascended to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, the information on the system panel underwent a transformation. Name Meng Chuan current spiritual points 0.
Current spiritual resonance 0. Cultivation technique demonic heavenly treasure record, repressed backlash 10, physique Xian stage initial level 5 poison corpse physique realm. Initial stage of foundation establishment. Meng Chuan slowly opened his eyes, astonished at having swiftly reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Just as he reveled in the joy of his breakthrough, the system's notification rang out once more. Projection successful. Additional rewards are being dispensed.
A spark of excitement ignited within Meng Chuan as he swiftly accessed the system's inventory. To his delight, he discovered a glimmering elixir and an ancient tome of techniques nestled within. Additional reward foundation establishment pill X1, earth level intermediate technique serpent's grace. Meng Chuan's eyes widened. The foundation establishment pill was an exceptional aid for cultivators seeking to break through their bottlenecks, while the serpent's grace was a technique that would greatly enhance his speed and agility. However, being of earth level intermediate, did this imply that he needed to elevate his physique to that level for utilization? Rewards successfully claimed. Automatic interpretation in progress. Chapter 12. With the system's insight ding. The system began to interpret the spirit serpent's flowing steps. Meng Chuan gazed at the newly acquired manual in his system backpack, his heart brimming with anticipation. However, the system's notification struck him like a bucket of cold water. extinguishing his enthusiasm. The Spirit Serpent's flowing steps, a mid-tier Earth-grade technique, necessitated that the practitioner's physique reach the Earth tier, otherwise, harnessing its power would prove exceedingly difficult. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, realizing that his physique was merely at the initial stage of the Mystic tier, leaving him with a considerable gap to bridge before attaining the Earth tier. This revelation left him somewhat disheartened. He had initially believed he could immediately cultivate this technique to enhance his speed and agility, but it appeared he must first elevate his physique. Indeed, cultivation is not something that can be achieved in a single leap. Sighing, Meng Chuan murmured to himself, "It seems I must first work on my physique." He reopened the system panel to assess his resources.
Name: Meng Chuan. Current spirit points is 0. Current spirit rhythm is 0.
Techniques: Heavenly Treasure Record Suppressed Backlash at 10 Physique Initial Stage of Mystic Tier, 5 Poison's Corpse Physique Realm Foundation Establishment, Early Stage Gazing at the completely depleted spirit points and spirit rhythm. Meng Chuan couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. He urgently needed resources to bolster his strength, but where could he find them? At that moment, he suddenly recalled the black stone taskboard he had previously seen, which appeared to have a mission related to the earthly spirit.
That's right.
I can take on that task and exchange the earthly spirit for resources. Meng Chuan's eyes brightened as a plan formed in his mind. He swiftly rose to prepare to leave the wooden cabin.
Creak. Meng Chuan, where are you off to?
Ningyu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. He halted his steps, slowly turning around, and offered an awkward smile.
Miss Ningyu, why are you?
Yet you, it seems, have made considerable progress overnight. It appears you have reaped significant rewards.
Meng Chuan felt a bit bashful and scratched his head.
Oh, it was merely a stroke of luck. Ningyu did not elaborate further but merely regarded him for a moment before turning to leave the wooden cabin.
Did you hear any strange sounds last night?
Huh? Strange sounds? No, I didn't hear anything. Is that so? I thought there had been an earthquake. Perhaps I misheard.
Where are you going? Meng Chuan, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched his head and absent-mindedly blurted out, "Where are you headed?" At that moment, Ningyu had already turned around, arms crossed, wearing an expression of exasperation. Wasn't I teaching you a method of self-defense? Hurry up and keep up. Seeing this, Meng Chuan quickly followed suit. Hey, wait for me.
He trailed behind Ningyu, internally relieved that he had reacted swiftly to shift the conversation, or else he would have been at a loss explaining his sudden surge in strength overnight.
The two made their way towards a clearing in the herb garden. The morning mist had yet to dissipate entirely, rendering everything around them hazy. Ningyu came to a halt, turned to face Meng Chuan, and with a serious expression, said, "Today, I shall teach you a basic fist technique known as the Shattering Stone Fist.
Although it is merely a yellow-tier technique, its foundation is solid and will greatly benefit your future cultivation." With that, Ningyu assumed a stance and began to demonstrate the movements of the Shattering Stone Fist. Her actions were fluid and powerful, each punch seemingly accompanied by the sound of air being torn asunder. The Shattering Stone Fist emphasizes the perfect fusion of strength and speed. During a strike, one must concentrate, channeling all of their power to the tip of their fist while maintaining bodily agility to adjust the attack direction at will. As Ningyu demonstrated and explained the essentials of the Shattering Stone Fist, Meng Chuan stood by, his eyes glued to her movements, silently committing each action and principle to memory. Once Ningyu completed her demonstration, he began to mimic her practice. Initially, Meng Chuan's movements were somewhat stiff, but under Ningyu's patient guidance, he gradually found his rhythm, and his actions began to take shape.
Not bad, you're quite the quick learner. Regular diligent practice will not only strengthen your physique but also enhance your spiritual energy. Ningyu observed Meng Chuan's progress, nodding in satisfaction.
Once you master the Shattering Stone Fist, I shall teach you another technique of movement. Ningyu resumed her stance. In a display of grace, she glided across the grass, each step seemingly merging with the surrounding air, leaving behind faint afterimages.
This is a mystic tier technique. While moving, it is silent.
One's steps are in perfect harmony with their breathing and heartbeat, capable of producing afterimages that can confound enemies of the mystic tier and below.
Isn't this a bit excessive?
Meng Chuan watched in awe, his heart silently marveling at the wonder of this technique, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If the opponent could hear his thoughts, Meng Chuan was certain that even the sound of an abacus would drive them to distraction. Ningyu paid no mind to Meng Chuan's reaction and continued, "Since we are collaborating, I shall be transparent with you. The treasure you are to help me find is precious, and in return, I shall bestow upon you a set of fist techniques and a movement technique, which you rightly deserve."
Clang!
The two simultaneously turned their heads, exchanging glances of mutual understanding. "Sai, let us go, it's time to gather the spiritual herbs." Remember to practice the shattering stone fist diligently, do not become complacent. Of course, I will heed my master. Ningyu's expression momentarily froze, and though her voice was soft, she quickly replied, "Who is your master?"
"We are merely partners. Lady Blackveil, should we caution them against practicing here any longer?" "Not necessary."
The woman in the black veil raised an eyebrow, the thorny whip in her hand lightly tapping her palm. "I am curious to see how far these two somewhat gifted servant disciples can progress." As her gaze fell upon Meng Chuan's retreating figure, memories of him flooded her mind, and she shook her head, a hint of disdain lingering in her eyes. "That male disciple is rather pathetic, hardly worth noting. You need only pay attention to that female disciple, she appears to be quite extraordinary."
"Understood."
Meng Chuan skillfully navigated through the herb garden, his fingertips grazing the plants as he carefully collected each spiritual herb into a specially crafted jade box. In less than half an hour, he had completed all of his gathering tasks for the day, demonstrating an efficiency that even some seasoned servant disciples would envy.
"This lad is indeed impressive. Who would have thought?"
Indeed, he usually keeps a low profile, but he is quite adept at gathering spiritual herbs.
"Humph, adept indeed, but that assumes he lives long enough to enjoy it."
Zhao Lawu furrowed his brow at the murmuring servant disciple behind him, quietly noting it down while discreetly seeking out more spiritual herbs.
After upgrading his physique and realm, collecting 10 spiritual herbs a day had become an effortless task. Chapter 13 Overload. Upon completing his task, Meng Chuan wasted not a moment and made his way directly back to the wooden hut. He retrieved the token that symbolized his status as a servant disciple, silently recalling the location of the Blackstone taskboard. In a flash, he departed from the valley, heading towards the main hall of the demon sect. Inside the main hall, the area before the Blackstone taskboard was still bustling with activity. Various disciples either stared intently at the list or engaged in hushed discussions, searching for tasks suited to their abilities. With clear intent, Meng Chuan headed straight for the task concerning the Earth Fiend spirit. After a meticulous search, he finally located it in a corner of the taskboard, Blackstone board number 103. Seek the Earth Fiend spirit. The Earth Fiend spirit is a unique malevolent creature within the demon sect, harboring formidable evil powers within its being. Task reward 500 contribution points, and 1/3 grade lower level recovery pill. Current status awaiting collection. Deadline is 7 days. Although the reward for task number 103 was somewhat modest, the difficulty level was certainly less daunting compared to task number 89 on the Black Stone board. Meng Chuan contemplated the task rewards, realizing that while 500 contribution points and a recovery pill were not excessive, they were adequate for his needs. Without hesitation, he accepted the task and departed from the Blackstone taskboard, making his way to the delivery location. The delivery point was situated within a secluded hall of the demon sect, and Meng Chuan followed the task instructions to find it. Upon entering the hall, he noticed an elder with hair and beard as white as snow, seated with his eyes closed in meditation. "Elder, I have come to make a delivery," Meng Chuan approached respectfully and stated. The elder, upon hearing this, slowly opened his eyes, scanning Meng Chuan from head to toe. Noting the attire of a servant disciple from the herb garden, he frowned slightly and remarked, "A servant disciple? Here to make a delivery? Go away, you are just a distraction. This task on the Black Stone board is beyond your capabilities." Before the elder could finish his sentence, Meng Chuan hurriedly presented the task token, explaining, "I am indeed a servant disciple from the herb garden, but I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble. I have genuinely undertaken the task to seek the Earth Fiend spirit and have come to deliver it now." The elder took the token and examined it closely. "This is the one must possess some talent to obtain such a token." Straightening himself, the elder returned the token and said meaningfully, "In that case, where is the Earth Fiend spirit you have sought?" Meng Chuan, upon hearing this, he slightly parted his lips, a look of astonishment evident on his face. "What does this old man think of me?" He handed the Earth Fiend spirit, which he had taken from the storage bag distributed by the herb garden, to the elder. The latter stood up abruptly, exclaiming, You have truly found the Earth Fiend spirit?" As the elder scrutinized the spirit, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had not anticipated that a mere servant disciple could indeed locate the Earth Fiend spirit. "Its aura is so pure. How did you manage to find it?" The elder leaned in closer to Meng Chuan, his eyes gleaming as if he were admiring a rare treasure. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Meng Chuan understood he could not divulge the truth, as it might lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he feigned mystery with a smile and replied, "Elder, it was merely a fortuitous encounter. I stumbled upon a fog-enshrouded valley on the back mountain, which seemed unusual. With courage, I ventured inside and unexpectedly discovered the Earth Fiend spirit." The elder's expression deepened with skepticism. "Do you think I would believe that?"
He was well aware of the location of the fog-covered valley on the back mountain, known as one of the most perilous places within the demon sect. The audacity of a servant disciple daring to venture there and successfully find the earth fiend spirit was indeed surprising.
Ha, are you inquiring of me? Meng Chuan quickly suppressed the foolish expression on his face.
Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Fortunately, the elder did not pursue the matter further. He merely nodded and stated, regardless, you have completed the task, here is your reward. With that, the elder retrieved 500 contribution points and a third-grade lower-level recovery pill from his storage ring and handed them to Meng Chuan. Receiving the reward, Meng Chuan felt a rush of excitement. He had not anticipated the task would be completed so smoothly, and now he had resources to enhance his strength.
Thank you, Elder. Meng Chuan bowed respectfully, eager to leave the hall.
At that moment, the elder suddenly called out to him, wait. Meng Chuan halted, puzzled, and turned to look at the elder.
Have you felt any abnormalities in your body lately?
The elder's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Meng Chuan, seemingly attempting to peer into his thoughts. A wave of apprehension washed over Meng Chuan. This question was difficult to answer had he not possessed the system. The effects of the fog from the herb garden would likely have begun manifesting minor symptoms in his body. What symptoms might those be? Meng Chuan regretted not engaging more with Zhao Laowu earlier. In this situation, he could not simply fabricate a response, as that would only draw more suspicion. Feigning calm, he shook his head and replied, no, Elder. My body is perfectly normal. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's response, the elder's brows furrowed slightly, but he chose not to press further. He waved his hand, signaling that Meng Chuan could leave. Relieved, Meng Chuan exhaled deeply and exited the hall. Back at the wooden hut, he eagerly opened the system panel to assess his resources. Name, Meng Chuan. Current spirit points 0.
Current spirit resonance
0 contribution points, 700 cultivation technique. A demon heaven treasure record has suppressed backlash by 10 physical bodies. Shen class intermediate, 5 poisons corruption corpse physical realm foundation establishment midstage. Gazing at the newly acquired contribution points, Meng Chuan felt a surge of joy. Contribution points appeared to be an invaluable resource within the demon sect, presumably usable for exchanging various cultivation materials or enhancing his physique. Next, he needed to carefully plan how to utilize these contribution points. As he examined the information panel before him, Meng Chuan seemed to weigh his options. Ultimately, he decided to allocate the contribution points towards enhancing his physical abilities. It was imperative that he elevate his physique to the earth level as soon as possible, enabling him to begin training in the spirit serpent body movement technique, as well as the Xian level body technique promised by Ningyu. With this determination, he resolutely invested the resources he had obtained into the enhancement of his physique. As the enhancement process commenced, Meng Chuan felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, his physical body steadily improving. An immense pressure descended upon him from the crown of his head.
System, what is happening? Meng Chuan inquired anxiously in his mind.
Host has absorbed an excessive amount of energy at once, causing an overwhelming force to impact your physical limits.
Chapter 14.
Inner line, alas, I have consumed far too much. Meng Chuan's complexion changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that absorbing such an immense amount of energy at once would lead to such dire consequences.
He felt akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting, racked with pain. What now? The weight of his body grew increasingly burdensome, and panic set in. This energy won't cause my body to explode, will it?
How long have I been in this world? It hasn't been long, and I certainly do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Before he could finish his thought, the system's voice resonated in Meng Chuan's mind. Excess energy detected within the host's body.
Energy conversion commencing.
The system's intervention gradually alleviated the swelling pain, and Meng Chuan's body began to return to normal. He sensed the surplus energy being systematically converted and absorbed, transforming into spiritual power he could command. Time passed unmeasured, and when the final vestige of energy was converted, Meng Chuan exhaled deeply, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief. He reopened the system panel to inspect his changes.
Name, Meng Chuan. Current spiritual points 0. Current spiritual rhythm 0. Contribution points 0. Cultivation technique. A demon heaven treasure record, rebound suppressed at 10, physical body earth level initial stage, 5 poisons corrupted corpse physical realm.
Foundation establishment mid-stage earth level initial stage. His heart surged with excitement as he gazed upon the panel. He had not expected that this frenzied consumption would elevate him directly to the earth level initial stage of his physical body, significantly enhancing his strength once more.
Ha, what a tremendous gain this is! Meng Chuan laughed heartily, feeling his power had multiplied several times over, with notable improvements in speed and agility.
More importantly, he could now commence training in the spirit snake gliding step. Eagerly, he opened the system backpack, retrieved the manual for the spirit snake gliding step, and began to read it with great attention. The spirit snake gliding step is predicated on the agility of the spirit snake and emphasizes the transformation of form, advocating for movements as fluid as the snake and steps as ephemeral as flowing clouds. With a decisive snap, he closed the manual, placing it back in the backpack. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the descriptions within and attempted to mimic the graceful movements of the spirit snake. He slowly rose and began to practice within the confined space of the wooden cabin. Initially, his movements were rigid and clumsy, even causing him to bump into the walls. However, after a few attempts, he gradually found his rhythm, becoming more agile.
You can actually perform such a technique? Startled, Meng Chuan turned to find Ning Yuan leaning against the door, her gaze filled with evident admiration. It seems you have grasped the rudimentary techniques of this skill. The true power of the spirit snake gliding step lies in its boundless transformations and elusive speed. Once you begin training, you must not relent for even a day. However, with so many cultivation techniques, are you certain your body can endure? Meng Chuan scratched his head, admitting, I hadn't considered that.
After all, in the 21st century, managing 10 courses a day was trivial. 3 mere techniques could hardly drive me to madness. What a jest! Observing Meng Chuan's nonchalant demeanor, Ningyi shook her head, unable to refrain from cautioning him. On the path of cultivation, one must shun the temptation of rapid success. Even if you possess exceptional talent, you must still pay heed to balancing work and rest, otherwise, you risk succumbing to madness. And moreover, do not underestimate this world. True power often lies hidden in the shadows. Furthermore, within the demon sect, masters abound. You must remain vigilant at all times.
Meng Chuan nodded, fully acknowledging her wisdom.
I shall heed your advice, Miss Ning. Ningyu smiled gently, saying no more, and turned to exit the wooden cabin. Are you not? Ningyu paused, glancing back at Meng Chuan with a puzzled expression.
He quickly waved his hand, replying, It's nothing. What was he thinking? Why was he even contemplating why Ningyu had no intention of staying the night? What a frightening thought! After watching Ningyu depart, he shook his head, dismissing the distractions in his mind and refocusing on his training. Moonlight filtered through the sparse treetops, casting mottled shadows upon the small wooden cabin atop the cliff. Tap, tap, tap. The cabin windows rattled softly just as he immersed himself in this unprecedented training experience. An acute yet subtle sense of danger surged upon him. Ding! Dangerous presence detected, approaching.
Who? Meng Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, rising swiftly as he executed the spirit snake gliding step to its utmost finesse, evading to the side in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted past the spot where he had just stood, leaving a glimmering edge in its wake. A knife. A chill ran through Meng Chuan. This speed and skill were not those of an ordinary individual. He recalled his usual caution upon entering the herb garden, where he was constantly reminded to remain inconspicuous. Survival of the fittest. Who have I angered? Ha, your reaction is quite swift. It seems not all within the herb garden are inept. From the darkness, a deep, raspy voice emerged, accompanied by a chilling laugh that sent shivers down his spine. Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes, straining to discern the silhouette under the moonlight. Clad in a black robe, the figure's face was obscured by the shadow of a hood, with only their eyes glinting with cunning and greed.
You are not one of the herb garden's disciples? Of course not. Those inept fools are beneath my notice.
I am Lu Ming, a disciple of the Shadow Hall of the Demon Sect. The Demon Sect is divided into 4 halls: the Shadow Hall, Blood Killing Hall, Nether Hall, and Refining Hall, each with its own responsibilities. The Shadow Hall primarily handles intelligence gathering and assassination missions, making it a particularly mysterious and perilous entity. Meng Chuan had never heard of him. At least, he had not encountered any boastful disciples during his visits to the inner hall. Lu Ming emerged from the shadows, lifting his hood with iron-clawed fingers, revealing a sinister face with a twisted smile.
Boy, what is your name? Meng Chuan's heart raced with wariness, though he maintained a calm facade. Revealing his information to an unknown enemy would be folly, thus, he feigned composure and countered, What do you want with me? If there is nothing urgent, I kindly ask you to leave swiftly, lest I summon the elders of the herb garden. The cold, veiled woman seemed indifferent, but in such situations, she would likely come to his aid, wouldn't she? Just as he contemplated this, he heard Lu Ming sneer, Summon the elders? Do you really think they will come to your rescue? Ha, those old relics of the herb garden are as weak as they appear. Should they confront me, they would struggle to protect themselves, let alone you. What exactly do you desire? Quite simple.
Lu Ming drew closer, his iron claws gleaming ominously in the moonlight. I have heard that you have been thriving in the herb garden, even undertaking the task of locating the earth spirit. I am most curious as to how a mere menial disciple accomplished such a feat. Meng Chuan's mind raced with calculations. Lu Ming was evidently scheming against him, but how did he come to know of his exploits? Could it be that there were spies among the herb garden, or perhaps, that chapter 15 has been uncovered? The image of the elder from the malevolent spirit who had been in charge of coordinating with Meng Chuan flashed through his mind. Upon this realization, Meng Chuan grew increasingly vigilant. He slightly shifted his posture and feigned a sheepish grin, saying, I am merely fortunate, there is nothing particularly extraordinary about me.
Fortunate?
Lu Ming scoffed, I refuse to believe that such luck exists in this world.
If you were to obediently divulge your secret, perhaps I might leave you with a whole corpse.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Ming's figure vanished from Meng Chuan's view.
When he reappeared, Meng Chuan felt a sudden sting at his neck. Wait.
Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he leaned closer to sniff Meng Chuan several times.
Why do you reek so heavily of the earthly malevolent spirit? Could it be? Meng Chuan's heart tightened. Was it possible that the other party had discovered his energy consumption, or perhaps his system had been detected?
What is it on me? He feigned confusion, attempting to probe Lu Ming's intentions.
Humph, cease your pretenses.
Lu Ming suddenly accelerated, his form flashing, and in an instant, he stood before Meng Chuan, a hand like a ghostly claw reaching directly for Meng Chuan's chest. Meng Chuan had long been prepared. He executed the serpent's glide to its utmost, his body twisting like a serpent, deftly evading Lu Ming's attack.
Ha, I knew you were no ordinary fellow. Why, you better not come any closer. I warn you to stay away from me.
Meng Chuan retreated, but as Lu Ming lunged forward, he cried out, Oh my! Within the cliffs, the disciples of the herbal garden, who had been resting, all flicked on their lamps and peered out.
Alerting the host, the veiled woman is approaching. The veiled woman has arrived?
Meng Chuan's gaze darted around, and through the sparse branches, he caught a glimpse of the edge of her black veil. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. He deliberately revealed a flaw and called out, Brother Lu Ming, you have trespassed into our herbal garden, and the veiled lady will not let you off easily.
Oomph, the veiled lady? She better have the capability to deal with me.
Lu Ming retorted, once a favored disciple of the Blood Slaughter Hall, now reduced to a mere gatekeeper here. Unless he made a grave mistake, what else could it be? I fear she won't come. If she does, I wish to experience the prowess of a blood slaughter disciple who controls nearly a third of the sect's resources.
She's coming. Meng Chuan's lips curled into a smirk. Brother Lu, your little wish shall be fulfilled.
I only hope you won't be left searching for your teeth after facing our veiled lady.
When I confront the veiled lady, it will be I who torments her. Oh, is that so? Then let us see.
A beam of black light shot from the veiled woman's hand, striking Lu Ming's back directly. Lu Ming let out a horrified scream as his body was propelled by the immense force, crashing heavily against the wooden wall. Seizing the opportunity, the veiled woman pursued, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Lu Ming like a tempest. Though Lu Ming possessed profound cultivation, he appeared somewhat flustered under the unexpected counterattack from the veiled woman. The veiled woman cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, who had already knelt on one knee. You, step aside, do not obstruct me here. As she spoke, the veiled woman raised her hand, wielding the thorned fire whip.
Meng Chuan grinned with satisfaction, repeatedly affirming, yes, 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 as he hastily vacated the battlefield.
Veiled woman, you dare to ambush me.
You can talk behind my back, yet I cannot retaliate against this scoundrel?
What kind of logic is that? I've never heard of such a thing. Beneath the moonlight, the two figures stood facing each other, their spiritual energy surging, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Though Lu Ming was struck by the veiled woman's whip and appeared disheveled, he had not lost his combat effectiveness. He quickly steadied himself, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, and with a roar, the bloodthirsty blade was drawn in an instant, the 18 iron rings embedded in the blade clashing with a resounding sound, accompanied by piercing howls, releasing a tempestuous aura. Veiled woman, do not push your luck.
I, Lu Ming, am not to be trifled with.
Lu Ming's eyes widened in fury as he surged forward, swinging his blade towards the veiled woman. She merely sneered, her form gracefully dodging Lu Ming's assault with ease. The thorned fire whip in her hand seemed to possess a life of its own, tracing fiery arcs through the air, each swing accompanied by crackling flames that made the surrounding air tremble. Lu Ming, you have trespassed into the herbal garden and intend harm against my disciples. Today, I, the veiled woman, shall cleanse the sect. Lu Ming, upon hearing this, laughed in fury. Cleansing the sect? You are nothing but a disgraced waste. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Before he could finish, Lu Ming once again swung his blade at the veiled woman, this time evidently using all his strength, the iron rings on the blade emitting a deafening roar as if the very space were being torn apart by this force. The veiled woman's expression turned grave. She understood that Lu Ming's power was not to be underestimated, especially the formidable bloodthirsty blade in his grasp.
Bloodthirsty blade, a high-grade earth-level weapon, the Shadow Hall truly values him.
She channeled all her spiritual energy into the thorned fire whip, causing it to glow crimson as if ablaze with fierce flames.
Thorned fire, incinerate all!
The veiled woman exclaimed, swinging her whip to meet Lu Ming's attack. The clash of blade and whip intertwined, two immense forces colliding in the air, producing a deafening roar. Meng Chuan, hiding at a distance, had not observed for long before a notification sound resonated in his mind. The system has detected unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy nearby, which may be related to the host's safety. Please proceed with caution. Meng Chuan's heart skipped a beat as he hastily redirected his focus from the distant battle, scanning his surroundings for the source of the abnormal energy fluctuations indicated by the system. However, the area was eerily quiet. Apart from the distant sounds of the battle between the veiled woman and Lu Ming, there were no other anomalies.
Unusual fluctuations? Could there be others lurking in the shadows aside from Lu Ming? Meng Chuan pondered, his vigilance growing.
Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached from nearby, as if someone was stealthily drawing closer. Meng Chuan immediately employed the serpent's glide, his form vanishing into a nearby thicket, holding his breath as he awaited the arrival of the newcomer. Soon, a figure draped in a black cloak entered his line of sight, moving with such lightness that it made almost no sound, evidently a formidable expert. Meng Chuan's heart raced. He realized that this mysterious visitor's strength might rival that of the veiled woman and Lu Ming.
System, do you know who this newcomer is? Meng Chuan quietly questioned the system while remaining on guard.
The system cannot identify the specific identity, but this person's spiritual energy fluctuations are exceptionally strong and concealed. It is advised that the host maintain a high level of vigilance. Just as Meng Chuan prepared to observe further, the mysterious figure in black suddenly halted, seemingly sensing something, and gazed directly towards Meng Chuan's hiding spot.
Discovered?
Meng Chuan thought to himself, alarmed, ready to use the serpent's glide to escape, when the figure in black whispered, "Do not move.
It is I." Chapter 16 The Probability of Divine Weapons that voice belong to Ningyu. Miss Ning, what brings you here, and dressed like this?
Upon recognizing her, Meng Chuan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped out from the thicket, gazing at Ningyu with a look of confusion. Ningyu did not respond directly. Instead, she swiftly approached Meng Chuan and whispered, "This place is not safe. We must leave at once." Though Meng Chuan was filled with questions, the gravity of Ningyu's expression made him aware of the urgency of the situation. He refrained from asking further and followed closely behind her as they quickly departed the scene. They hastened away until they had distanced themselves from the battleground, at which point Ningyu halted, turning to glance back towards the direction they had just come from.
They are preoccupied. Meng Chuan thought to himself.
I had intended to explore the edge of the valley tonight, but instead, I inadvertently attracted that beast's roar from not far away, he mused, startled by the sudden sound that sent a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he turned to look. The system has detected a beast that can be absorbed. Why did the system choose this moment to notify him? What troubled him further was that the beast was currently situated in the very center of the herb garden square, where Black Veil and Lu Ming were locked in fierce combat. Approaching could very well entangle him in their battle. Additionally, Lu Ming already suspected that he possessed something extraordinary. To venture near would be akin to delivering himself straight into their hands.
He would be mad to attempt it.
The probability of absorbing a divine weapon of the Earth grade is merely 30%.
Only 30%, it was not a certainty. What justification did he have to take such a risk? Miss Ning, we should leave this place swiftly.
It is far too perilous. If their battle spills over to us, we could lose our lives here. At his words, Ningyu frowned slightly, appearing somewhat taken aback by Meng Chuan's suggestion, but she quickly nodded in agreement, affirming his judgment.
You are right. We should not linger here. Let us return to the wooden cabin and devise our next plan.
The two swiftly turned around and made their way toward the cabin. As they moved, Meng Chuan silently expressed gratitude for the system's timely warning. Otherwise, he might have acted impulsively, placing himself in danger. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Meng Chuan secured the doors and windows, ensuring their safety before finally exhaling in relief.
He turned to Ningyu, only to find her deep in thought, her gaze fixed upon him. Miss Ning, is something the matter? Meng Chuan asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny.
Ningyu shook her head gently and replied, I was merely pondering your reaction earlier. It seemed rather overly cautious. While caution is a virtue, being excessively conservative can sometimes lead to missed opportunities.
Meng Chuan shrugged indifferently. So what?
You see, I have always been a timid person, one who prefers to stay safe rather than recklessly expose myself. Within this demonic sect, where experts abound, a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Therefore, I believe it is best to err on the side of caution. Everyone has their own way of surviving, and I respect your choices. However, at times, a bit of calculated risk is also an essential part of growth.
Of course, this is contingent upon the circumstances. You speak truthfully.
Meng Chuan nodded, his thoughts drifting beyond the wooden cabin as he quietly inquired, seeking further information from the system.
System, what is the strength of that beast?
The beast is of a small to medium size, possessing power equivalent to the late-stage Foundation establishment. However, due to the battle between Black Veil and Lu Ming, it has expended a significant amount of spiritual energy and is currently in a weakened state. If the host seizes the opportunity to absorb its energy, there is a possibility of obtaining an Earth-grade divine weapon.
Hearing the system's response, Meng Chuan felt a surge of excitement.
An Earth-grade divine weapon was a coveted treasure sought by countless cultivators, and possessing one would undoubtedly enhance his strength immensely. Yet, on second thought, he realized that his life was far more valuable than any ethereal weapon.
Enough of this. I should rest early.
Meng Chuan made his way toward the bed, only to find that Ningyu had once again claimed it, unbeknownst to him.
Oh heavens, why must she be so domineering? Whose cabin is this, anyway? Is it not my bed? Do I not deserve a place to sleep? Just as Meng Chuan placed one foot on the bed, a whoosh echoed through the air.
A gleaming white longsword unsheathed itself above Ningyu, hovering ominously, its tip pointed directly at Meng Chuan's forehead, radiating a chilling light.
My apologies, I did not mean to intrude. I shall take my leave immediately.
At dawn, Meng Chuan's head drooped suddenly, roused from slumber, and he rubbed his eyes through the small window. He noticed that an unexpected stillness had settled outside. Unable to resist, he rose to peer out, stretching as he asked, System, where is that beast trapped now? The beast is currently confined within the beast confinement cage at the center of the herb garden square, unable to escape for the time being.
A beast confinement cage? Meng Chuan's heart stirred.
Such cages were specifically designed to imprison beasts. With its restrictions in place, the beast's power would be significantly diminished.
Are there any guards nearby? None. Oh.
Meng Chuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Perhaps amidst the night and chaos, he could find an opportunity to approach stealthily and complete the absorption without being detected. A 30% probability, though not high, was not entirely devoid of possibility. He sat cross-legged on the mat, repeatedly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After some time, he steeled his resolve.
Very well, I shall take this gamble.
He donned his outer garments carefully, striving to make no sound that might awaken the sleeping Ningyu. Then, he quietly opened the door of the wooden cabin and, cloaked by the night, stealthily made his way toward the center of the herb garden square. As he progressed, his heart raced, fearing discovery at any moment. He moved with the grace of a serpent, gliding through the woods like a specter, each step cautious to avoid disturbing even the slightest rustle. At last, he reached the edge of the herb garden square and spotted the shimmering confinement cage from a distance.
Within it, the beast roared restlessly, clearly agitated by its predicament. System, are you certain it is safe to absorb it now? Meng Chuan mentally checked with the system. Rest assured, the system will ensure the entire process remains secure. With the system's reassuring response, Meng Chuan took a deep breath and gradually approached the confinement cage.
His heart raced, his palms slightly sweaty, but he understood that there was no turning back. Just as he came within 10 steps of the cage, the system suddenly issued a prompt. The system is about to begin absorbing the beast's spiritual energy.
Please remain calm and do not make any sudden movements.
Meng Chuan immediately halted, holding his breath and standing still. A faint glow emanated from the system, gradually enveloping the beast within the confinement cage. Sensing the impending threat, the beast began to struggle even more frantically. Chapter 16, The Probability of Divine Weapons. That voice belonged to Ningyu.
Miss Ning, what brings you here, and dressed like this?
Seeing a familiar face, Meng Chuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly emerged from the thicket, gazing at Ningyu with a puzzled expression. Ningyu did not respond directly. Instead, she hastily approached Meng Chuan and whispered, This place is not safe for us to linger. We must leave at once. Although Meng Chuan was filled with questions, the gravity of Ningyu's demeanor indicated the urgency of the situation, prompting him to refrain from further inquiries. He followed closely behind as they swiftly departed the scene. They hurried along until they had distanced themselves from the battlefield, at which point Ningyu halted and turned to look back at the recent location of the conflict.
They are busy, she exclaimed.
I had intended to explore the edge of the valley tonight, but I never expected to provoke that beast's roar nearby, Meng Chuan remarked, startled by the sudden sound.
Instinctively, he turned to glance in that direction. Detection of absorbable demon beasts.
The system, his ever-persistent father figure, chose this moment to issue a reminder. What troubled him further was that the demon beast was currently situated in the center of the herbal garden square, precisely where He Sha and Lu Ming were engaged in fierce combat. Approaching could easily entangle him in the fray. Moreover, Lu Ming had already harbored suspicions about him possessing foreign objects. Would it not be akin to delivering himself into the lion's den? He would have to be mad to venture forth. The probability of absorbing a ground-tier divine weapon is 30.
Only 30%, it wasn't a guarantee. What right did he have to take such a risk? Miss Ning, we should leave here as soon as possible.
It is far too perilous. If their battle spills over to us, we might lose our lives. Upon hearing this, Ningyu furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly taken aback by Meng Chuan's suggestion. However, she quickly nodded in agreement with his assessment. You are right, it is unwise to stay here. Let us return to the wooden cabin and devise a plan. They turned swiftly and made their way towards the cabin. As they journeyed, Meng Chuan silently thanked the system for its timely warning. Otherwise, he might have acted impulsively and placed himself in danger. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Meng Chuan secured the doors and windows, ensuring everything was foolproof before finally exhaling in relief.
He turned to Ningyu, only to find her gazing at him thoughtfully. Miss Ning, is something the matter?
Meng Chuan felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny and inquired. Ningyu shook her head gently and replied, I was merely reflecting on your reaction earlier, which seemed rather overly cautious. While caution is commendable, being excessively reserved may lead to missed opportunities. Meng Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. So what? You may not know, but I have always been timid and averse to trouble. If I can avoid danger, I shall never recklessly expose myself. In this demonic sect, where experts abound, even the slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin. Thus, I still believe it is wiser to tread carefully. Everyone has their own survival strategies, and I respect your choice. However, at times, taking appropriate risks is also a part of growth. Of course, this depends on the circumstances. You are correct, Meng Chuan nodded, his thoughts drifting beyond the wooden cabin as he quietly inquired, attempting to gather more information from the system.
System, what is the strength of that demon beast? The demon beast is of a medium-small variety, its power equivalent to the late stage of Foundation establishment.
However, due to the considerable energy expenditure from the battle between He Sha and Lu Ming, it is currently in a weakened state. If the host can seize the opportunity to absorb its energy, there is a possibility of acquiring a ground-tier divine weapon.
Hearing the system's response, Meng Chuan felt a surge of excitement.
A ground-tier divine weapon was a treasure coveted by countless cultivators. Possessing one would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly, yet, he quickly reminded himself that his life was far more precious than the elusive divine weapon.
Enough of this. I should get some rest.
Meng Chuan made his way to the bed, only to find Ningyu had once again claimed it without him noticing.
Good heavens, why is this lady so domineering? Whose cabin is this, anyway? Surely, I have not yet forfeited my right to my own bed. Just as he placed one foot upon the bed, a swift sound echoed above Ningyu. A shimmering white longsword unsheathed itself, hovering in midair, its tip aimed directly at Meng Chuan's brow, gleaming with a chilling light.
My apologies, my apologies.
I did not mean to intrude, I will withdraw immediately.
At dawn, Meng Chuan's head drooped suddenly, awakening him to rub his eyes. Through the small window, he noticed the outside had fallen eerily silent. Unable to resist, he rose to peer outside, stretching his limbs as he asked, System, where is the demon beast trapped now? The demon beast is currently confined within the beast confinement cage at the center of the herbal garden square, unable to escape for a short while.
A beast confinement cage? Meng Chuan's mind sparked with intrigue.
Such a device was designed specifically to imprison demon beasts. With its constraints, the beast's power would be significantly diminished.
Are there any guards nearby? No.
Meng Chuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Given the cover of night and the ensuing chaos, perhaps he could find an opportunity to approach stealthily, absorb the energy, and remain undetected. A 30% probability, though not high, was not entirely impossible. Settling cross-legged on a mat, Meng Chuan weighed the pros and cons repeatedly. After a long deliberation, he silently resolved himself.
Very well, I shall take this gamble.
He donned his outer garments carefully, striving to make no sound so as not to awaken the slumbering Ningyu. Then, he quietly opened the door of the wooden cabin and, cloaked by the night, stealthily made his way towards the center of the herbal garden square. All the while, Meng Chuan's heart raced, fearing discovery at any moment. He moved with the grace of a serpent, gliding through the trees like a specter, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the surroundings. At last, he reached the edge of the herbal garden square, glimpsing the faintly glowing beast confinement cage from a distance.
Within the cage, the demon beast was roaring restlessly, clearly agitated by its predicament. System, are you certain it is safe to absorb it now? Mengchuan mentally sought confirmation from the system. Rest assured, the system will ensure the entire process remains secure. With the system's reassuring response, Mengchuan took a deep breath and slowly approached the beast confinement cage. His heart raced, and his palms grew slightly clammy, yet he understood there was no turning back now. Just as he came within 10 steps of the cage, the system suddenly issued a prompt. The system is about to commence the absorption of the demon beast's energy. Please remain calm and refrain from any movement. Mengchuan immediately halted, holding his breath and standing still. A faint glow emanated from the system, gradually enveloping the demon beast within the cage. Sensing the impending threat, the demon beast escalated its struggles in a frenzy. Chapter 16 The probability of divine weapons. That voice belonged to Ningyu. Miss Ning, what brings you here, and dressed like this? Upon recognizing a familiar face, Mengchuan exhaled in relief and promptly emerged from the thicket, gazing at Ningyu with a look of confusion. Ningyu did not respond directly. Instead, she swiftly approached him and whispered, "This place is not safe for us to linger. We must leave at once." Although Mengchuan was filled with questions, the gravity of Ningyu's expression made him aware of the urgency of the situation. He refrained from further inquiries and followed closely behind her as they hurriedly departed the scene. They ran swiftly until they distanced themselves from the battlefield, at which point Ningyu halted and turned to glance back toward the earlier commotion. "They are busy," Mengchuan remarked. "I had intended to explore the valley's edge tonight, but unexpectedly, I was met with that beast's roar." The sound startled Mengchuan, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He instinctively turned his head to look in that direction. Detecting absorbable demon beast, the system chimed in, much to his dismay. Why did the system have to remind him at such a critical moment? To complicate matters further, the demon beast was currently situated at the center of the herbal garden square, precisely where Haishet and Lu Ming were engaged in a fierce battle. If he approached, he risked being drawn into the fray. Moreover, Lu Ming already harbored suspicions regarding his possession of unusual items. To venture closer would be akin to delivering himself directly into danger. Absorbing it yields a 30% chance of acquiring a terrestrial-grade divine weapon. Only 30%? Not 100? He questioned inwardly, what justified such a risk? Miss Ning, we should leave this place as swiftly as possible. It is far too perilous. If their battle were to spill over into our vicinity, we might lose our lives here. Upon hearing his words, Ningyu furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly taken aback by his suggestion. However, she quickly nodded in agreement with his assessment. You are right, we should not linger here. Let us return to the cabin and devise a plan. The two swiftly turned and made their way back to the cabin. Along the journey, Mengchuan silently expressed gratitude for the system's timely warning. Otherwise, he might have acted impulsively and placed himself in jeopardy. Upon arriving at the cabin, Mengchuan secured the doors and windows, ensuring their safety before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He turned to Ningyu, only to find her gazing at him thoughtfully. Miss Ning, is something the matter? He inquired. Feeling slightly uneasy under her scrutiny, Ningyu shook her head gently and replied, I was merely pondering your reaction. It seemed rather overly cautious. While prudence is commendable, excessive conservatism can lead to missed opportunities. Mengchuan shrugged nonchalantly, and what of it? You see, I am someone who has always been timid and averse to trouble. If I can avoid danger, I shall never recklessly thrust myself into the spotlight. In a place like this, where experts abound, a moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. Thus, I prefer to err on the side of caution. Everyone has their own means of survival. I respect your choice, however. Sometimes, a certain degree of risk is essential for growth, though, of course, that is contingent upon the circumstances. Indeed, you are correct. Mengchuan nodded, his thoughts drifting beyond the confines of the cabin as he quietly inquired within his mind, seeking to extract further information from the system. System, what is the strength of that demon beast? The demon beast is of a medium-small variety, possessing strength equivalent to the late stage of foundation building. However, due to the extensive depletion of spiritual energy from the battle between Haishet and Lu Ming, it is currently in a weakened state. Should the host seize the opportunity to absorb its energy, there exists a possibility of acquiring a terrestrial-grade divine weapon. Hearing the system's response, Mengchuan felt a surge of desire welling within him. A terrestrial-grade divine weapon, a coveted treasure sought after by countless cultivators, would undoubtedly enhance his strength manifold. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his life was far more precious than any ephemeral weapon. Enough of this. I should rest early. Mengchuan decided, making his way toward the bed, only to find Ningyu had once again taken her place upon it, completely unaware of when she had done so. Heaven help me!
How is this woman so domineering? Whose cabin is this? After all, surely, I have not yet lost the right to my own bed.
As Meng Chuan placed one foot upon the bed, a swift sound echoed.
From above Ning Yu's head, a glimmering white longsword unsheathed itself, hovering in the air with its tip pointed directly at Meng Chuan's brow, emanating an icy, menacing aura. My sincerest apologies, I did not mean to intrude.
I shall take my leave at once.
At dawn's first light, Meng Chuan's head drooped suddenly, awakening him from slumber as he rubbed his eyes groggily through the small window. He noticed that the outside world had fallen into an eerie silence.
Unable to contain his curiosity, he rose and stretched, asking, "System, where is that demon beast currently trapped?"
The demon beast is presently ensnared within the confines of the beast trap at the center of the herbal garden square, unable to escape for the time being.
A beast trap? Meng Chuan's mind sparked with intrigue.
A beast trap is a specialized artifact designed to imprison demon beasts. With it in place, the beast's strength would be significantly diminished.
Are there any guards nearby? None.
Oh, Meng Chuan mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Perhaps, under the cover of night and chaos, he might find an opportunity to approach stealthily and absorb the energy without being detected. A 30% chance, while not overwhelmingly high, was still a chance worth taking. Meng Chuan settled cross-legged on a mat, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a lengthy deliberation, he made a covert resolution.
Very well, I shall take this gamble.
He donned his outer garments quietly, making every effort to avoid disturbing the slumbering Ningyu. Then, he stealthily opened the cabin door, slipping into the night as he crept toward the center of the herbal garden square. As he moved, his heart raced with trepidation, fearful of being discovered by anyone. He glided through the woods like a serpent, each step taken with utmost caution, lest he disturb even a whisper of the wind. Finally, he arrived at the edge of the herbal garden square, where he caught sight of the shimmering beast trap in the distance. Within it, the demon beast was thrashing about in agitation, evidently dissatisfied with its current predicament.
System, are you certain it is safe to absorb it now?
Meng Chuan mentally confirmed with the system. Please rest assured, the system will ensure the safety of the entire process.
With the system's reassurance, Meng Chuan took a deep breath and cautiously approached the beast trap.
His heart raced, and his palms grew slightly clammy, but he understood that there was no turning back now. As he drew within 10 paces of the beast trap, the system suddenly issued a warning. The system is about to commence the absorption of the demon beast's spiritual energy.
Please remain calm and refrain from any movements.
Meng Chuan immediately halted, holding his breath as he stood perfectly still. A faint light emanated from the system, gradually enveloping the demon beast within the trap. The beast seemed to sense the impending threat and began to struggle even more frantically. Chapter 17. As long as one has hands yet, despite the relentless efforts of the demon beasts, they could not break free from the confines of the beast trapping cage. As time passed, the roars of the demon beasts gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. The radiant light surrounding the cage intensified, enveloping it entirely. In the next moment, a deafening sound erupted from the cage, a prolonged, thunderous wail. Meng Chuan instinctively clamped his hands over his ears. However, as realization dawned upon him, he suddenly became aware of a troubling thought. Oh dear, this feels rather like covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Would such a commotion not attract the attention of that tyrannical woman from the herb garden? Throughout the whole process of absorbing the demon beast, Meng Chuan's heart hung in suspense. Fortunately, it seemed that the herb garden remained shrouded in tranquility, with no one stirred from slumber by the resounding cry. Although puzzled, Meng Chuan understood that the absorption of the demon beast took precedence, so he set aside his concerns. As the long wail gradually receded, the light slowly dissipated. Meng Chuan could distinctly feel a surge of immense spiritual power flooding into his body, the essence of the demon beast being gradually transformed and absorbed by the system. He closed his eyes, fully cooperating with the system's operations, allowing his body to adapt swiftly to the sudden influx of energy. Before he knew it, when the last trace of spiritual energy was absorbed, Meng Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, eager to inspect the system panel. Aside from the usual basic information, he immediately noticed the changes: a physical body, Earth grade initial level, 5 poisons, corruption, enhanced physical spiritual power realm, late foundation establishment, new item acquired, Earth grade low class longsword, shadow of the abyss, a low class Earth grade longsword. A 30% chance truly yielded a reward. This single adventure had indeed granted him a piece of Earth grade divine weaponry. Who goes there? A distant roar interrupted his thoughts, and in his excitement, Meng Chuan realized that it was not the moment for celebration. Instantly silencing himself, he understood that he must depart swiftly to avoid detection by others. Employing the serpent's motion technique, Meng Chuan fled at breakneck speed from the center of the herb garden, racing towards the wooden cabin. Throughout his escape, his heart remained lodged in his throat, fearful of being discovered. Eventually, he returned safely to the wooden cabin, glancing around to find that Ningyu was absent. He closed the doors and windows, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Fortune favors the bold, he murmured, a lingering tremor of fear still within him. His success this time was largely due to the system's assistance and his own caution. Nonetheless, he recognized that such risks could not become habitual, otherwise, calamity would inevitably follow. He resolved to adopt a more prudent approach moving forward, for survival was of utmost importance. Meng Chuan silently admonished himself, then lay down on the bed, preparing to rest and recuperate. Just as he was about to slip into slumber, the system unexpectedly emitted a new notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task in nighttime stealth. You have received an additional reward, 500 contribution points and a Ling Yun pill. Extra rewards. Meng Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated such unexpected fortune from this venture. He decided to reserve these rewards for future use, should the need arise. The following day, Meng Chuan, as usual, gathered spiritual herbs in the garden. Upon reaching a secluded corner, he unexpectedly discovered a spiritual herb radiating an extraordinary glow. This herb was unlike any he had encountered before. Its leaves displayed a delicate purple hue, and its petals sparkled like precious gems. A dense aura of spiritual energy emanated from it, evoking a sense of tranquility within him. What kind of spiritual herb is this? The system provided no prompt for absorption. Meng Chuan was internally astonished, having never seen such a peculiar herb. He approached it cautiously, scrutinizing its form and characteristics. Just as he prepared to reach out and pluck it, a chilling voice suddenly rang out beside him. Stop right there! A jolt of alarm coursed through Meng Chuan as he swiftly turned around. A man clad in a black robe, with a quiver of arrows slung over his back, stood a short distance away, his piercing gaze locked onto the spiritual herb on the ground. Who are you? Meng Chuan stepped back warily, sensing that this middle-aged man did not resemble any caretaker or junior disciple of the herb garden. In fact, he appeared as if he had never been seen within the halls of the demon sect. Could he be a disciple from a rival sect? The thought made Meng Chuan even more cautious in assessing the stranger. Who would have thought that within the notoriously infamous demon sect, there would still be such a timid disciple? The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings with a mocking smile. This spiritual herb is known as the purple cloud orchid, one of the rarest herbs. Its medicinal properties are extraordinarily potent, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's abilities and physique. However, harvesting it is exceedingly difficult. One misstep could destroy it. Do you truly believe you can pluck it with ease? You might as well yield it to me, and in exchange, I shall offer you a high-grade yellow tear pill. Before the man could finish his sentence, he witnessed Meng Chuan effortlessly pluck the herb from the ground. His eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets, and his words became jumbled. How did you manage to pick it? Meng Chuan blinked, glancing at the herb in his hand. Was it really that difficult? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? The man's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of menace glinting in his eyes. He clearly hadn't anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous junior disciple could so effortlessly obtain the precious purple cloud orchid. You possess some skill, but do you think you can leave here unscathed with that herb? Meng Chuan's heart raced. He realized that this man was no ordinary foe, yet, with the situation at hand, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Senior, I found this herb in the herb garden. It rightfully belongs to me, does it not? Meng Chuan endeavored to maintain a calm tone, hoping to diffuse the brewing conflict through dialogue. Rightfully yours? The man scoffed. In this world, strength determines everything. You seem to be a reasonable person. How about we have a contest? If you are capable, this herb shall indeed be yours, but if you are not, do not blame me for being ruthless. Before he could finish his words, the man's figure flickered like a bolt of black lightning as he lunged at Meng Chuan, drawing an arrow shimmering with cold light from his quiver, aimed straight at Meng Chuan's heart. Meng Chuan's pupils constricted. In that critical moment, he did not hesitate to employ the serpent's motion technique, his form becoming as agile as a serpent, narrowly evading the man's attack. Impressive skills. The man's expression sharpened. What kind of technique is that? It seems familiar. However, this is just the beginning. As he spoke, the arrows in the man's hand rained down upon Meng Chuan like a torrent. Chapter 18. The gift of Danbao. As arrows flew towards him, enveloped in a menacing aura, it felt as though a net had been cast, making it nearly impossible for him to escape. Meng Chuan's heart raced with anxiety. His mastery of the spirit serpent's agile steps was still rudimentary, although his current movements were quite nimble. The relentless barrage of arrows would soon expose any vulnerabilities. Moreover, the man seemed to be holding back his full power. Should he decide to unleash his strength, Meng Chuan feared the outcome would be dire. System, is there any way out? Meng Chuan urgently sought assistance from the system in his mind. The system advised him to leverage the surrounding environment for a counterattack, utilizing the environment. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan quickly scanned his surroundings for potential tools or obstacles. Before long, his gaze settled on a massive boulder not far away, and an idea sparked within him. Evading the arrows, he cautiously made his way toward the stone. Just as an arrow was about to strike him, he abruptly accelerated, using the agility of the spirit serpent's steps to dart behind the boulder. Trying to hide? The man sneered, poised to continue his pursuit when he suddenly felt a surge of intense danger. Almost simultaneously, Meng Chuan burst forth from behind the boulder, a sharp stone mysteriously appearing in his hand, hurled with lightning speed towards the man. The man reacted swiftly, sidestepping to avoid the stone, but in that fleeting moment of distraction, Meng Chuan seized the opportunity to close the distance and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the man's face. The man's expression shifted as he hurriedly raised his arm for defense. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air, causing the surrounding foliage to sway. The man staggered back a few steps, his complexion paling. He had not anticipated such explosive power from this mere servant disciple. The man began to speak but was interrupted by Meng Chuan. Brother, although we hail from different sects, we are both cultivators. Is it truly worth it to let a single spirit herb disrupt our harmony? Meng Chuan's tone was sincere, aiming to de-escalate the conflict. How about we share this purple cloud spirit orchid, each taking half? Half? And it will still retain its efficacy? The man slowly lowered his bow and arrows, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Continuing the fight would be of no benefit to him, and Meng Chuan's strength had exceeded his expectations. A direct confrontation would likely yield no advantage. At last, the man nodded, very well, half each. He then produced a jade box from his robes, dividing the purple cloud spirit orchid and handing half to Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan accepted the spirit herb, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Though the encounter had been perilous, he had managed to turn the tide. Thank you, brother. Meng Chuan clasped his fists in gratitude and turned to leave. The man hesitated, then called out, wait, the purple cloud spirit orchid is difficult to harvest, so your ease is commendable. Moreover, your honesty prevents me from taking advantage of you. As he spoke, he pulled out a softly glowing pill and extended it toward Meng Chuan. This is a low-grade profound realm spirit rhythm pill. Consuming it will significantly enhance a cultivator's spiritual rhythm, greatly aiding in cultivation. Consider it my way of compensating you for half of the purple cloud spirit orchid. A low-grade profound realm item? Quite a treasure. Meng Chuan maintained a facade of indifference, feigning contemplation before slowly nodding. All right, it's a deal. Seeing this, a flicker of joy crossed the man's face as he handed the spirit rhythm pill to Meng Chuan, advising, when consuming the spirit rhythm pill, it's best to do so in a cultivation state for optimal effects. Meng Chuan accepted the pill, secretly elated. The purple cloud spirit orchid had come to him by chance, and the effort to obtain it was hardly taxing. He had truly struck a jackpot with this exchange. Thank you, he responded politely, watching as the man departed. Once the man had distanced himself, Meng Chuan eagerly opened the system panel to inspect the details of the spirit rhythm pill. New item added, low-grade profound realm spirit rhythm pill. Seeing the notification on the panel, Meng Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he unexpectedly acquired a low-grade earth realm longsword, but he had also obtained a precious spirit rhythm pill, truly a double blessing. He decided to hold off on consuming the spirit rhythm pill, reserving it for a crucial moment in the future. In the inner sanctum of the demon sect's auxiliary hall, beneath a gnarled old tree, a white-haired elder sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark purple energy. It was only upon sensing a presence nearby that he opened his lips slightly. How goes the task I entrusted to you? Before he finished speaking, a sudden burst of faint blood scent erupted in the air. Master, I failed in my duty and could not uncover the secrets of that boy. However, I am certain he possesses treasures. Lu Ming wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring menacingly in the direction of the herb garden. The elder frowned slightly, slowly opening his eyes, and pressed a single finger down. A tremendous pressure descended upon Lu Ming, causing him to kneel abruptly, blood spilling from his lips. Master, the herb garden is guarded by a black veil. My disciples, humph. The elder interrupted, rising with a wave of his sleeve, his brow furrowed in disdain. That boy, a mere servant disciple, possesses such high-quality earthly spirits. He must have some reliance. Since that is the case, I shall take matters into my own hands. If he is capable of emerging, it signifies he has a chance to become a formal disciple. Should I manage to recruit him to our hall, a glimmer of determination flashed in the elder's eyes, as if he had already devised his next plan. He slowly stood, his black robe billowing without wind, exuding an undeniable authority. Lu Ming, you may withdraw and tend to your injuries. As for that boy, I shall handle him myself. Though reluctant, Lu Ming dared not defy his master's orders and could only grit his teeth in acceptance. Yes, master. With that, he staggered to his feet and turned to leave, his figure appearing particularly desolate. After Lu Ming departed, the elder turned his gaze toward the herb garden, his expression betraying a complex mix of emotions. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself, I hope this boy brings me some surprises. Meanwhile, within the herb garden, Meng Chuan remained blissfully unaware that he had become a coveted prize in the eyes of certain individuals. Immersed in the joy of acquiring the spirit rhythm pill, he sat cross-legged in front of the wooden hut, eyes closed in meditation, preparing to consume the precious pill.
System, how much assistance will this spirit rhythm pill provide in enhancing my cultivation? Meng Chuan inquired mentally.
The low-grade profound realm spirit rhythm pill can significantly elevate a cultivator's spiritual rhythm, greatly benefiting cultivation. After consumption, the host's cultivation efficiency will increase substantially for a period, though the specific effects may vary from person to person.
Chapter 19 Arrogance by Strength. The system's response only heightened Meng Chuan's anticipation.
He took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and, after scrutinizing the Lingyun Dan in his hand, tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved, unleashing a wave of warm spiritual energy that coursed through his entire being. Meng Chuan felt a profound sense of comfort, as if countless gentle currents flowed within him, nourishing his meridians and dantian. He immediately entered a meditative state, guiding this spiritual energy to merge with his essence, hastening his cultivation progress. Time passed silently, and as the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds and illuminated Meng Chuan, he concluded his practice.
System, display my attribute panel. Name, Meng Chuan. Current spiritual points.
0 current Lingyun 50 contribution points, 500 cultivation technique Motian Baolu, heavenly demon treasure record, anti-backlash suppressed by 10 physical body earth grade initial level, 5 poisons corpse physical strength enhancement realm. Late foundation establishment, purity of spiritual energy improved new items, earth grade lower tier longsword, shadow of the phantom. Meng Chuan gazed at the alterations on the panel, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he stroked his chin. The elevation of Lingyun signified greater potential for advancement in his cultivation, while the increase in contribution points offered a wealth of opportunities for future resource exchanges. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes once more, allowing the spiritual energy within him to circulate gently, consolidating the gains from the previous night. The earth-grade lower-tier longsword, Shadow of the Phantom, lay quietly beside him, its blade shimmering with a faint ghostly light, seemingly poised to emerge and claim blood at any moment.
System, what is so special about this shadow sword?
This sword is forged from unique materials, possessing a lightweight and extraordinarily sharp blade, significantly enhancing the user's attack speed and power. Additionally, it conceals an unactivated sword technique, awaiting the host's further exploration.
Ah, a hidden sword technique, how delightful! Meng Chuan mused, reveling in the benefits of this experience card. He just wondered how long it would last. At that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps outside the wooden cabin interrupted Meng Chuan's cultivation. Frowning slightly, an ominous premonition stirred within him. He swiftly stowed away the long sword and approached the door, peering through the crack to see outside. Meng Chuan. Lord Haisha has summoned us. Make haste and prepare, I shall go ahead. Zhao Lawu shouted from outside, dashing toward his own wooden cabin. From the window, Meng Chuan immediately noticed Zhao Lawu's sallow complexion, sunken eyes, and the prominent dark circles beneath them, his entire demeanor appearing to be sustained solely by a strong voice. Looking at the others, he observed they were even more emaciated than when they first entered the herb garden. Alas, it seems the toxic mists of the herb garden have indeed taken a toll on their health. Fortunately, I have a purifier on hand, otherwise, I would be in the same predicament. Meng Chuan muttered to himself as he tidied up before opening the wooden door. With a swish, a dark shadow lunged toward him. Meng Chuan instinctively extended his hand. Bang, crack. Meng Chuan regarded the splintered wood in his hand and the broken stick on the ground. Casually dusting off his hands, he lifted his gaze to the nearby servant disciple. And who might you be? I believe we bear no animosity. As he spoke, Meng Chuan crossed his arms, scrutinizing the individual while patiently awaiting their retort. The servant disciple appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his attack to be effortlessly countered. You dare to block me? The servant disciple's face flushed red, clearly incensed by Meng Chuan's nonchalant demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he spat, Meng Chuan, don't think you're impressive just because you possess a token. As long as you're here, you will always be a mere servant. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, understanding the underlying jealousy this individual harbored toward him. This was merely an opportunity for them to vent their frustrations. The token was bestowed by the sect, and I earned it through my own strength. Do you have any objections? If you do, you could pursue it as well. Oh, wait, I seem to recall you couldn't even last half a minute under the magical sect's cultivation method, right? No wonder you had no chance of obtaining a token. You rely on strength. I believe you have merely stumbled upon good fortune. The servant disciple sneered, once again drawing a dagger from his pocket and lunging fiercely at Meng Chuan.
Meng Chuan restrained his laughter, swiftly dodging the onslaught with ease. He had no desire to entangle himself with such a minor character. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I advise you not to provoke me, Meng Chuan said coldly, casting a warning glance. I refrain from stooping to your level purely because you are too weak.
How infuriating. I will kill you. The servant disciple was thoroughly enraged, attacking with renewed ferocity.
You are merely courting disaster. Meng Chuan scoffed, deftly weaving through the assailant's strikes, evading even the slightest brush of his clothes. As their altercation escalated, other servant disciples, drawn by the commotion, began to gather around, chattering among themselves. When did Meng Chuan become so formidable? Indeed, his movements resemble a dance. He merely relies on a bit of skill to act arrogant. Meng Chuan paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, his focus unwavering on the servant disciple before him. If he did not resolve this annoyance swiftly, it could attract even more attention and trouble, jeopardizing his desire for discretion in the herb garden. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Enough! The crowd turned to see the woman in black gauze, who had appeared out of nowhere, coldly scrutinizing them. The servant disciple's face turned ashen, and the dagger fell from his hand. Lord Haisha, he stammered. The woman in black gauze ignored him, striding directly toward Meng Chuan, appraising him before stating, "Follow me." Meng Chuan nodded, refraining from further conversation as he trailed behind her, leaving the servant disciple and the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. The woman in black gauze led Meng Chuan to a secluded corner, where she finally halted. Your performance just now was commendable, she remarked coolly. Meng Chuan felt a jolt of unease, uncertain of her intentions. He cautiously replied, "Thank you for your praise, Lord Haisha." The woman in black gauze did not pursue the topic further but shifted her tone, asking, "What are your plans?" What? Meng Chuan scratched his head in confusion, struggling to grasp her meaning. The woman in black gauze patiently reiterated, "You understand what I am saying." Chapter 19 Arrogance based on strength. The system's response further heightened Meng Chuan's anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes, delicately examining the Lingyun pill he held in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. It dissolved instantly upon contact, and a wave of warm spiritual energy surged throughout his body. Meng Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if countless gentle currents were flowing within him, nourishing his meridians and dantian. He immediately entered a state of cultivation, guiding this spiritual energy to merge with himself, thereby accelerating his advancement. As time passed quietly, when the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds and illuminated Meng Chuan, he had already concluded his practice. System, please check my attribute panel.
Name. Meng Chuan. Current spiritual points 0. Current Lingyun 50 contribution points 500 cultivation technique Motian Baolu, Demon Heaven treasure record, repressed counterattack 10 physique earth level initial 5 poisons corrupted corpse physique spiritual energy enhancement realm. Late foundation establishment purity of spiritual energy increased new item earth level lower grade longsword shadow of the ghost. Meng Chuan gazed at the changes displayed on the panel, stroking his chin with satisfaction. The increase in Lingyun indicated a greater potential for progress in his cultivation, while the rise in contribution points provided him with more opportunities to exchange for necessary resources in the future. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes once more, allowing the spiritual energy within him to circulate slowly, consolidating the gains from the previous night. The earth-level lower-grade longsword, Shadow of the Ghost, lay quietly beside him, its blade shimmering with a faint ethereal light, as if ready to be drawn at any moment to taste blood. System, what is so special about this Shadow of the Ghost sword?
This sword is forged from unique materials, making its blade both lightweight and extraordinarily sharp, significantly enhancing the user's attack speed and power. Furthermore, it conceals an unactivated sword technique, awaiting the host's further exploration.
Ah, so there is a hidden sword technique?
Meng Chuan exclaimed, pleased. This experience card truly offered him a delightful advantage. However, he wondered how long it would last. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps outside the wooden house interrupted Meng Chuan's cultivation. Frowning slightly, he felt an ominous premonition rising within him. He quickly sheathed his long sword and approached the door, peeking through the crack to observe outside. Meng Chuan, my brother, Lord Haisha has called for a gathering. Hurry and get ready, I'll head over first. Zhao Laowu shouted from outside, hastily making his way to his own wooden house. Through the window, Meng Chuan immediately noticed Zhao Laowu's sallow complexion, sunken eyes, and the prominent dark circles beneath them, making him appear as if he were barely hanging on by virtue of his strong voice. Looking at the others, they seemed considerably more emaciated than when they had first entered the herb garden. Alas, it seemed that the toxic mists in the herb garden had indeed taken a significant toll on their health. Fortunately, he had a purifier on hand, otherwise, he would be in the same predicament, Meng Chuan murmured to himself as he tidied up before opening the wooden door. With a swift whoosh, a dark shadow lunged toward him. Instinctively, Meng Chuan extended his hand. Bang, crack. Meng Chuan looked down at the wood shavings in his hand and the broken stick lying on the ground, casually brushing off his hands. He raised his gaze to the errant disciple beside him. Who are you? As far as I recall, I bear no grudge against you. As he spoke, Meng Chuan crossed his arms, scrutinizing the individual while patiently awaiting their retort. The errant disciple appeared stunned, seemingly unprepared for his ambush to be so effortlessly neutralized. You dare to block me? The errant disciple's face flushed red, clearly incensed by Meng Chuan's nonchalant response. Gritting his teeth, he spat, Meng Chuan, don't think you're impressive just because you have a token. As long as you remain here, you will always be a mere errant. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, understanding the underlying jealousy that had festered in this individual from the very beginning. This was merely an opportunity for him to vent his frustrations. The token was issued by the sect, and I earned it through my own strength. What do you have to complain about? If you're dissatisfied, you can also obtain 1.0, right? I seem to recall that you barely lasted half a minute under the magical sex cultivation technique, didn't you? Haha. No wonder, my apologies, you truly had no chance of acquiring a token. You rely on strength, I think you merely stumbled upon luck. The errant disciple sneered, pulling out a dagger from his pocket and lunging at Meng Chuan with malice. Meng Chuan's laughter faded as he swiftly dodged the attack, not wishing to entangle himself with such a minor character. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I advise you to refrain from provoking me, Meng Chuan said coldly, his gaze warning. I'm not stooping to your level. It's simply that you seem too weak. How infuriating, I will kill you. The errant disciple was completely incensed, launching another furious assault with his dagger. This is self-inflicted suffering. Meng Chuan scoffed, moving like a wraith amidst the flurry of attacks, evading the errant disciple's attempts to even graze his clothing. As their quarrel escalated, other errant disciples gathered around, murmuring in curiosity. When did Meng Chuan become so formidable? Indeed, his movements are as graceful as a dance. He is merely flaunting a bit of skill, someone in the crowd scoffed dismissively. Meng Chuan paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, his focus unwavering on the errant disciple before him. If he did not resolve this issue promptly, more onlookers and trouble would surely arise, making it impossible for him to maintain a low profile in the herb garden. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Enough! The crowd turned to see the mysterious woman in black, who had silently approached and was now glaring at them with an icy demeanor. The errant disciple's face paled instantly, and the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Master Haisha, he stammered, ignoring him. The woman in black walked directly to Meng Chuan, appraising him with a keen gaze before stating coolly, follow me. Meng Chuan nodded, refraining from further words as he followed the woman in black away from the scene, leaving the errant disciple and the surrounding crowd in a state of bewilderment. The woman led Meng Chuan to a secluded corner, finally halting her steps. Your performance just now was commendable, she remarked coolly. Meng Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine, uncertain of the woman's intentions. He cautiously replied, thank you for the praise, Master Haisha. The woman in black did not continue on that topic but instead shifted the conversation, asking, what are your plans? What? Meng Chuan scratched his head in confusion, struggling to comprehend her words. The woman in black, patient, reiterated, you understand what I mean. Chapter 20 of the early stages of foundation establishment, mediocre talent. With a graceful gesture, the woman in black gauze lifted her hand, causing the token that hung at Meng Chuan's waist to float gently into the air. Have you attained the realm of foundation establishment? She inquired. Meng Chuan nodded silently, refraining from elaborating further. Although he had indeed reached the foundation establishment realm, could he easily divulge this information? He harbored no desire for great wealth or power. He merely wished to exist peacefully within this herb garden. What fault lay with the child? Noticing Meng Chuan's lack of response, the woman in black gauze fell into contemplation for a moment before speaking again. The herb garden is not as simple as it appears. Many secrets lie hidden within. The mist here is not ordinary, it harbors the toxic essence of the earth fiend spirit. Earth fiend spirit? Meng Chuan feigned astonishment, yet dared not meet her gaze. His heart raced with trepidation. Indeed, it was true. The woman in black gauze nodded knowingly. Prolonged inhalation of this mist will erode a cultivator's physique and sanity. This explains why those errant disciples have become increasingly emaciated and mentally unsteady. Meng Chuan realized, with dawning comprehension, that the frailty of those errant disciples was indeed linked to this mist. Then why are you unharmed? The woman suddenly asked. Caught off guard, Meng Chuan felt a pang of anxiety. Was she waiting for him to answer? He suppressed his nervousness, inhaling deeply before responding. The disciple may possess a unique constitution that allows me to withstand this malevolent essence. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. She seemed not entirely convinced by Meng Chuan's answer but chose not to press further. Since all is well here, you should hurry to assemble.
Yes.
Meng Chuan nodded, his mind now on high alert. Although the woman appeared cold and unfeeling, her words warranted serious consideration. Moreover, regarding your token, the woman in black gauze shifted her tone. I hope you will make good use of it and strive to become a formal disciple soon.
Was she hinting at something?
Before he could ponder further, he quickly replied, the disciple shall not disappoint. The woman said nothing more, merely gesturing for him to leave. Meng Chuan bowed respectfully before turning to depart. As he made his way to the small square, he noticed several errant disciples whispering among themselves, evidently discussing something. The disciple who had previously troubled him now regarded him with an expression of wariness. What was his relationship with the woman in black gauze? Who could say? She was indifferent to everyone, yet this young man was evidently different. These errant disciples were as bothersome as gossipy townsfolk. Annoyed, Meng Chuan raised a hand to his ear, crossing his arms and leaning casually against an inconspicuous corner. He wondered what had drawn such a crowd today. Sir, all disciples have gathered. The voice of the woman in black gauze reached him, pulling him from his thoughts. Meng Chuan lifted his gaze to the center of the square, where an elderly man clad in resplendent robes sat imposingly. His hair and beard were completely white, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and an aura of subtle pressure surrounded him, making it difficult to look directly at him. Ah, this old man seems rather extraordinary, Meng Chuan mused, speculating about his origins. Could he be an elder dispatched from the inner sanctum of the sect? It seemed that something significant was indeed about to occur. Meng Chuan's thoughts raced. He shrank back slightly, blending into the crowd while his gaze involuntarily settled upon a peculiar stone beside the elder. The stone emanated a faint blue glow, as if it contained some mysterious power.
Has it something to do with that stone?
A month has passed. All errant disciples, heed my command. The elder's voice was deep and commanding, instantly silencing the surrounding chatter. Today, I have come at the behest of the sect to assess your cultivation levels and determine whether you shall be granted the status of formal disciples. With that, the elder gestured towards the stone beside him. This is the Spirit Assessment Stone, capable of evaluating a cultivator's realm and talent. Anyone who reaches the Foundation Establishment realm may become a formal disciple of our demon sect. The crowd erupted in excitement, many errant disciples displaying expressions of eagerness, anxiety, and fervent discussion.
Does this assessment directly affect our eligibility to become formal disciples? I wonder if I will pass.
Indeed, if my talent is exceptional, perhaps I could directly become a core disciple of the sect. It's tough, after cultivating for so long, I've only barely reached the late stages of chi refinement.
Foundation establishment, I can hardly even dream of it.
Meng Chuan spotted Ningyu amidst the throng. She stood quietly to the side, her expression serene, seemingly unconcerned about the impending assessment. Ning girl, you seem quite confident about this assessment, he remarked. Ningyu smiled slightly. Confidence is a stretch. I shall simply do my best. And you, Meng Chuan, how have you prepared? Participation is what matters,
Meng Chuan shrugged.
I have no grand aspirations.
Many in the crowd wore expressions of trepidation, clearly lacking faith in their own abilities.
The elder's gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on Meng Chuan and Ningyu, a flicker of something imperceptible flashing in his eyes before he moved on. Let us begin with you, the elder indicated a trembling errant disciple, beckoning him forward. The disciple stepped forward cautiously, placing his hand on the Spirit Assessment Stone. The stone shone brilliantly, and moments later, the light dimmed, revealing the words, early stage of chi refinement, mediocre talent. The elder nodded slightly, signaling him to step back, and proceeded to assess several more disciples, most of whom yielded disappointing results. One by one, the errant disciples approached. Some emerged beaming, while others appeared despondent. Meng Chuan noted that only a scant few could pass the Foundation Establishment Assessment. Among them, the best talent barely reached the peak of chi refinement. I refuse to believe anyone could reach Foundation Establishment in such a short time. Listening to their discussions, he remained internally calm. Finally, it was Meng Chuan's turn. He inhaled deeply and slowly approached the stone, placing his hand upon it. Once more, the Spirit Assessment Stone erupted with brilliant light, but this time, it was extraordinarily dazzling, as though it sought to consume Meng Chuan's hand.
Oh dear, this lad might not be up to any good again.
Looking at the brilliance, it must at least be the mid to late stages of Foundation Establishment, right? If that is the case, wouldn't he become a prime candidate for nurturing within the sect? The chatter of the other disciples echoed in his ears, tightening his chest.
Just a minor role will suffice for me.
In this treacherous realm of the demon sect, standing under the spotlight was akin to courting death. With this thought, he hastily suppressed his spiritual energy through the system. After a moment, the light faded, and the spirit assessment stone displayed the words, "Early stage of foundation establishment, mediocre talent."
Chapter 20.
The initial stage of foundation establishment, mediocre talent. With a graceful gesture, the woman clad in black gauze caused the token hanging at Meng Chuan's waist to slowly rise.
Have you attained the foundation establishment realm? Meng Chuan nodded in silence, choosing not to elaborate further.
He had indeed reached the foundation establishment realm, but could he easily divulge that information? He harbored no aspirations for great wealth or power, he merely wished to exist peacefully within this herb garden. What fault lay with the child? Noticing that Meng Chuan would not respond, the woman in black gauze fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking again. The herb garden is not as simple as it appears. It conceals many secrets. The mist here is not mere vapor, but rather a toxic fog infused with the essence of the earthly fiend.
Earthly fiend?
Meng Chuan feigned surprise, yet his gaze dared not meet hers. He felt a pang of guilt, indeed, a pang of guilt. Indeed, the woman in black gauze nodded. Prolonged exposure to this mist will erode a cultivator's physical form and mental clarity. This explains why those menial disciples appear increasingly emaciated and mentally foggy.
Meng Chuan suddenly understood. No wonder the menial disciples looked so frail, it was due to this mist. Then why are you unaffected? The woman in black gauze inquired abruptly. Caught off guard, Meng Chuan's heart raced, realizing that this woman had been waiting for him to respond. He suppressed his anxiety, took a deep breath, and replied, "I believe I possess a unique constitution that allows me to resist these malevolent energies." Upon hearing this, a flicker of skepticism crossed the woman's eyes. She seemed not entirely convinced by Meng Chuan's answer, yet she chose not to press further. "Now that everything here is settled, you should gather promptly." "Yes." Meng Chuan nodded, his mind alert. Although the woman in black gauze appeared cold and unfeeling, one could not afford to take her words lightly. "Furthermore, regarding your token," she shifted the topic, "I hope you will utilize it wisely and strive to become a formal disciple at the earliest opportunity." Was the woman subtly hinting at something? With no time to ponder, he quickly replied, "I will not disappoint your expectations." The woman in black gauze offered no further words, merely gesturing lightly for Meng Chuan to depart. He bowed slightly and turned to leave. On his way to the small square, Meng Chuan noticed many menial disciples whispering amongst themselves, seemingly discussing something. The disciple who had previously troubled him now regarded him with a wary gaze. What was his relationship with the lady in black gauze? Who could say? She was indifferent to everyone, yet this boy was treated differently. These menial disciples were as bothersome as gossipy women loitering on the streets. Meng Chuan, feeling impatient, raised a hand to his ear, crossed his arms, and leaned casually against an inconspicuous corner. He wondered what had drawn such a crowd today. "My lord, all disciples have gathered," came the voice of the woman in black gauze, breaking his reverie. Meng Chuan lifted his gaze to see an elder clad in ornate robes seated in the center of the square. His hair and beard were white, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and a faint aura of authority surrounded him, compelling others to avert their gazes. "Ah, this old man appears to be quite extraordinary. One wonders what his origins are. Could he be an elder dispatched from the inner sanctum of the sect? It seemed today would indeed herald significant events." Meng Chuan mused inwardly, drawing back his neck and blending entirely into the crowd, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a peculiar stone beside the elder. The stone radiated a soft blue glow, as if harboring some mysterious power. Could it be related to that stone? "A month has passed, all menial disciples, heed my command." The elder's voice was deep and authoritative, instantly silencing the surrounding clamor. "Today, I have come at the behest of the sect to assess your cultivation levels, determining whether you shall be granted the status of formal disciples." With that, the elder pointed to the stone beside him. "This is the spirit test stone, capable of evaluating a cultivator's realm and innate talent. Those who attain the foundation establishment realm may become formal disciples of our demonic sect." The crowd erupted in excitement, many menial disciples displaying expressions of eagerness or anxiety, engaging in fervent discussions. "Does this assessment directly impact our potential to become formal disciples? I wonder if I will pass. Indeed, if my talent is exceptional, perhaps I could become a core disciple of the sect. It's difficult, I've only just managed to touch the threshold of the late Qi refinement stage." Foundation establishment, that's unimaginable. Meng Chuan spotted Ningyu amidst the crowd. She stood quietly to the side, her expression serene, seemingly unconcerned about the impending assessment. "Ning girl, it appears you are quite confident about this assessment," he remarked. Ningyu smiled gently. "Confidence is not the right term.
I will simply do my best, and you, Meng Chuan, how prepared are you? Participation is what matters, Meng Chuan shrugged, I have no lofty aspirations. Many in the crowd wore expressions of trepidation, clearly lacking confidence in their cultivation levels. The elder's gaze swept over the audience, ultimately landing on Meng Chuan and Ningyu, a hint of discernible interest flickering in his eyes before he moved on. Let us begin with you, the elder indicated a menial disciple, beckoning him forward. The disciple approached trembling, placing his hand upon the spirit test stone. The stone instantly erupted in radiant light, which gradually dimmed, revealing the inscription, early stage of chi refinement, mediocre talent. The elder nodded slightly, signaling for him to step back, then proceeded to assess several more disciples, most of whom yielded disappointing results. One by one, the menial disciples stepped forward, some displaying joy, while others hung their heads in despair, and Meng Chuan noted that very few managed to pass the foundation establishment assessment, with the highest talent merely reaching the peak of the chi refinement stage. Alas, I have no hope of becoming a formal disciple. Achieving the peak of the chi refinement stage in merely a month is already commendable. I refuse to believe anyone could reach the foundation establishment stage in that time. Listening to their discussions, he felt a profound sense of calm. Finally, it was Meng Chuan's turn. That he took a deep breath and slowly walked forward, placing his hand upon the spirit test stone. Once again, the stone erupted in brilliant light, yet this time, the glow was extraordinarily dazzling, as if it aimed to engulf Meng Chuan's hand. Oh dear, could this boy be about to produce yet another astonishing revelation? Observing the brilliance, it seemed he must be at least at the mid to late stage of foundation establishment. If that were the case, becoming a formal disciple would surely make him a key focus of the sect's cultivation efforts. The murmurs of the other disciples surged around him, tightening his chest. He merely wished to remain an inconspicuous disciple. In this treacherous realm of the demonic sect, standing out was akin to courting death. With that thought, he hastily suppressed his spiritual energy through the system. Moments later, the light diminished, and the spirit test stone displayed the inscription, initial stage of foundation establishment, mediocre talent.
Chapter 20.
Early foundation establishment, mediocre talent. With a graceful motion of her hand, the woman in black gauze caused the token hanging at Meng Chuan's waist to gently levitate.
Have you attained the foundation establishment realm? Meng Chuan nodded in silence, refraining from elaborating further.
He had indeed reached the foundation establishment realm, but could he easily divulge such information? He sought not great wealth or power, he merely wished to live quietly in this medicinal herb garden. What fault lay with the child? Noticing Meng Chuan's unwillingness to respond, the woman in black gauze remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The medicinal herb garden is not as simple as it appears.
It conceals numerous secrets. The mist that envelopes this place is not ordinary. It harbors the poisonous fog imbued with the essence of the earthly fiend. Earthly fiend?
Meng Chuan feigned surprise, yet he dared not meet her gaze. His conscience pricked him. Indeed, it did. The woman in black gauze nodded. Prolonged exposure to this mist will erode a cultivator's body and mind. This explains why those servant disciples have grown increasingly frail and mentally impaired.
Meng Chuan suddenly understood.
No wonder those servant disciples appeared so weak. It was because of this mist.
Then why are you unaffected?
The woman in black gauze inquired suddenly. Caught off guard, Meng Chuan felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed as though she had been waiting for him to slip. Suppressing his nervousness, he took a deep breath and replied, the disciple may possess a unique constitution that allows him to resist such malevolent energies. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed the woman's eyes.
She seemed not entirely convinced by Meng Chuan's explanation, yet she chose not to press further.
Since all is well here, you should promptly gather with the others.
Yes. Meng Chuan nodded, his heart secretly on guard.
Despite her seemingly cold demeanor, one must not take her words lightly. Furthermore, regarding your token, the woman in black gauze shifted the topic. I hope you will utilize it wisely and strive to become an official disciple as soon as possible.
Was she implying something?
Without time to ponder, he hastily replied, the disciple will not disappoint you. The woman said nothing more, merely gesturing for him to leave. Meng Chuan bowed and turned to depart. On his way to the small square, he noticed many servant disciples whispering among themselves, as if discussing something. The disciple who had previously troubled him regarded him with a look of apprehension. What was his relationship with the woman in black gauze? Who could say? The woman treated everyone with indifference, yet this boy was different. These servant disciples were as bothersome as gossipy women idling on the streets. Meng Chuan impatiently rubbed his ears and crossed his arms, casually leaning against an inconspicuous corner. He wondered what had drawn such a large crowd today. My lord, all disciples have gathered. The voice of the woman in black gauze rang out from ahead. Meng Chuan looked up to see an elderly man clad in ornate robes seated in the center of the square. His hair and beard were completely white, his gaze sharp as an eagle, surrounded by an aura of subtle authority that compelled one to avert their eyes. Ah, this little old man seems rather extraordinary, Meng Chuan mused inwardly.
Could he be an elder dispatched from the inner hall of the sect? It appears something significant is about to unfold today.
He thought to himself, shrinking his neck slightly, fully blending into the crowd, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a peculiar stone beside the elder.
The stone emitted a faint blue glow, as if it contained some mysterious power. Was it related to that stone?
The month has passed, all servant disciples, heed my command. The elder's voice was deep and commanding, instantly quelling the surrounding clamor. Today, I come at the behest of the sect to assess your cultivation levels, to determine whether you shall be granted the status of official disciples. With that, the elder pointed to the stone beside him. This is the spirit testing stone, capable of evaluating a cultivator's realm and talent. Those who reach the foundation establishment stage may become official disciples of our demon sect. The crowd erupted in excitement, many servant disciples displaying expressions of eagerness, anxiety, and fervent chatter.
Does this assessment directly relate to our potential to become official disciples? I wonder if I can pass.
Indeed, if one is found to possess extraordinary talent, they might become a core disciple of the sect. It's difficult. After all this time, I've barely brushed the threshold of the late chi refinement stage. Foundation establishment, that's beyond my wildest dreams.
Meng Chuan spotted Ningyu in the crowd, standing quietly to the side with an expression of calm indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the impending assessment.
Ning girl, it seems you have great confidence in this upcoming evaluation, he remarked.
Ningyu smiled faintly. Confidence is a stretch. I shall simply do my best. And you, Meng Chuan, how prepared are you?
It's all about participation, Meng Chuan shrugged. I have no grand aspirations.
Many in the crowd wore expressions of concern, clearly lacking confidence in their cultivation levels.
The elder's gaze swept over the assembled disciples, ultimately landing on Meng Chuan and Ningyu, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes before he moved on.
Let us begin with you, the elder indicated a servant disciple, beckoning him to step forward.
The disciple approached with trepidation, placing his hand upon the spirit-testing stone. The stone erupted with brilliant light, which soon dimmed to reveal a line of words: early chi refinement stage, mediocre talent. The elder nodded slightly, signaling for him to step back, then proceeded to assess several more disciples, the majority of whom yielded disappointing results. One by one, the servant disciples approached. Some displayed joy while others hung their heads in despair, and Meng Chuan observed that very few managed to pass the foundation establishment assessment, with the highest talent only reaching the peak of chi refinement.
Alas, I have no hope of becoming an official disciple, one lamented.
Achieving the peak of chi refinement in just a month is already commendable.
I refuse to believe anyone could reach foundation establishment in that time.
Listening to these discussions, Meng Chuan remained calm. Finally, it was his turn. He took a deep breath, slowly advancing to the stone, placing his hand upon it. The spirit-testing stone once again blazed with light, yet this time, the brilliance was exceptionally dazzling, as if it sought to engulf Meng Chuan's hand entirely.
Oh dear, this lad won't conjure up some trickery again, will he?
Gazing at the radiance, it seemed at least to indicate a mid to late foundation establishment stage. If that were true, would he not become a key focus of cultivation within the sect? As the voices of the other disciples buzzed in his ears, Meng Chuan felt a tightening in his chest. Just a minor, inconspicuous disciple will suffice for me. Amidst the treachery of this demon sect, being the center of attention would be akin to courting death. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he quickly suppressed his spiritual energy through the system. Moments later, the light diminished, and the spirit-testing stone displayed a line of words: early foundation establishment, mediocre talent. Chapter 21. Ling Yuan, barely passing in the early stage of foundation building. It was satisfactory, albeit barely passing. The elder nodded slightly, recording Meng Chuan's results. Deep within his heart, Meng Chuan felt a sense of relief. Thanks to the system's assistance, he had managed to suppress his strength to the early stage of foundation building, neither drawing excessive attention nor failing the examination.
Well done, young brother Meng Chuan. I knew you were extraordinary.
Zhao Laowu clapped his hand on Meng Chuan's shoulder, a smile of approval gracing his face. Brother Zhao, I merely had a stroke of luck, Meng Chuan replied, scratching his head as he returned to the crowd. He then turned to Ningyu beside him and softly inquired, Miss Ning, are you prepared? Of course. Next, Ningyu, the elder's voice echoed once more, and Ningyu stepped forward, placing her hand upon the spirit-testing stone. The stone erupted with a dazzling brilliance, more intense than any previous display.
Mid-stage of foundation building, exceptional talent.
A hint of surprise crept into the elder's voice, yet he quickly regained his composure, documenting Ningyu's results.
Your name is Ningyu? You are quite remarkable. I see your root bones are extraordinary. would you be interested in joining our Yuming Hall?
Thank you for your kind offer, Elder, but I have no such plans at present, Ningyu replied with a gentle smile, bowing respectfully before returning to Meng Chuan's side. The surrounding disciples looked on with envious eyes. However, Meng Chuan's gaze held a slightly different sentiment. The examination continued until the last of the outer disciples completed their tests. The elder surveyed the group, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, those who performed outstandingly in this examination will be promoted to formal disciples. Meng Chuan, Ningyu, both of you have passed the trial. The elder rose, his eyes lingering on Meng Chuan and Ningyu for a moment. From today forth, you shall be formal disciples of my demon sect. With that, he produced 2 tokens from his robes, bestowing one upon each of them. The tokens were inscribed with the characters for the demon sect, emanating a faint spiritual glow, clearly not ordinary items.
Thank you, Elder. Meng Chuan and Ningyu chorused, bowing to the elder.
Remember to report to the inner hall tomorrow morning. The elder nodded slightly before turning to depart.
Disperse now. The sun sets soon. Do not forget that your collection of spiritual herbs today is still insufficient. You know the consequences of failing to complete your tasks. The woman in a black veil toyed with the thorny fire whip in her hands, her disdainful gaze sweeping over the outer disciples who had not reached the foundation stage. What about them? One of the outer disciples pointed at Meng Chuan and Ningyu, unable to contain his doubts. With a swift crack, the whip lashed out, tearing into the disciple's flesh and bringing forth a spray of blood, saturating the air with a metallic scent. The veiled woman slowly turned, casting a cold glance at the disciple. If you can reach the foundation stage, you too may avoid collecting spiritual herbs. Does anyone else have objections?
The outer disciples exchanged glances, ultimately opting for silence, bowing their heads, and hastily dispersing to continue their unfinished tasks. Meng Chuan and Ningyu exchanged a glance before turning toward their wooden cabin. Once inside, Meng Chuan closed the door and exhaled deeply, feeling both anticipation and trepidation. Becoming a formal disciple meant he would gain access to the deeper secrets and resources of the demon sect, but it also implied facing greater challenges and dangers. Surviving would become significantly more difficult.
Was there any flaw exposed during the examination?
Rest assured, host, the system has flawlessly simulated the early stage of foundation building. No one can detect anything amiss.
Meng Chuan sighed in relief but then pondered, what about Ningyu?
Her strength seems to exceed her displayed capabilities. Miss Ningyu has indeed concealed her strength, yet it remains within normal parameters and will not raise undue suspicion.
Upon hearing the system's response, Meng Chuan grew more curious about Ningyu's true prowess.
It appeared he was not the only one playing the part of a hidden tiger.
System, after becoming a formal disciple, what should I be cautious of?
Meng Chuan suddenly recalled something, silently inquiring the system. The host must proceed with caution. The internal factions of the demon sect are numerous, and competition is fierce. Additionally, formal disciples will have the opportunity to access more advanced techniques and martial arts. The host should strive to enhance himself to face future challenges. With a plan forming in his mind, Meng Chuan promptly opened the system panel to review his current attributes.
Name Meng Chuan Spirit Points as 0.
Spirit Rhythm 50 Contribution Points 500 Technique Demon Heaven Treasure Record Suppressed Backlash 10 Physical Body Earth Stage Initial 5 Poisons Corrupting Corpse Physical and Spiritual Power Enhancement Realm Early Stage of Foundation Building Actual Realm Suppressed New Item Earth Stage Low-Grade Longsword Shadow. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Chuan resolved to utilize his contribution points to exchange for resources beneficial to his current cultivation level. After all, his strength would be the cornerstone of his future standing within the demon sect.
System, exchange contribution points for a technique suitable for cultivation in the early stage of foundation building.
The Ling Yuan Foundation Establishment Technique has been exchanged for you, consuming 200 contribution points.
Meng Chuan felt a surge of joy, immediately reviewing the newly acquired technique.
This technique focused on consolidating and enhancing spiritual power during the foundation stage, proving to be immensely advantageous for his current cultivation. As night deepened, the candlelight flickered within the wooden cabin, and Meng Chuan immersed himself in the practice of the Ling Yuan Foundation Establishment Technique. This newly exchanged technique was indeed remarkable. After merely an hour of practice, he sensed that his spiritual power had become more refined, flowing with greater ease.
System, this Ling Yuan Foundation Establishment Technique is truly impressive.
I feel the purity of my spiritual power has significantly increased. The Ling Yuan Foundation Establishment Technique not only enhances the purity of spiritual power but also accelerates its recovery rate, making it a rare and invaluable technique for cultivators in the foundation stage. The following morning, Meng Chuan and Ningyu made their way to report to the inner hall of the demon sect. The inner hall, situated in the core area of the sect, boasted magnificent architecture, its grandeur starkly contrasting with the simplicity of the herb garden. They traversed through solemn archways, ultimately arriving before a spacious hall. Inside, several newly promoted formal disciples awaited, their expressions a mix of excitement and anxiety, the atmosphere both subtle and complex. "Welcome, new disciples, I am responsible for teaching you the rules. You may call me Brother Hua." A handsome middle-aged man clad in a blue robe entered the hall, his voice gentle yet powerful, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
"Class instructor,"
Meng Chuan mused, discreetly observing Brother Hua from among the crowd. Brother Hua surveyed the room, nodding slightly. "First and foremost, congratulations on becoming formal disciples of the Demon Sect. However, remember, this is merely the beginning of your cultivation journey. I in the Demon Sect, strength determines everything. You must continuously improve yourselves to establish your footing here. Next, you will undergo a month-long intensive training, covering various aspects, including but not limited to technique cultivation, martial skill learning, and team combat.
Those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to receive special rewards from the sect."
Chapter 21 is Spiritual Essence. Barely passing in the early stages of foundation building, it was satisfactory enough to be considered a bare pass. The elder nodded slightly, recording Meng Chuan's results. Meng Chuan felt a surge of relief within, grateful that the system had assisted him in suppressing his strength to the initial stage of foundation building, making him neither too conspicuous nor insufficient to pass the examination.
"Well done, my dear brother Meng Chuan. I knew you were exceptional."
Zhao Laowu clapped his large palm on Meng Chuan's shoulder, smiling with satisfaction.
"Thank you, brother Zhao, but I was merely fortunate."
Returning to the crowd, Meng Chuan scratched his head in explanation, then turned to Ningyu beside him and softly inquired, "Miss Ning, are you prepared?"
"Of course." "Next, Ningyu."
The elder's voice rang out once more. Ningyu stepped forward, placing her hand upon the spirit-identifying stone. The stone instantly erupted with a dazzling radiance, more intense than any before.
"Mid-stage foundation building, exceptional talent."
A hint of astonishment laced the elder's voice, which soon returned to calm as he noted Ningyu's results.
"Your name is Ningyu? You are quite impressive. I see your root bones are extraordinary. Would you be interested in joining our nether hall?" "Thank you for your kind offer, elder, but at present, I have no such intentions."
Ningyu smiled gently, bowing to the elder before retreating to Meng Chuan's side. The surrounding disciples of lesser status cast envious glances. However, Meng Chuan's gaze bore a different nuance. The evaluations continued until the final disciple of lower rank completed their test. The elder surveyed the group and nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Those who performed excellently in this examination will be promoted to formal disciples. Meng Chuan, Ningyu, both of you have passed the test."
Rising from his seat, the elder's gaze lingered on Meng Chuan and Ningyu for a moment. "From today onward, you shall be formal disciples of our Demon Sect."
With that, the elder produced 2 tokens from his robe, handing one to each of them. The tokens were inscribed with the words Demon Sect and emitted a faint spiritual light, clearly not of mundane origin.
"Thank you, elder."
Meng Chuan and Ningyu chorused, bowing respectfully.
"Remember to report to the inner hall early tomorrow morning." The elder nodded slightly before turning to leave. "Disperse. The sun is setting. Do not forget that your collection of spiritual herbs today is still insufficient. You know the consequences of failing to complete it." The woman in black gauze toyed with the thorny fiery whip in her hand, her gaze disdainfully sweeping over those disciples who had not reached the foundation stage. "What about them?"
One of the lower-ranked disciples pointed at Meng Chuan and Ningyu, unable to restrain his inquiry.
Crack, a lash from the whip struck the disciple, leaving a gash that drew blood. The air was suddenly thick with the scent of iron. The woman in black slowly turned, her cold gaze narrowing at the disciple. "If you can reach the foundation stage, then you too may abstain from gathering spiritual herbs. Does anyone else have objections?"
The lower-ranked disciples exchanged glances, ultimately choosing silence, their heads bowed as they hastily dispersed to continue their unfinished tasks. Meng Chuan and Ningyu shared a glance before turning towards their wooden cabin. Upon returning to the cabin, Meng Chuan closed the door and let out a long breath, feeling both anticipation and unease. Becoming a formal disciple meant he would access deeper secrets and resources of the Demon Sect, but it also entailed facing greater challenges and dangers. Surviving from here on might prove to be quite difficult.
"Did I leave any flaws during the examination?"
Rest assured, host, the system has perfectly simulated the initial stage of foundation building, and no one could detect anything amiss. Meng Chuan sighed in relief, then recalled something.
"What about Ningyu?"
"Her strength seems to surpass her display. Miss Ningyu indeed has her secrets, but they remain within normal limits and will not raise excessive suspicion." Upon hearing the system's response, Meng Chuan's curiosity about Ning Yu's abilities deepened. It appeared he was not the only one playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger.
System, what should I be cautious of after becoming a formal disciple? Meng Chuan suddenly pondered, silently querying the system.
The host must act with caution. The internal factions of the demon sect are numerous and competition is fierce. Additionally, formal disciples will have the opportunity to access more profound techniques and martial arts. The host should strive to improve oneself to face future challenges. With a plan forming in his mind, Meng Chuan promptly opened the system panel to review his current attributes.
Name: Meng Chuan. Spirit points is 0.
Spirit resonance 50 contribution points 500 technique a demon heaven treasure record suppressed backlash 10 physical body earth stage initial level 5 poisons corroded corpse physical enhancement strengthened realm initial stage of foundation building actual realm suppressed new items earth stage lower grade long sword shadow of the abyss. After pondering for a moment, Meng Chuan decided to use his contribution points to exchange for resources beneficial to his current cultivation. After all, strength was the foundation for his future in the demon sect.
System: exchange contribution points for a technique suitable for initial stage foundation building cultivation.
The Spirit Essence Foundation technique has been exchanged for you, consuming 200 contribution points. A surge of joy filled Meng Chuan's heart as he examined the newly acquired technique. It was a method focused on consolidating and enhancing spiritual power during the foundation stage, greatly beneficial to his current cultivation. As the night deepened, the candlelight flickered in the wooden cabin, and Meng Chuan immersed himself in the practice of the Spirit Essence Foundation technique. This newly acquired technique was indeed remarkable. After merely an hour of cultivation, he felt the spiritual power within him becoming more refined and flowing with greater ease.
System: the Spirit Essence Foundation technique is truly impressive.
I can feel a significant increase in the purity of my spiritual power. The Spirit Essence Foundation technique not only enhances the purity of spiritual power but also accelerates its recovery speed, making it an exceedingly rare technique for cultivators in the foundation stage. The following dawn, Meng Chuan and Ning Yu proceeded together to report to the inner hall of the demon sect. The inner hall, situated in the core area of the sect, boasted grandiose architecture, its majesty starkly contrasting with the simplicity of the herb garden. As they traversed through solemn archways, they finally arrived before a spacious hall. Inside, several newly promoted formal disciples awaited, their expressions a mix of excitement and anxiety, creating a subtly complex atmosphere. Welcome, new disciples, I am the one responsible for instructing you in the rules. You may call me Brother Hua. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, handsome of countenance, entered the hall. His voice was gentle yet powerful, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
The class instructor.
Meng Chuan mused, discreetly sizing out Brother Hua amidst the crowd. Brother Hua glanced around the room, nodding slightly. First, congratulations on becoming formal disciples of the demon sect. However, please remember, this is merely the beginning of your cultivation journey. I in the demon sect, power dictates everything. You must constantly enhance yourselves to establish your footing here. Next, you will undergo a month-long intensive training, covering aspects such as technique cultivation, martial arts learning, and team combat, among others.
Those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to receive special rewards from the sect. Chapter 22 Impatience. As soon as Brother Hua's words fell, the atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense.
The newly inducted disciples exchanged glances, some wore expressions of excitement, while others furrowed their brows, simultaneously feeling both anticipation and anxiety regarding the impending training session. Meng Chuan was no exception. A myriad of emotions swirled within him just a moment prior, as Brother Hua concluded his speech. A task from the system also echoed in his mind, activation of the latest task. The host must swiftly become an inner sect disciple within 1 month. He had initially thought that once he became an official disciple, he could continue to remain low-key and nurture his growth. Unexpectedly, the system abruptly presented him with such a challenge. To become an inner sect disciple within a month, Meng Chuan inwardly muttered, is the system out of its mind? I have only just become an official disciple. How can I possibly aim for the inner sect so soon? Rest assured, the system will provide the necessary assistance and guidance. The system's infuriating response left Meng Chuan feeling somewhat helpless, yet he understood that while the system could be unreliable at times, it often offered valuable advice during critical moments. However, a month was undeniably a rather tight time frame. Sensing Meng Chuan's reluctance, the system replied again, the system task has been issued. Please complete it as soon as possible. The reward is a mid-tier Earth-level martial technique and 1,000 contribution points. Hiss, the reward was indeed quite generous. A mid-tier Earth-level martial technique, that was a treasure many inner sect disciples yearned for, not to mention the additional 1,000 contribution points. Yet, The thought of the challenges he would face to become an inner sect disciple made Meng Chuan hesitate. He was merely a cultivator from the outside world, with a shallow foundation. How could he possibly stand out and become an inner sect disciple in such a short time? This task seemed exceedingly daunting. Meng Chuan silently pondered, yet he was reluctant to forfeit the substantial rewards. Setting aside the mid-tier Earth-level martial technique, those 1,000 contribution points could significantly enhance his strength. Very well, I accept. Meng Chuan gritted his teeth and resolved to take a chance. Brother Hua, may I inquire about the steps we must take to become inner sect disciples? Who is this? Observing his attire as a servant disciple, he must have been promoted from the herb garden. It turns out he is a waste from the herb garden. No wonder he is so uninformed. How ridiculous, to think that he has just been promoted to an official disciple and is already aspiring to become an inner sect disciple. What audacity, yet, one must possess the strength to back such ambitions. The remaining officially promoted disciples from other courtyards exchanged a few words, their gazes towards Meng Chuan filled with derision. Meng Chuan paid no heed to their disdain, his focus unwavering as he fixedly awaited Brother Hua's response. Brother Hua, seated at the front, appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the directness of the inquiry. He cast a glance at Meng Chuan, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Before he spoke, to become an inner sect disciple, one must undergo a series of assessments and trials. Among these, the most crucial is the disciple ranking competition. The disciple ranking competition, Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Indeed, the disciple ranking competition is a large-scale contest held annually by the sect, open to all disciples. The competition is divided into several stages, and the top 50 ranked disciples will be granted the status of inner sect disciples. So that is how it is. Meng Chuan silently repeated to himself, his mind beginning to devise a strategy. The disciple ranking competition sounded like a promising opportunity. As long as he could secure a place within the top 50, he could become an inner sect disciple and fulfill the task. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Hua. Meng Chuan bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Brother Hua nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to arrange the upcoming training details. Is everyone clear on the relevant arrangements? Shortly, there will be disciples to escort you to your accommodations, and training will officially commence tomorrow. Yes, a quarter of an hour later, disciples arrived at the inner hall to lead them to their respective quarters. Meng Chuan and the other newly promoted official disciples were settled in a residence within the inner sect. Setting aside other matters, the environment here was undoubtedly a far cry from that of the herb garden. Not only was the spiritual energy more concentrated, but all manner of cultivation facilities were also readily available. Yet, despite the favorable surroundings, the hearts of men remained inscrutable. Meng Chuan soon discovered that he did not seem to be particularly welcomed by these new official disciples. A mere servant from the herb garden dares to stand on equal footing with us. As dusk approached, while Meng Chuan was engaged in his cultivation, he inadvertently overheard several disciples discussing him nearby, their words laced with disdain and mockery. Meng Chuan frowned slightly, feeling a swell of dissatisfaction within, yet he maintained his composure. You should not speak of him so. At that moment, a gentle voice abruptly interjected, interrupting the disciples' chatter. Meng Chuan turned to see a graceful female disciple, who had seemingly appeared behind them, casting a reproachful glance at the others. Why do you feel the need to defend him? He is nothing more than a waste from the herb garden. One of the disgruntled disciples retorted. Before the words had barely left his mouth, another disciple chimed in, stating, exactly, we are not on the same level as him. We are all fellow disciples. Why must we be so antagonistic? Since Meng Chuan has managed to become an official disciple, he must possess some exceptional qualities. Exceptional qualities? I doubt that. The disciple scoffed. Perhaps he merely stumbled upon good fortune. Meng Chuan subtly curled his lips, gradually closing his eyes. You can endure this. An Ningyu's voice came from behind. Meng Chuan did not lift his gaze, merely replying in a detached tone, let them say what they wish. I have no control over their words. His most pressing task was to advance to an inner sect disciple. If he were to concern himself with every matter, he would surely find himself overwhelmed. Ningyu fell silent for a moment, ultimately choosing to support Meng Chuan's decision. Very well, since you have resolved this, I shall refrain from discouraging you. Wishing you success. That night, under the cover of darkness, Meng Chuan stealthily approached Brother Hua's residence and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Brother Hua's voice came from within, tinged with a hint of wariness. It is I. Meng Chuan. Of the door creaked open, revealing Brother Hua, who scrutinized Meng Chuan from head to toe, seemingly surprised by his late-night visit. Meng Chuan, what brings you to find me at such a late hour? Meng Chuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to be forthright. Brother Hua, I wish to inquire about the specific conditions for becoming an inner sect disciple. Brother Hua appeared momentarily taken aback, then revealed a knowing smile. Oh, you were so eager to become an inner sect disciple. Meng Chuan nodded, not denying it. Chapter 22. Impatience. As the words of senior Brother Hua fell, the atmosphere in the hall instantly turned somber. The newly admitted disciples exchanged glances, some displaying excitement while others furrowed their brows. caught in a mix of anticipation and anxiety regarding the impending training session. Meng Chuan was no exception. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. At the precise moment senior brother Hua's voice echoed in the air, he too received a mission from the system in his mind: activate the latest mission. The host must swiftly become an inner disciple of the demon sect, within a period of 1 month. He had initially thought that after becoming a formal disciple, he could continue to act discreetly and develop at his own pace. Yet, he was taken aback by the sudden demand from the system. To become an inner disciple within a month, Meng Chuan inwardly grumbled. Has this system lost its mind? I have only just become a formal disciple, how can I possibly aim for the inner disciple status so soon? Rest assured, the system will provide the necessary assistance and guidance to the host. The system's infuriating response left Meng Chuan feeling helpless, yet he understood that while the system could be unreliable at times, it could still offer valuable advice in critical moments. Nevertheless, a month seemed rather hasty. As if sensing Meng Chuan's reluctance, the system responded once more. The system mission has been issued. Please complete it as soon as possible. The reward is a mid-tier martial technique of the Earth rank, along with 1,000 contribution points. Indeed, the rewards were exceptionally generous. A mid-tier martial technique of the Earth rank, that was a coveted treasure even among many inner disciples, not to mention the enticing bonus of 1,000 contribution points. Yet, the thought of the challenges he would face in becoming an inner disciple made Meng Chuan hesitate. He was merely a cultivator from the outside world with a shallow foundation. How could he possibly stand out and become an inner disciple in such a short time? This task seemed overwhelmingly daunting. Meng Chuan inwardly lamented, yet he was reluctant to forfeit the rich rewards. Leaving aside the mid-tier martial technique, those 1,000 contribution points could significantly enhance his strength. Very well, I shall accept it. Meng Chuan gritted his teeth and resolved to take a chance. Senior brother Hua, may I inquire about the steps we must take to become inner disciples? Who is this? Observing his garb as a servant disciple, it seems he must have just been promoted from the Herb Garden. No wonder he exhibits such ignorance. It is hardly surprising. To think that he just became a formal disciple and is already aspiring to be an inner disciple. His ambition is commendable, yet one must possess the requisite strength to match it. Overreaching, the other formally promoted disciples from different courtyards exchanged scornful remarks, their gazes towards Meng Chuan filled with derision. Meng Chuan paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently on senior brother Hua, awaiting a response. The front row senior brother Hua was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the directness of the inquiry. He cast a glance at Meng Chuan, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features, before replying. To become an inner disciple, one must pass through a series of evaluations and trials. The most crucial of these is the disciple ranking competition. The disciple ranking competition, Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating internally. Indeed, the disciple ranking competition is a grand event held annually by the sect, open to all disciples. The competition is divided into multiple stages, with the top 50 disciples ultimately earning the status of inner disciples. So that is how it is. Meng Chuan silently repeated this, a plan forming in his mind. The disciple ranking competition seemed like a viable option. As long as he could secure a position within the top 50, he would become an inner disciple and fulfill the mission. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Hua. Meng Chuan bowed in gratitude. Senior Brother Hua nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to organize the subsequent training arrangements. Are the related arrangements clear to everyone? Shortly, disciples will guide you to your accommodations, and training will officially commence tomorrow. Yes, a quarter of an hour later, disciples arrived at the inner hall to escort them to their respective quarters. Meng Chuan and the other newly promoted formal disciples settled in a residence within the inner sect. Setting aside other matters, the environment here was undoubtedly a world apart from the Herb Garden. Not only was the spiritual energy more abundant, but it also boasted a complete array of training facilities. Yet, despite the favorable environment, the hearts of men are inscrutable. Meng Chuan soon discovered that he seemed to be less than welcome among these new formal disciples. A servant from the Herb Garden dares to stand on equal footing with us. As dusk approached, while Meng Chuan practiced, he inadvertently overheard several disciples nearby discussing him with palpable disdain and mockery. Meng Chuan frowned slightly, although he felt discontent within, he maintained a composed exterior. Do not speak so harshly of him, Meng Chuan. At that moment, a gentle voice unexpectedly interrupted the disciples' chatter. Following the sound, Meng Chuan saw a graceful female disciple had somehow appeared behind them. Casting a reproachful glance at the others, why must you speak up for him? He is merely a waste who emerged from the Herb Garden. One of the disciples retorted with dissatisfaction. Before the words had fully left his mouth, another disciple chimed in. Exactly, we are not of the same ilk. We are all fellow brothers and sisters of the same sect. Why must we be so confrontational? Since Meng Chuan has managed to become a formal disciple, he must possess some exceptional qualities. Exceptional qualities? I doubt that very much. Of the disciple scoffed. Perhaps he simply stumbled upon good fortune. Meng Chuan's lips curled slightly, and he slowly closed his eyes. You can endure this, and Ning Yu's voice drifted from behind him. Meng Chuan did not lift his eyelids, responding coolly, let them say what they wish.
It is of no concern to me.
His foremost task was to ascend to the status of an inner disciple. If he were to concern himself with every trivial matter, it would surely overwhelm him. Ning Yu fell silent for a moment before ultimately choosing to support Meng Chuan's decision.
Very well, since you have resolved it, I shan't discourage you further. I wish you success. That night, under the cover of darkness, Meng Chuan quietly approached Senior Brother Hua's residence and gently knocked on the door.
Who is it? Senior Brother Hua's voice came from within, laced with a hint of caution. It is I, Meng Chuan. And the door creaked open, revealing Senior Brother Hua standing at the threshold, surveying Meng Chuan with mild surprise at his late-night visit. Meng Chuan, what brings you here at such an hour? After a moment's hesitation, Meng Chuan decided to be direct. Senior Brother Hua, I wish to inquire about the specific requirements to become an inner disciple. Senior Brother Hua was momentarily taken aback, then a knowing smile spread across his face. Oh, you were so eager to become an inner disciple. Meng Chuan nodded, not denying it. Chapter 23. A heavy aura of malevolence. Ambition is indeed a commendable trait. Brother Hua revealed a smile of appreciation. As his words concluded, he casually leaned against the doorframe, his thumb and index finger fidgeting as if to ensure that others could see. With a flourish, he raised the twiddling fingers before Meng Chuan's eyes. As someone who has lived 2 lifetimes, Meng Chuan was naturally perceptive. He promptly retrieved a jade bottle and a jade box from the system's repository, presenting them with both hands. The bottle contained a 3rd-grade recovery pill obtained after completing the Black Stone mission, while the box held 2 low-grade spiritual herbs he had surreptitiously concealed before leaving the herb garden.
Please offer your guidance, esteemed brother.
Of course, of course. Brother Hua did not hesitate, swiftly accepting the items. After inspecting the contents of the box and the bottle, he took a step back, allowing Meng Chuan entry into the room.
This is a new batch of fine tea I acquired. Do sample it, my younger brother.
With the favor in hand, Brother Hua's demeanor was noticeably more amiable than before. Meng Chuan accepted the teacup with both hands, feigning astonishment. After taking a sip, he promptly praised, Brother, your taste is exquisite.
I have never savored tea so fragrant.
Ha, as long as it suits your palate, my younger brother. Brother Hua was in high spirits. He lifted his teacup, savoring a couple of sips with a self-satisfied air. Before Meng Chuan could urge him, he broached the subject at hand. The so-called disciple ranking competition is akin to a selection event. All formal disciples may register to participate. Those who secure a place in the top 50 will be promoted to inner disciples. He had already explained this during the reception of newly promoted formal disciples earlier that day. Noticing the dissatisfaction concealed on Meng Chuan's face, he smiled and added, on the surface, this disciple ranking competition seems to have no barriers, but in truth, it conceals many intricacies.
For instance? Meng Chuan's curiosity was piqued.
Before and after you became a formal disciple, did anyone from the 4 halls approach you? Brother Hua did not provide a direct explanation but instead cast a playful glance at Meng Chuan. A sudden realization struck Meng Chuan as he recalled the veiled woman from the herb garden in Lu Ming. Taking a discreet breath, he feigned confusion, shaking his head. I have no recollection of anyone approaching me.
If no one seeks you out before the ranking competition begins, you must tread carefully.
Brother Hua's tone turned serious. For each disciple ranking competition, the 4 halls will select a group of seed candidates from eligible formal disciples in advance and provide them with covert support. As for those who are not seed candidates, they are merely stepping stones. Seeing Meng Chuan's continued confusion, Brother Hua patiently elaborated, regardless of the competition's outcome, 50 individuals will ultimately ascend to the inner hall, and these 50 will be distributed among the 4 halls.
When one hall claims victory, they shall revel in their triumph before the other 3. Ah, I see.
Meng Chuan finally grasped the situation. Brother Hua's gaze flickered, his lips pressed together, as if hesitating.
However, this hesitation was fleeting, and he gently advised, my younger brother, you have just become a formal disciple, there is no need to rush into that arduous ranking competition.
Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan felt a pang of bitterness, thinking to himself, I do not wish to, but the system has assigned me this task.
If I fail to become an inner disciple within a month, who knows what punishment awaits me?
Participation is what matters. Consider it an opportunity to accumulate experience for the future. It is merely a contest among peers. Meng Chuan chuckled awkwardly. This is the demon sect, where one cannot afford to be casual. Brother Hua intensified his grip.
Once you enter the competition, you are wagering your life and future. With that, he released his hold on Meng Chuan's shoulder and let out a deep sigh.
After a moment's pause, he adopted a slightly softer tone. You are still young, there is no rush. Prepare for a year or two before entering the competition. Listening to this unexpectedly sincere advice, Meng Chuan felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. For the first time since arriving in this world, he sensed genuine concern from another, yet, he did not allow himself to dwell on this sudden emotion. Meng Chuan, do not forget that this individual before you is also a seasoned veteran of the demon sect. Subtly pinching his own waist, he used the sting to regain his composure. I appreciate your concern, brother. I will be cautious. Brother Hua sighed heavily, ultimately choosing not to press further. I can only wish you success in your endeavors. Thank you, brother. Meng Chuan rose to take his leave. I have imposed upon you long enough. I must return. He bowed respectfully, and upon turning to leave the room, he endeavored to maintain an air of propriety. Once he exited the courtyard and evaded Brother Hua's gaze, he rubbed his temples. It seemed imperative to discover who the selected seeds from each hall were. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. As a seasoned practitioner of survival, he understood that caution was his foundation for existence. That said, whom should he approach to gather such intelligence? Logically, Brother Hua could be considered a valuable source of information. However, Meng Chuan preferred not to engage too closely with him, instinctively seeking an alternative channel. He sighed quietly and scratched his scalp in frustration. While preoccupied with these thoughts, the system suddenly issued a warning. Ding, a foreign spiritual consciousness has been detected lurking, please remain vigilant. As soon as the system's voice faded, Meng Chuan felt a chill permeate the air, his hair standing on end. A heavy aura of malevolence, he involuntarily shuddered, immediately adopting a defensive stance, yet, after waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, the owner of that menacing spiritual presence did not materialize. Only the evening breeze, startled by his voice, rustled the foliage in response. I just came from the herb garden. Could I possibly be under surveillance? Furrowing his brow, Meng Chuan murmured to himself before shaking his head. Withdrawing his gaze from the depths of the night following this incident, he remained alert to any external movements. Fortunately, he encountered no unforeseen circumstances until he returned to his residence. However, upon seeing the graceful silhouette sprawled across his bed, his eyelids instantly flickered. Sister, don't you fear being misunderstood at this late hour? Chapter 24. The calamity of misfortune. Rest assured, I am exceedingly cautious. No one will know of my visit to you. Ning Yu languidly turned over, propping herself up slightly, her eyelids fluttering as her phoenix-like eyes cast a fleeting glance. Meng Chuan, on the other hand, withdrew his gaze from her and wandered over to the table to pour himself a glass of cool water. So, what brings your esteemed presence here? Are you planning to participate in the disciple ranking competition in half a month? Ning Yu did not mince words. Indeed, Meng Chuan made no attempt to deny it. Why? Ning Yu's brows furrowed tightly. I cannot comprehend this. Is it not natural for one to strive for greatness? You are merely at the early stage of foundation building. What difference does it make between participating in the ranking competition and courting death? Ning Yu's tone was stern, as if to dissuade him. What, are you afraid that if I die, no one will assist you in searching for things in the forbidden valley behind the mountain? Meng Chuan chuckled lightly, appearing more relaxed than her. Ning Yu did not refute him, merely stating in a low voice, you are a man, having promised to cooperate with me, you ought to follow through. There are countless men in this world, why do you fixate on me? Meng Chuan feigned frustration, though his tone carried a hint of flirtation. Once the words left his mouth, he braced himself for a barrage of anger. Yet, to his surprise, after waiting for an eternity, Ning Yu did not unleash her wrath. Hey, are you alright? Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Meng Chuan waved his hand at her. What could possibly be wrong with me? After all, it is not me who is rushing to my death. With a disdainful huff, Ning Yu rose from the bed and, before departing, tossed a scroll at him. To avoid being struck in the face, Meng Chuan hurriedly caught the scroll. I picked this up on my way here, she remarked coldly as she flicked her sleeves and vanished into the night. Observing her receding figure and then glancing at the item in his hand, Meng Chuan could not help but mutter, this woman, is there something wrong with her? However, after reading the contents of the scroll, he stood frozen in place. For what was recorded within was precisely the information he desperately needed at that moment. Indeed, Ning Yu had actually brought him detailed information about the chosen seeds of their respective factions. It is I who must be the one with issues. From now on, you shall be my dear sister. In that instant, Meng Chuan's gratitude towards Ning Yu was wholly sincere. Even the slight resentment he harbored from being threatened previously dissipated entirely. Once I successfully become an inner disciple, I will wholeheartedly assist you in your search. It is only human to reciprocate kindness, and although he still did not know what Ning Yu sought, he was willing to lend a helping hand. Clutching the scroll, he meticulously read through it twice, and only when the night deepened did he drift into a muddled sleep. This time, he slept particularly soundly. Upon rising the next day, he felt an invigorating sense of refreshment that he had not experienced in a long while. Just after finishing breakfast, a cacophony of gongs rang out. Subsequently, Brother Hua, acting as the instructor, summoned all newly initiated formal disciples to gather on a vast expanse of grass. Since everyone is present, let us commence our first day of training. Today, you will learn the foundational boxing technique of our sect, known as the split cloud fist. I will demonstrate it once. Pay close attention. Brother Hua was straightforward, showing no regard for the crowd's need to acclimate as he immediately assumed his stance. Then, he began to execute a series of swift, agile movements. The changes in position were so rapid that even Meng Chuan could not ascertain whether he was practicing boxing or body techniques. The entire set of movements was completed in less than 5 minutes. In the end, Brother Hua impatiently addressed the bewildered students. Do you all see clearly? Facing his indifferent gaze, not a single disciple dared to speak up. I am asking you a question. Brother Hua's tone grew sharper. Could you possibly demonstrate it again? I didn't quite see it clearly. At last, one brave new disciple summoned the courage to speak cautiously. Upon hearing this, Brother Hua's expression instantly darkened, his brows arching as he barked, after all did you feed your eyes to the dogs? I'm sorry, but your speed was simply too rapid. I couldn't keep up. The reprimanded disciple shrank back, trembling as he offered his apology while timidly defending himself. This single remark only deepened Brother Hua's scowl. It's your own inadequacy if you can't keep up. The disciple, who had been scolded, clenched his fists quietly, a flicker of indignation in his eyes. To advance from a novice to foundation building within a week, this disciple felt a sense of pride swelling within. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly raised his head, no longer shying away from Brother Hua's piercing gaze. It is not just me who cannot keep up. The disciple shifted his gaze to the other despondent classmates, and I ask you this among you, who managed to clearly observe the techniques Brother Hua just demonstrated. At this declaration, silence enveloped the crowd, with everyone burying their heads even lower. Witnessing this scene, the reprimanded disciple deliberately lifted his chin, and the look he cast back at Brother Hua brimmed with disdain, as if to convey through his gaze. Do you see, clearly, it's your inability to teach. As an instructor, as a senior, and as a true inner disciple, how could Brother Hua tolerate such insolence? Who says no one saw? His gaze shifted abruptly to Meng Chuan. Meng, you come demonstrate the boxing techniques I just performed for them. Caught off guard, Meng Chuan nearly choked on his own saliva. One hand clutched his throat while the other pointed at himself, incredulously exclaiming, "Are you referring to me? Aside from you, is there anyone else named Meng here?" Brother Hua nodded. You must have seen it clearly, right? Though framed as a question, his tone was anything but inquisitive. It bore the weight of a threat. Facing his suddenly icy glare, Meng Chuan felt a chill wash over him. At that moment, he was immensely grateful that he hadn't bared his heart to this Brother Hua the night prior. Indeed, my wariness towards him was justified. Amidst his relief, Meng Chuan could not help but feel a sense of frustration, lamenting deeply within. Damn it, why did he have to call on me? I haven't wronged him in any way. As a genuine low-key individual, he truly did not wish to draw attention to himself at such a moment. Yet Brother Hua grew impatient, urging sternly, "Why aren't you starting? What are you waiting for?" Noticing the derisive glances from his fellow disciples, Meng Chuan instinctively sought excuses to refuse. However, remembering that he would have to endure a month under Brother Hua's tutelage, he found no courage to decline. Heaven help me, why must you treat me this way? I merely wish to live a peaceful life for a few days. At this moment, Meng Chuan nearly clawed his own head off in frustration, utterly incapable of making a decision. All his turmoil and predicament were evident in his eyes, impossible to conceal completely. Even Ningyu, watching from a distance, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Chapter 25. A temper that cannot be contained. How could a mere scoundrel, who fortuitously ascended from the herbal garden, possibly replicate the martial arts he had seen only once? Indeed, what we find challenging, how could a waste from the herbal garden accomplish? Surely, this senior Brother Hua cannot be a fool. Why choose to target someone as inept as Meng Chuan? In a brief span, disdainful murmurs regarding Meng Chuan began to permeate the atmosphere. To be frank, Meng Chuan was quite bewildered as to why these individuals harbored such strong prejudices against those hailing from the herbal garden. However, such concerns were trivial. What truly mattered was that through the reactions of his contemporaries, he discerned a stark reality. In this demonic sect, there existed no semblance of camaraderie among classmates, nor any notion of brotherhood. He was destined never to forge friendships with this group. With this in mind, why should he continue to fret over the sentiments of these ruffians? Reflecting upon this, Meng Chuan finally devised a plan and stepped forward proactively before senior Brother Hua could urge him. If senior brother trusted him so implicitly, then he would have to showcase his skills, and should there be any flaws, he humbly requested guidance from his senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Chuan took a stance and executed an accelerated version of the shattering stone fist. Indeed, he was not performing the cloud-splitting fist that senior Brother Hua had demonstrated. 5 minutes later, he withdrew his fists, panting heavily, and bowed respectfully to senior Brother Hua, adopting a posture of eager anticipation for evaluation. Senior Brother Hua, without exposing anything, crossed his arms and approached leisurely. Quite commendable to see a novice able to wield this technique with such resemblance. It brings me great solace, however, mere mimicry is insufficient. One must grasp the true essence of the fist to unleash its genuine might.
I am grateful for your instruction. Meng Chuan's face radiated gratitude. Senior brother Hua patted his shoulder and then turned, casting a glance over the stunned faces of the onlookers. So, have you all gained clarity this time? We, the assembled disciples, stuttered and faltered. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Senior brother Hua showed no mercy, chastising them on the spot. This time, no one dared to retort, all shrinking back with disgruntled expressions. However, while the disciples remained silent, their gazes towards Meng Chuan brimmed with animosity, as if all the blame for their humiliation had been placed squarely upon him. Meng Chuan certainly felt aggrieved but wasted no breath in unnecessary explanations. Firstly, it was not worth it. Secondly, offering an explanation now would only serve to offend senior brother Hua as well. On this day, during the remainder of the training session, Meng Chuan was entirely sidelined by his peers. It was not until the training concluded that Ningyu approached him, hands clasped behind her back, reveling in his misfortune. Congratulations, on your second day as a formal disciple, you've become the public enemy, ha ha. Meng Chuan's lips quivered in irritation as he retorted, you should be the one to keep your distance, beware of being implicated. I'm not worried. When they discover the truth, a few loud curses in your direction will suffice. Clearly, Ningyu had already devised a perfect strategy to evade repercussions. Meng Chuan grew even more exasperated and, uninterested in further banter, quickened his pace. Why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Ningyu remarked without an ounce of decorum. Meng Chuan stumbled slightly, nearly falling flat on his face, and turned back in frustration, gritting his teeth. You'd better pray I never get my hands on you. Rest assured, that day shall never come. Yes, that's so, we shall see. With a determined flick of his sleeve, Meng Chuan left without lingering, shaking off Ningyu. He headed straight for the plaza in front of the main hall. The disciple ranking competition was set to commence in half a month, and thus, the formal disciples were now allowed to register. The registration point was located in the northeast corner of the plaza. Upon arriving, Meng Chuan spotted a throng of people densely packed in that cornered goodness. Could it be that all the formal disciples of the sect have gathered here? As he surveyed the crowd of hundreds, he couldn't help but ponder. Host, please be advised, marked spiritual awareness detected. The system's sudden announcement snapped his attention back. Furrowing his brow, Meng Chuan inquired, what do you mean by marked spiritual awareness? Before the task of becoming an inner disciple is completed, this system will specifically mark all spiritual awareness that observes the host or displays hostility towards the host, in order to assist the host in avoiding potential dangers. The marked spiritual awareness detected this time first appeared last night and exhibited clear murderous intent towards the host. Please exercise caution. Understood. Meng Chuan nodded. Can you identify the owner of this marked spiritual awareness? The opponent, possessing a magical artifact, has obscured this system's detection to some extent. With the currently available basic probing functions, I can only roughly pinpoint the direction of the owner's location. Indeed, the owner of that marked spiritual awareness is mingling among the crowd in front of the registration area. How intriguing. Squinting, Meng Chuan stood still for a moment before striding toward the registration point. The inner sect brother in charge of the registration was overwhelmed with work, thus merely tossed him a form, instructing him to fill it out himself. After a struggle to seize a brush, just as he dipped it into the ink, a scarred youth snatched the form from his hands. Oh, isn't this Meng from the herbal garden? Are you also here to participate in the ranking competition? What, is that not allowed? Meng Chuan replied coldly. The scarred youth did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Meng Chuan with a sidelong glance for a while. When everyone turned their heads to look in their direction, he finally scoffed disdainfully. I see no reason to waste a registration form on you. Though brief, each word dripped with contempt and derision towards Meng Chuan. Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers erupted into laughter, some even struggling to contain themselves. Meng Chuan had no desire to escalate the situation. He suppressed the simmering anger within and turned away. He intended to request another registration form, but just as he reached out his hand, the inner sect brother manning the booth blocked him. Do you think the sect's paper is free? Forcefully shaking off Meng Chuan's hand, the inner sect brother sneered. To think you can't even hold onto a registration form and dare to participate in the ranking competition? How laughable. Meng Chuan's hand, which had been reaching out, froze mid-motion upon hearing this. Glancing at the indifferent inner sect brother and then at the crowd of jeering spectators, a chill ran through him. Fairness and justice, such concepts do not exist within the demonic sect. To avoid being bullied, one must resort to the language of fists. Indeed, remaining low-key had always been his motto, but that did not imply he was willing to endure oppression. One may possess a good temper, yet one must not lack the spirit to stand up for oneself. Return it. Slowly turning around, he fixed a steely gaze upon the scarred youth and coldly commanded. Yet, rather than returning the registration form,
the scarred youth audaciously tore it to shreds right before his eyes. The sound of the tearing paper, though not loud, pierced the air painfully. "What are you staring at? Do you believe I want to tear that pretty face of yours apart as well?" The scarred youth, clearly oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in Meng Chuan's eyes, continued to provoke him. Chapter 26. The toad yawns. The scarred-browed youth rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, deliberately closing the distance to Meng Chuan. Though this step was not particularly large, it rendered the atmosphere palpable with tension. Simultaneously, the gathered onlookers erupted with excitement. It seems there will be a spectacle to behold. Whether the excitement would truly manifest was uncertain, but it was evident that amusement was in store. "What do you think? Can that fledgling who just ascended from the herb garden withstand a few strikes from Senior Brother Chen?" Among the audience, many were already acquainted with the scarred-browed youth. Senior Brother Chen had long since reached the late-stage foundation establishment realm. How could a mere waste from the herb garden compare? In my opinion, Senior Brother Chen would only need 2 strikes to send that lad sprawling. The chatter that permeated the square was incessant, yet upon closer inspection, not a single voice among the crowd believed Meng Chuan could emerge unscathed. In fact, countless individuals were eager to witness the aftermath of Chen Xiong's merciless thrashing. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Chen Xiong decided to satisfy the audience's expectations. The disciple ranking competition was not an event for just anyone to participate in. Lacking strength would only lead to ridicule. Since junior brother Meng insisted on signing up, let me, as his senior, gauge your true capabilities. If you can endure 2 of my strikes, I shall concede that I have misjudged you. Chen Xiong wore an expression of assured victory, completely dismissing Meng Chuan. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke.
"Not enough."
The brevity of his words left most of the audience bewildered. Meng Chuan then surveyed the crowd before returning his gaze to Chen Xiong, adding nonchalantly, 2 strikes are too few. I'll grant you 3 chances. If you can merely touch the hem of my robe, you shall be deemed the victor. The declaration sent the arena into silence, as almost everyone was taken aback by his audacious arrogance. The toad yawns with a mighty roar. One cannot inflate their face and expect to become rotund. Instead, they will only become a gesture. Words like disdain, mockery, and derision were thoroughly embodied by the audience at that moment. Provoked in public, Chen Xiong's face darkened, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly spilling over. Without waiting for him to respond, Meng Chuan taunted, "Is Senior Brother Chen lacking in confidence? Beware, fists and feet are blind. Junior Brother Meng may not be so fortunate." Chen Xiong, eager to teach him a lesson, raised his arm. "Wait." Meng Chuan suddenly lifted his arm, palm held. "Too late." Chen Xiong snorted coldly. "Don't misunderstand." Meng Chuan maintained his composure. "Since we are to play, let us play for something grand. How do you wish to play?" Chen Xiong could not afford to show any weakness at this juncture. "If I win, you shall piece together this torn registration form and swallow it." As he spoke, Meng Chuan deliberately stepped on the scattered fragments of paper on the ground. What had once been pristine paper was now sullied with dirt. At this sight, Chen Xiong's eyelids twitched violently, but due to his pride, he ultimately refrained from protesting. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Meng Chuan, enunciating each word carefully. "If you lose, you will kneel before everyone and call me ancestor 3 times, ensuring all within the sect hear you." Though this demand sounded juvenile, astute observers recognized the cruelty behind Chen Xiong's words. Should Meng Chuan truly utter the term ancestor, his future within the demon sect would be utterly destroyed. Meng Chuan was well aware of this truth, yet he resolutely agreed to the wager. "Boy, you will surely call me ancestor." Chen Xiong wasted no time, launching himself forward with a sinister intent. His speed was astonishing, and without any warning, his fist was already hurtling toward Meng Chuan's chest. As this blow seemed destined to land, Chen Xiong grinned wickedly. The audience was momentarily stunned, yet none dared to question Chen Xiong's martial ethics. After all, this was the demon sect, where notions of fairness and righteousness held no sway. However, just as the strike was about to connect, it met with nothing but air. Upon closer inspection, Meng Chuan had bizarrely evaded to Chen Xiong's right rear without any indication. Ignoring his opponent's confusion, Meng Chuan leisurely extended a finger. 1 strike passed. "Humph, I merely allowed you to save face by not wanting you to lose too embarrassingly." Chen Xiong was not disheartened, swiftly pivoting and charging forward. With a leap, he swung his arms, unleashing a torrent of azure energy that enveloped Meng Chuan in a fierce barrage. In an instant, he had encased Meng Chuan with a formidable punch, a gust of wind rising that made Meng Chuan's clothing flap vigorously. Although the speed of this attack was slightly reduced compared to the previous strike, its power had multiplied several times over. Aware of Meng Chuan's extraordinary agility, he had deliberately sealed off Meng Chuan's escape routes. "I wonder how you plan to evade now," he taunted. "Then be sure to keep your eyes wide open." As he spoke, Meng Chuan shifted slightly, his body swaying. "Too slow."
Chen Xiong scoffed.
Yet when his fist connected with Meng Chuan, there was no tangible impact. In a moment of confusion, he realized the Meng Chuan before him was merely an afterimage. As for the real Meng Chuan, he had effortlessly moved behind him, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Chen Xiong like a fool.
2 strikes have passed, senior brother Chen. You must try harder. As his opponent, Meng Chuan audaciously encouraged Chen Xiong, vividly illustrating what it meant to be utterly fearless. You little brat, I will kill you. Chen Xiong's face contorted with rage.
Meng Chuan merely shot him a sidelong glance, dismissing him with a casual sneer. Enraged beyond measure, Chen Xiong drew forth a 4-foot-long sword. As the sword was unsheathed, a towering phantom of the blade materialized in the air, aiming to cleave Meng Chuan in half. Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened as he concentrated his spiritual energy, channeling it into his legs. Setting aside his peculiar evasion technique, he focused entirely on enhancing his speed. Ultimately, he managed to escape the lethal range of the giant sword just in time. Once the spectral sword dissipated, Chen Xiong's face darkened to the color of a pot's bottom upon seeing Meng Chuan unscathed.
It appears that Meng has emerged victorious.
Meng Chuan declared calmly, chest held high, exuding an air of triumph.
A gentleman must honor his bets. Senior brother Chen, I trust you will not renege on our agreement?
As his words settled, Meng Chuan raised his palm and swept it through the air. The fragments of the registration form, stirred by his palm's wind, tumbled to Chen Xiong's feet. Chapter 26, the yawning toad. The scarred-browed youth rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, deliberately advancing towards Meng Chuan. Although the step was not particularly large, it significantly heightened the tension in the air simultaneously. The onlookers outside became suddenly animated. It seems there will be quite a spectacle to behold. Whether it is truly exciting remains to be seen, but it certainly appears that amusement is on the horizon. What do you think? Can that lad who just ascended from the herb garden withstand even a few moves from senior brother Chen? Clearly, many among the spectators recognized the scarred-browed youth. Senior brother Chen had long reached the later stages of foundation establishment. How could a mere waste from the herb garden possibly compare? In my estimation, senior brother Chen could dispatch that boy in no more than 2 moves, leaving him searching for his teeth on the ground. The chattering among the crowd was incessant, yet a closer listen would reveal that not a single voice believed Meng Chuan could emerge unscathed. In fact, countless spectators were eagerly anticipating the sight of him being thoroughly trounced by Chen Xiong. As the atmosphere reached such a fever pitch, Chen Xiong decided to thoroughly satisfy the audience's expectations. The disciple ranking competition was not a stage for just anyone. Those without sufficient strength would only make themselves a laughingstock. Since junior brother Meng was insistent on participating, I shall take it upon myself as his senior to measure his worth. If he can withstand just 2 of my moves, I shall concede that I have misjudged him. Chen Xiong wore an expression of utter confidence, completely disregarding Meng Chuan. Upon hearing these words, Meng Chuan, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally spoke.
Not enough.
The 2 succinct words left most of the audience bewildered. Meng Chuan then surveyed the crowd, and upon returning his gaze to Chen Xiong, calmly added, 2 moves are too few. I will grant you 3 chances. If you can merely touch the hem of my garment, it shall count as your victory. At this proclamation, the arena fell silent, as nearly everyone was taken aback by his audacious arrogance. The toad yawning truly had a grandiose attitude. Puffing oneself up does not lead to becoming a bigger creature, it merely turns one into a jester. Contempt, ridicule, and mockery were palpable among the audience at that moment. Faced with such public provocation, Chen Xiong's expression darkened, and the murderous intent pooling in his eyes nearly overflowed. Without waiting for him to respond, Meng Chuan provocatively remarked, Senior brother Chen, are you perhaps lacking confidence in yourself?
Be careful, fists and feet have no eyes.
Chen Xiong could hardly contain his eagerness to teach him a lesson, and with a swift motion, he prepared to strike.
Wait.
Meng Chuan suddenly raised his arm, palm held vertically in the air.
Are you begging for mercy? It's too late. Chen Xiong scoffed coldly. Do not misunderstand, Meng Chuan replied nonchalantly, since we are playing, let us play for something grand. And how would you like to play? Chen Xiong, naturally, could not show any sign of weakness at that crucial moment. If I win, I want you to piece together this torn registration form and swallow it. As he spoke, Meng Chuan deliberately stepped on the scattered fragments of paper on the ground. The formerly clean scraps were instantaneously sullied with mud. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xiong's eyelids twitched violently, yet due to pride, he ultimately refrained from opposing. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Meng Chuan and declared, if you lose, I want you to kneel before everyone and call me ancestor 3 times loudly, ensuring all in the sect can hear. Although this demand seemed rather childish, the astute among the crowd silently lamented Chen Xiong's cruelty.
Should Meng Chuan utter the word ancestor, his future in the demon sect would be irrevocably ruined. Meng Chuan understood this reality as well, yet he resolutely agreed to the wager.
You can count on that ancestor coming from my lips.
Chen Xiong wasted no time and, with a powerful leap, lunged forward, his voice dripping with malice. His speed was astonishing, and without any prior warning, his fist soared toward Meng Chuan's chest. Just as the strike seemed destined to succeed, Chen Xiong grinned with cruel satisfaction. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, yet none dared to question Chen Xiong's martial ethics. After all, this was the demon sect, where notions of fairness and righteousness were hardly revered. However, that seemingly inevitable blow ultimately struck nothing but air upon closer inspection. Meng Chuan had mysteriously vacated his original position and had, without warning, drifted to Chen Xiong's right rear side. Ignoring his opponent's confusion, Meng Chuan leisurely extended a finger. One move had passed.
Humph, just now, I merely let you off lightly so you wouldn't appear too foolish in defeat.
Chen Xiong was not disheartened. He swiftly pivoted and charged forward. As he leaped, he swung his arms, unleashing a torrent of azure energy that enveloped Meng Chuan. In an instant, his fierce punches bore down upon Meng Chuan, the gusts of wind causing the latter's garments to flutter violently. Although this attack was slightly slower than the previous one, its power had multiplied several times. Aware of Meng Chuan's exceptional agility, Chen Xiong deliberately sealed off his escape route.
Let us see how you evade now. You had better keep your eyes wide open.
With that, Meng Chuan's feet shifted, his body swaying slightly.
Too slow.
Chen Xiong snickered derisively at the sight. Yet when his fist connected with Meng Chuan, it bore no semblance of impact. For a brief moment of confusion, he realized that the Meng Chuan standing before him had suddenly vanished. Staring wide-eyed, he stood in shock for 3 seconds before he jolted back to reality. He had struck only a fleeting shadow. The real Meng Chuan had already inconspicuously positioned himself behind Chen Xiong, smirking as he regarded him like a fool.
2 moves have passed, senior brother Chen. You must exert yourself even more.
As his opponent, Meng Chuan audaciously cheered for Chen Xiong, vividly illustrating what it meant to be utterly unafraid.
You brat, I will kill you. Enraged, Chen Xiong's face twisted in fury.
Meng Chuan merely shot him a sidelong glance and smirked. In a fit of rage, Chen Xiong drew forth a 4-foot-long sword. The instant the blade was unsheathed, a towering phantom of a massive sword materialized in the air, aiming to cleave Meng Chuan in half. Meng Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he concentrated his spiritual energy, channeling it into his legs. Temporarily abandoning his elusive movements, he fully committed to enhancing his speed. In the end, he successfully dashed out of the giant sword's lethal range just before it could sever him in two. As the phantom blade dissipated, Chen Xiong's face darkened to the color of charred iron upon witnessing Meng Chuan unscathed.
It appears that I, Meng, have emerged victorious. Meng Chuan announced with an air of nonchalance, chest puffed out in pride.
A man must honor his bets, after all.
Senior brother Chen, you wouldn't dare to renege, would you?
As his words hung in the air, Meng Chuan raised his hand, sweeping it through the air. The fragments of the torn registration form, stirred by his palm's wind, rolled toward Chen Xiong's feet. Chapter 26. The toad yawns. The scarred-browed youth rolled up his sleeves and strode forward, deliberately taking a step closer to Meng Chuan. Despite the modest distance of his advance, the atmosphere in the venue became palpably tense. Simultaneously, the onlookers surrounding the area erupted into excitement. It seems there will be a spectacle to behold. Whether it would be truly thrilling remained uncertain, but it was evident that entertainment was on the horizon. One might wonder, could that lad who just descended from the herb garden withstand even a few exchanges from senior brother Chen Xiong? Clearly, many among the audience were familiar with the scarred-browed youth. Senior brother Chen had already reached the late stage of foundation building. How could a mere waste from the herb garden possibly compare? In my estimation, senior brother Chen would only need 2 moves to leave that lad searching for his teeth. The chatter that filled the square was incessant, yet upon closer listening, one would find that not a single voice believed Meng Chuan stood a chance. In fact, countless spectators were eagerly anticipating the sight of him being thoroughly trounced by Chen Xiong. As the atmosphere reached such a fever pitch, Chen Xiong decided to oblige the audience's expectations. The disciple ranking competition was not an event for just anyone to enter. Lacking strength would only lead to ridicule. Since junior brother Meng insisted on signing up, why not allow this senior brother to gauge his capabilities? If you can withstand just 2 of my moves, I shall concede that I misjudged you. Chen Xiong wore a confident expression, completely dismissing Meng Chuan's presence. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan, who had remained silent for a long while, finally spoke.
Not enough.
The 2 simple words left most of the audience in utter bewilderment.
Meng Chuan then surveyed the crowd before returning his gaze to Chen Xiong, calmly adding, 2 moves are too few. I grant you 3 chances that if you can merely touch the hem of my garment, you shall be deemed the victor.
With this proclamation, the venue fell silent, as nearly everyone was taken aback by his audacious arrogance.
The toad yawns with an impressive bravado. One cannot simply puff up one's cheeks and expect to become a heavyweight. It only serves to turn oneself into a fool. Disdain, mockery, and derision were palpable among the audience. Provoked publicly, Chen Xiong's expression darkened, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly spilling over. Without waiting for him to respond, Meng Chuan taunted, "Senior brother Chen, are you perhaps lacking in confidence? Beware, my fists and feet are merciless." Chen Xiong, eager to impart a lesson, prepared to strike. "Wait." Meng Chuan suddenly raised his arm, palm facing downward. "Are you begging for mercy? Too late." Chen Xiong scoffed coldly. "Do not misunderstand." Meng Chuan maintained his composure. "Since we are to engage, let us make it interesting. How would you like to play?" Chen Xiong was not one to show weakness at such a moment. "If I win, you will swallow the torn registration form after piecing it back together." As he spoke, Meng Chuan deliberately stepped on the scattered paper fragments on the ground. The once pristine scraps were instantly soiled with mud. Witnessing this, Chen Xiong's eyelids twitched violently, yet due to pride, he ultimately refrained from objecting. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Meng Chuan, enunciating each word with malice. "If you lose, you will kneel before everyone and call me ancestor 3 times, ensuring all within the sect hear you." While this demand may have sounded juvenile, the astute among the crowd recognized the cruelty underlying Chen Xiong's words. Should Meng Chuan utter those 2 words, his future within the demon sect would be irreparably tarnished. Meng Chuan understood this well but resolutely agreed to the wager nonetheless. "Boy, you shall certainly call me ancestor." Chen Xiong wasted no time, launching himself forward with a sinister smirk. His attack was executed with remarkable speed, and without any warning, his fist crashed toward Meng Chuan's chest. Just as this strike seemed destined to land, Chen Xiong grinned maliciously. The onlookers collectively gasped, yet none dared to question Chen Xiong's martial ethics. As previously mentioned, this was the demon sect, where fairness and justice were not held in high regard. However, the seemingly assured blow ultimately met with thin air at the last moment. Upon closer inspection, Meng Chuan had mysteriously vacated his original position, and without any forewarning, he floated to Chen Xiong's right rear side. Ignoring his opponent's bewilderment, Meng Chuan leisurely extended a finger. "One move has passed." "Humph, just now I merely refrained from making you look too foolish." Chen Xiong, undeterred, quickly pivoted and charged forward. As he leaped, he swung both arms, unleashing a torrent of azure energy with his fists, layering upon itself. In an instant, he enveloped Meng Chuan with a ferocious onslaught, a fierce wind rising that sent Meng Chuan's garments fluttering. Although this attack was slightly slower than the previous one, its power had multiplied several times over. Aware of Meng Chuan's remarkable agility, he had specifically aimed to block his escape. "Let us see how you evade now. Make sure to keep your eyes wide open," Chen Xiong exclaimed. As he spoke, Meng Chuan's feet shifted slightly, his body swaying. "Too slow." Chen Xiong sneered at the sight, yet, when his fist struck what he believed to be Meng Chuan, it bore no weight whatsoever. Momentarily stunned, he stood before a vanishing image of Meng Chuan. After 3 seconds of dumbfoundedness, he suddenly realized he had merely struck a shadow. The real Meng Chuan had long since appeared behind him, smirking as one would at a fool. "2 moves have passed, senior brother Chen. You must exert yourself further." As his adversary, Meng Chuan audaciously encouraged Chen Xiong, vividly illustrating the concept of audacity. "You little brat, I shall kill you." Enraged, Chen Xiong's face twisted in fury. Meng Chuan merely cast a sidelong glance at him, barely suppressing a smirk. Chen Xiong, thoroughly incensed, unsheathed a 4-foot-long sword. As the blade emerged, a towering illusory sword materialized in the air, hurtling toward Meng Chuan in an attempt to cleave him in two. Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened as he gathered his spiritual energy, channeling it into his legs. Temporarily setting aside his extraordinary agility, he focused entirely on enhancing his speed. Ultimately, he succeeded in evading the lethal range of the colossal sword before it could bisect him. As the phantom blade dissipated, witnessing his unscathed form, Chen Xiong's expression darkened to that of a pot's bottom. "It seems that I, Meng, have emerged victorious." Meng Chuan. The gust created by his hand sent the scattered registration fragments rolling toward Chen Xiong's feet. Chapter 27 of the ability to bend and stretch. Who would have thought that Meng Chuan could actually emerge victorious? Even long after the contest had concluded, the spectators remained ensnared in astonishment and confusion. However, Meng Chuan paid little heed to the onlookers, his gaze fixed indifferently upon Chen Xiong's face. Why was Chen still hesitating to feast? With a huff of frustration, Chen Xiong stamped his foot, scattering the crumpled papers at his feet, and turned away with a dismissive flick of his head. As he walked away, he rudely shoved aside the spectators blocking his path. Meng Chuan made no attempt to intervene. After all, with the disciple ranking competition approaching, he
he preferred not to reveal too many of his tactics at this juncture. Yet, those who had been rudely brushed aside were far from pleased, beginning to hurl insults at Chen Xiong. "He can't even hold his own against a newcomer, yet he dares to flaunt his superiority before us," they scoffed. "We were far too generous in our esteem for Chen Xiong. Upon reflection, he is merely mediocre." They lamented, "To renege in front of so many witnesses, his reputation will be tarnished henceforth." The onlookers seemed to have forgotten that just moments ago, they had been cheering for Chen Xiong. Listening to their scornful remarks, Meng Chuan felt little exhilaration, only disdain. Collecting his thoughts, he glanced down at the littered ground before shifting his gaze to the inner disciple responsible for registration nearby, and sighed softly, "System, what will happen if I fail to become an inner disciple within a month?" "Failure to complete the task will result in penalties," came the system's response.
"And what precisely do those penalties entail?" Meng Chuan felt a pang of anxiety. 3,000 spirit points, 1,000 spirit rhythms, and 500 contribution points will be deducted. Meng Chuan's lips twitched in shock as he muttered, "But I don't even possess such quantities of spirit points and spirit rhythms." "This system can keep a ledger for you. You need only accumulate the required spirit points, spirit rhythms, and contribution points within the designated time frame," the system replied monotonously. "And what if I cannot fill this deficit in time?" Meng Chuan swallowed hard. "In that case, this system will judiciously disable certain functions, such as the ability to simulate techniques, physique, or realms." The system's tone remained impassive, yet a tempest brewed within Meng Chuan's heart. That was entirely unacceptable. What a joke! The simulation function was his crucial support for becoming stronger. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists in determination. After considerable mental preparation, he approached the inner disciple. "Senior brother, it was indeed my fault for misplacing the registration form. I kindly ask for another chance." In pursuit of his task, Meng Chuan concealed his earlier arrogance in favor of a facade of ingratiating smiles. After a prolonged silence from the other party, he steeled his resolve and decided to offer some favors. However, before he could begin his attempt at bribery, the inner disciple unexpectedly thrust a registration form before him. "Take it, fill it out, and submit it." "Thank you, senior brother." Meng Chuan, fearing a change of heart, hastily accepted the form. He completed it swiftly, and upon witnessing the other party secure his submitted form, he finally exhaled in relief. After expressing his gratitude once more, he exited the square, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The sky had begun to darken, and the inner disciple responsible for registration did not linger in the square. Having just submitted the organized registration forms and list of participating disciples, he was soon approached by another. "Lu, what brings you here?" "You just did me a great favor, so naturally, I must thank you properly," Lu Ming chuckled heartily. "It's merely a matter of a registration form, senior brother, you're being overly courteous." The inner disciple waved his hand modestly, appearing genuinely flattered. At the same time, news of Meng Chuan's duel with Chen Xiong began to spread from the main hall. Even the prominent figures of the four halls heard Meng Chuan's name. It has been quite some time since our sect has witnessed such an active newcomer. Ultimately, he is just a foundational ant. Not worth my excessive attention, remarked one elder dismissively. The bigwigs either found amusement or disdain in the situation, yet none took Meng Chuan seriously. Only Lu Ming's master repeated Meng Chuan's name twice in contemplation. Chen Xiong is the chosen seat of the weapon refining hall this year, and yet he cannot deal with that Meng Chuan. Murmuring to himself, the elder gradually narrowed his eyes while tapping his fingers on the armrest. "Very well, let us first evaluate Meng Chuan's worth in the ranking competition. If he truly possesses the ability to break into the top 50, we must certainly recruit him into our shadow hall." As he spoke, a glimmer of light danced in his eyes, both wise and cunning, tinged with an unsettling aura. Achoo! Upon returning to his chamber, Meng Chuan involuntarily sneezed. Rubbing his itchy nose, he muttered softly, "Who is badmouthing me?" Fatigue washed over him, and he stifled a yawn. Just as he prepared to lie down for a brief respite, a sudden knock echoed at the door. "Meng, it's me." The familiar voice of Hua, his senior brother, followed closely behind the knock, reaching Meng Chuan's ears. "What brings him here?" Meng Chuan wondered, perplexed. After a moment's hesitation, he ambled to the door and pulled it open. "Greetings, senior brother, please, come in." "My dear brother, I was quite worried about you." Hua stepped inside, scrutinizing Meng Chuan closely. "I heard you had a scuffle with someone named Chen Xiong. You weren't injured, were you?" Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I am unharmed, Meng Chuan replied, though his curiosity only deepened. To gauge Hua's true intentions, he deliberately asked, "Did you come here for a specific reason? Why can't I simply come to check on you?" Hua feigned displeasure. Meng Chuan quickly apologized, even playfully slapping his own face in mock self-recrimination. "There is no need for such theatrics," Hua resumed his usual demeanor, adopting a serious tone. "I have come to remind you that it would be prudent to refrain from wandering about in the near future." "Why do you say that, senior brother? The hero you face today is no ordinary individual," Hua sighed. "Isn't he just a formal disciple?" Meng Chuan replied dismissively. "That was in the past. This year, he has been recognized as a seed by the weapon refining hall. Moreover what?" Meng Chuan pressed for more information. "Moreover, he holds considerable influence among formal disciples, and it's not unlikely he might seek you out for trouble," Hua added, thumping his chest with conviction. "Of course, as long as I am here, that Chen fellow wouldn't dare to cause chaos. So, you need only remain at ease here." The implication was clear. Hua was willing to act as a protective shield for Meng Chuan. However, having lived before, Meng Chuan never believed in the existence of free lunches in this world. Almost instantaneously, a surge of suspicion flooded his mind. What exactly is this fellow up to? Though his heart brimmed with wariness, the words that escaped his lips were filled with gratitude. "It is truly a stroke of fortune to have encountered a senior brother like you in this lifetime." Chapter 28. The day of the competition. After bidding farewell to senior brother Hua, Meng Chuan felt no inclination to move a muscle. Skipping dinner, he nestled into his bed. After a deep slumber, he was awakened the following morning by the familiar sound of a gong. He then, like the day before, consumed a modest meal before swiftly immersing himself in training. Heeding senior brother Hua's counsel, Meng Chuan remained at the training camp thereafter, never straying far from it. Certainly, his decision was not born out of fear of retribution from Chen Xiong, but rather a resolute desire to prepare himself as thoroughly as possible for the upcoming ranking competition. To this end, he deliberately intensified his practice of the Serpent's Glide and the Shattered Stone Fist. Not only that, but he also dedicated specific time outside of his regular training to practice the first technique of the Ling Xian Hand, striving for proficiency in this combat method. Efforts, after all, are often rewarded. As the hours of training accumulated, he could distinctly perceive his progress in skill, yet, this realization did little to assuage his unease. Instead, it incited a peculiar restlessness within him. Ultimately, what I am doing now bears little difference from mere theoretical postulation, lacking the essential validation of real combat. To ensure absolute certainty, I must contemplate ways to advance my realm and refine my spiritual energy. Meng Chuan seldom regarded himself highly. Most of the time, he could accurately discern his shortcomings. With a newfound sense of purpose, he adeptly summoned the system interface, named Meng Chuan Spirit Points 0. Spirit Resonance. 50 contribution points. 300 technique. A demon heaven treasure record. Rebound suppressed by 10. Body earthgrade. Initial stage. 5 poisons. Corrosion body. Spirit power enhancement. Realm foundation establishment. Early stage. Actual realm suppressed. Weapon held. Earthgrade. Inferior longsword. Shadow. Having previously spent 200 contribution points to exchange for the Spirit Source Foundation establishment technique, he found his remaining contribution points rather meager. Upon seeing the glaring 0 in the Spirit Points column, Meng Chuan sighed in frustration. Once the ranking competition concluded, he must devote time to amass a substantial amount of spirit points. Recalling the vast fields of earthly spirit herbs in the herb garden, a twinge of nostalgia washed over him. Nevertheless, he resolved to utilize the remaining resources entirely for the enhancement of his strength. It seemed the system sensed his intent, promptly confirming, "Does the host wish to expend all spirit resonance and contribution points to advance their realm?" With his body already elevated to the earth grade, further advancement seemed less likely to yield significant breakthroughs. Thus, it was evident that focusing on realm progression would be more advantageous. Investing 50 spirit resonance and 300 contribution points to advance his realm, he drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. After 95 years of effort, he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice resonated like a celestial chant. Simultaneously, Meng Chuan felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his limbs and bones. The familiar sensation of fullness compelled him to release a joyous exclamation skyward. Yet, soon, the ever-increasing energy within him reached its zenith. Subsequently, an overwhelming sense of stagnation abruptly descended. It appeared that his realm's advancement had encountered a bottleneck. Having experienced a similar situation when entering the peak of chi refinement, he remained calm and unperturbed. To progress further, he must first shatter the barrier lying between foundation establishment and golden core. With this thought in mind, he accessed the system's warehouse interface. Observing the foundation establishment pills within,
brimming with potential. After all, the primary function of these pills is to assist the user in overcoming their bottlenecks. However, Meng Chuan ultimately refrained from consuming the pill. Currently, he possessed no additional resources, and even if he ingested the Foundation Establishment pill, further progress would be challenging. It would be wiser to reserve it for a future opportunity when he could make a significant breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. With this resolution, Meng Chuan closed the system panel, deciding to focus on solidifying his current realm instead. Whether in training or cultivation, the days were hardly entertaining, yet, time would not slow its pace simply due to monotony. Unbeknownst to him, the day of the disciples' ranking competition had arrived. After a half-month interval, Meng Chuan made his way back to the main hall. As anticipated, the square was already thronged with people. Of course, not all present were competing disciples, the majority had merely come to witness the spectacle. Perhaps due to his previous confrontation with Chen Xiong, Meng Chuan inadvertently garnered considerable attention. The gazes upon him ranged from disdainful to scrutinizing, and even wary. Regardless of their nature, Meng Chuan remained unflustered, entirely unaffected. Chen Xiong, nestled among the crowd, squinted his eyes, glaring with malice. After hiding for half a month, you have finally emerged. Let me settle the score on the arena. With interest, he clenched his fists, muttering softly about his hatred for Meng Chuan. Just as his words fell, the entire square suddenly trembled. The multitude gathered in the square surged back like a receding tide. Meng Chuan, initially thinking an earthquake had struck, bolted ahead of everyone else. Leaping out of the square, he sought a place to hide, but as he inadvertently glanced back, his eyes widened in shock. The once flat square began to undulate like ocean waves. Following that, square platforms arose from the central area of the square. Surrounding the square, 18 tiers of trapezoidal stone steps materialized. In less than 10 minutes, a structure resembling a gladiatorial arena had emerged in the expansive square. Unlike a traditional arena, however, there were not one, but 9 square platforms, each separated by formations. The outer 18 tiers of stone steps were specifically designed for spectators. Gulping, Meng Chuan could not help but swallow hard, utterly unprepared for such extraordinary capabilities of the demon sect. Nor did he anticipate that the ordinary square he had passed multiple times concealed such grand secrets. However, before he could calm his tumultuous emotions, the elder responsible for presiding over this disciples' ranking competition gracefully descended. The disciples' ranking competition will unfold in 3 rounds. The specific rules and procedures have been fully posted on the announcement board. You have 1 hour to review them and complete the draw. The first round of matches will commence in 1 hour.
Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's opening remarks.
It must be said, this competition was conducted rather hastily. While he grumbled internally, he dared not delay and hurried towards the announcement board located on the western side of the main hall. He arrived promptly at the site, yet could not discern the contents of the announcement. The throng of people obstructing his view was simply too great. With no alternative, he had to push his way forward. Taking a deep breath, he readied himself and dove into the crowd. Relying on his peak Foundation Establishment prowess, he forcibly carved a path through the masses. After considerable effort, he finally reached the front of the crowd. Without pausing to catch his breath, he glanced at the announcement. However, before he could fully comprehend the competition rules, an intense sense of danger surged within him. Even the system emitted an urgent warning: strong murderous intent detected. Host, please vacate this location immediately. Chapter 29 finally commenced, and unlike previous occasions, this time the system's notification bore a palpable sense of urgency. It seemed to understand that Meng Chuan's continued entanglement in the throng of people could spell disaster. Meng Chuan was acutely aware that he needed to extricate himself from the crowd without delay, yet, before he could exert himself to squeeze out, a hand brimming with spiritual energy struck from behind. Just before the impact, a prickling sensation cascaded down Meng Chuan's spine. Sensing impending danger, he instinctively gathered his own spiritual energy. Subsequently, he swiftly activated the Yuzi technique of the Lingxian hand. A resounding thud reverberated as the hand aimed at his spine was deftly deflected. Upon contact, the spiritual energies infused in their palms ignited a fierce reaction, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the surrounding crowd reeling in disarray. Without a moment to catch his breath, he immediately turned to discern the assailant's identity, but all he could see were swaying figures resembling rippling wheat fields and a narrow gap amidst the throng. This scoundrel is quite the escape artist. Frustration gnawed Meng Chuan as he gritted his teeth, unable to suppress an expletive. Though he yearned to pursue, breaking free from the crowd proved to be no simple task. At the same time, those who had struggled to regain their balance now glared at him with hostility. What the hell is your problem? Don't think that because you got lucky against that useless Chen Xiong, I won't dare to take you down. In the blink of an eye, Meng Chuan found himself engulfed by a sea of malevolent gazes, some even puffing their cheeks and glaring at him. Fortunately, with the ranking competition imminent, everyone managed to restrain their tempers and refrained from taking actual action against him. Frowning, Meng Chuan wasted no time in offering explanations, quickly perusing the notice before departing alone. The rules for this ranking competition were straightforward. The first round would follow an elimination format until the top 200 were determined. The second round would employ a point system, with each of the top 200 contestants starting with 2 initial points and able to win points from each other through duels. Those whose points fell to 0 would be eliminated, while the top 50 in points would advance to the next round. Furthermore, the disciples entering the top 50 would have their rankings provisionally determined by the points they accumulated in this round. In Meng Chuan's view, the competition could have concluded at this juncture. However, the sect had specifically arranged for a third round. This round would follow a challenge format, allowing any lower-ranked disciple to challenge a higher-ranked one. If the challenger emerged victorious, their rankings would be swapped. There were no limits on the number of challenges a disciple could issue, nor on the number of times one could be challenged. Ultimately, the top 10 disciples would gain the privilege of selecting their departments. Moreover, every 10 would receive varying tiers of rewards, be it elixirs, secret manuals, or spiritual artifacts. Nevertheless, the rewards offered by the sect failed to captivate Meng Chuan's interest. After all, he wielded an Earth-level spiritual sword and practiced an Earth-level movement technique. The mere thought of low-tier Xian-level manuals and artifacts was beneath his consideration. In essence, all he needed to ensure was a place in the top 50. Perhaps due to his lack of ambition regarding the final ranking, Meng Chuan appeared far more relaxed than his peers. Even upon returning to the square, a radiant smile lingered upon his face. After lingering for a while, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to collect his drawing number, and he hurriedly made his way to the lottery station. This process was devoid of competition, as the drawing itself was swift, with the sect having prepared 20 boxes for the tickets.
Number 734, well, it seems you'll be waiting for quite some time.
Just as Meng Chuan opened his ticket to inspect it, a head suddenly popped up beside him. "Ningyu, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, quickly turning his head, unable to conceal his surprise. Ningyu chuckled, raising her own ticket high and waving it at him. "I should be the one to take the stage before you, just wondering if we'll have a chance to meet on the arena afterward." Her tone carried an inexplicable hint of mischief, causing Meng Chuan to furrow his brows into a frown. In response to her eager gaze, he let out a soft grunt. "Regardless, I am certain to enter the inner sect, and should misfortune lead us to cross paths, I shall show no mercy."
"Ha, are you so sure you can win?"
Ningyu replied with a smirk. As the two engaged in conversation, a resounding drumbeat suddenly filled the arena. Simultaneously, the elder responsible for presiding over the ranking competition made his appearance once more. "Now that everyone has drawn their numbers, let us not waste any more time." As his words echoed, a flurry of movement replaced the previous drumbeats. 9 figures gracefully ascended to 9 platforms. In unison, these 9 elders, serving as judges, scanned the arena and announced 2 numbers each. Following their declarations, the disciples holding numbers 1 to 18 ascended the platforms in unison. Finally, it had begun. Standing at the foot of the stage, Meng Chuan's expression grew solemn. The 18 competitors atop the platforms appeared markedly more anxious than he. When the judges declared the commencement of the match, the 18 almost simultaneously lunged at their opponents, resembling a pack of starving beasts eager to devour one another. For a fleeting moment, Meng Chuan questioned whether he had stumbled into a primitive jungle. This competition is not at all what I envisioned. He had anticipated witnessing impressive techniques being unleashed on the stage. However, in reality, the 18 disciples engaged primarily in close-quarters combat. Though they were merely formal disciples, opportunities to learn advanced martial techniques were scarce. Ningyu seemed to perceive his thoughts and remarked in a tone laden with subtle warning. Meng Chuan felt a jolt in his heart, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her for a moment.
"Why are you staring at me like that?"
Ningyu inquired, her gaze cool.
"It will be your turn soon. Perhaps you should prepare for your ascent."
Meng Chuan averted his gaze, casually tossing her a remark. Just as he finished speaking, a muffled grunt emerged from the 8th platform. Subsequently, a figure tumbled off the stage. The remaining contestant on the platform had undoubtedly claimed victory, and that both the judges, maintaining their impassive expressions, announced the results before calling out 2 more numbers. As the 19th and 20th contestants ascended to the 8th platform, the battles on the other platforms also approached their conclusions. Given the numerous participants and his relatively late number, Meng Chuan assumed he would not be called to the stage today. Yet, as evening approached, his number was proclaimed by the judge of the 3rd platform, alongside number 733. Regaining his composure, Meng Chuan ascended the platform at a leisurely pace. Upon recognizing the opponent emerging from the opposite side, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. What a coincidence, his first opponent turned out to be none other than him. Chapter 30, A Fateful Confrontation. Ah, how amusing it is that fate has conspired to bring these two adversaries face to face. After a day of anticipation, the moment has finally arrived. "I wonder, do you think Qin Xiong might actually slay that young scoundrel, Meng Chuan, in the arena? As the saying goes, there is no harm in watching a spectacle unfold," and those familiar with the rivalry between the Meng duo have begun to chatter excitedly. Although Meng Chuan had bested Chen Xiong once a fortnight ago, it seems the crowd remains skeptical of his prowess. Ultimately, this match differs fundamentally from their previous wager. While Meng Chuan has indeed demonstrated commendable agility, he has yet to substantiate his strength in a tangible manner. Moreover, the constraints of the arena may hinder his ability to utilize his skills effectively and naturally. The spectators' murmurs reached the arena itself. Chen Xiong, lifting his chin defiantly, glared menacingly at Meng Chuan, sneering, "Did you hear that? Everyone is eager to witness your bloody demise. How dare a defeated foe taunt me? Who gave you the audacity?" Meng Chuan was not one to indulge him. Chen Xiong's expression darkened, his fists cracking ominously as he declared, "That was merely my oversight last time. I shan't make the same mistake again." Drawing his formidable 4-foot sword, he pointed it threateningly at Meng Chuan's nose. "Are you ready to meet your end, boy?" Despite the referee's presence, Chen Xiong showed no intention of tempering his aggression. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the impassive referee. At this juncture, what more could he expect? With a bitter smile, he returned his gaze to Chen Xiong. "I'm afraid, Meng is yet to exhaust his days." With that, he seized his garment and gave it a vigorous shake, adopting a stance of readiness. Chen Xiong wasted no time, swinging his massive sword towards him. The enormous blade, as it descended, bizarrely split into numerous colossal sword shadows, all aimed at Meng Chuan. In an instant, the half of the arena where Meng Chuan stood was engulfed by Chen Xiong's onslaught. In such a predicament, evasion was futile. "Regrettably, you have no time for last words," Chen Xiong thought, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips, certain that Meng Chuan lacked the strength to withstand his strike. Yet, in the next moment, his smirk faltered. With a mere flick of his right arm, Meng Chuan astonishingly deflected the descending sword with a single palm. The colossal sword shadows disintegrated with a resounding clash. Witnessing this, not only was Chen Xiong left speechless, but the surrounding audience was also engulfed in disbelief. Did I see that correctly? Meng Chuan merely used his bare hand to counter Brother Chen's ferocious attack? No, surely there must be a misunderstanding. How could Meng, newly minted as an official disciple, possess such strength? After this singular display, the spectators' perception of Meng Chuan began to shift. Chen Xiong's face turned ashen, his grip on the sword tightening. "I only exerted 60% of my power. Let us see if you can withstand another blow." He unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that enveloped the arena. The sudden gust not only lifted Meng Chuan's garments but also tousled his hair. Meng Chuan staggered slightly, as if struggling against the pressure. Chen Xiong, seizing the opportunity, lunged forward with his sword, like an arrow released from its bow, aiming for Meng Chuan's left chest. Realizing the imminent danger, Meng Chuan had no time to steady himself and propelled himself off the ground. However, he quickly found himself at the edge of the arena. His unstable stance delayed his counterattack. The crowd held its breath, while a few chuckled derisively. "This is more like it. I was beginning to think Meng was truly formidable." Indeed, the first to perish in the arena would undoubtedly be that fool from the herb garden. Ha! Those who had briefly entertained a favorable view of Meng Chuan swiftly dismissed their unrealistic hopes. Yet, the anticipated spectacle of bloodshed did not materialize. Instead, the seemingly certain victor, Chen Xiong, tumbled off the arena in an unexpected manner. The thud of his fall was both abrupt and jarring. Meng Chuan, akin to a startled butterfly, stood precariously at the edge of the arena, his body at an awkward angle, flailing his arms. Having narrowly avoided a fall, he exhaled in relief, patting his chest. "Phew, I almost took a tumble, that was terrifying." Mumbling to himself, he wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to peer down at the ground. "Brother Chen, why are you lying there?" At these words, Chen Xiong shot up, fury emanating from his glare. Yet, before he could retaliate, Meng Chuan exclaimed, "Wait, does this mean I've won?" Chen Xiong's already grim complexion darkened further. Rising with his sword, he appeared poised to leap back into the arena, but before his feet could even touch the platform, the referee's hand sent him sprawling. This fall was far more severe than the previous one, sending him rolling several meters before coming to a stop. "In this match, Meng Chuan is the victor," the referee announced dispassionately, not even sparing a glance at Chen Xiong. Meng Chuan let out a quiet sigh of relief, bowing slightly to the referee before stepping down from the arena. Yet the audience remained entranced, struggling to process the encounter between Meng Chuan and Chen Xiong. "Can someone explain what just transpired?" Perhaps Brother Chen merely slipped, and Meng Chuan was simply fortunate. "Your analysis holds merit, but Chen Xiong's misfortune is quite remarkable. Humanity's narrow-mindedness often stems from an inability to acknowledge the excellence of others." Listening to such discussions, Meng Chuan felt no ire. Instead, he reveled in their misapprehension. "Excellent, this is precisely the response I sought." He preferred to be perceived as a mere Only in this manner could he continue to survive. His self-proclaimed brilliance had indeed deceived many, yet the audience was not entirely oblivious. In fact, on the southeast side of the viewing platform, a pair of individuals had discerned his ruse. From evading the sword to sweeping legs, this Meng Chuan executed his maneuvers with remarkable fluidity and precision, leaving Chen Xiong as the one truly caught off guard.
How intriguing, this lad piques my curiosity.
I cannot wait to make his acquaintance, the man mused, while the woman licked her alluring red lips. Chapter 31 of the night's lethal threat. Perhaps sensing a gaze from the southeast, Meng Chuan instinctively turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at the viewing platform. Failing to locate the source of the unsettling stare, he shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to linger at the scene. After receiving his brand new identification badge, he made his way back to the training camp alone. By this time, the news of his inaugural victory had already reached the palace. The glances of his fellow disciples, who had just finished their training, were imbued with subtle changes. Some bore the green-eyed envy of jealousy, others exhibited awkward attempts at flattery, while a few seemed distant and uneasy. Even as he settled down, someone brought him a cup of tea. "Senior Meng, you've worked hard. Come, have a cup of tea to refresh yourself." The speaker was a tall, graceful young woman with a hint of freckles adorning her visage. Upon hearing her, Meng Chuan did not react overtly. Instead, a burly man sporting a full beard let out a cold snort first.
"She hasn't even become an inner disciple yet, isn't your eagerness a bit premature?" With this remark, the bearded man showed no restraint in revealing his disdain for the freckled woman.
"Such words are unwarranted. Senior Meng has already proven his strength by defeating Chen Xiong twice. I believe that with his abilities, he will undoubtedly secure a promotion in this ranking competition."
The woman's tone was filled with sincere admiration for Meng Chuan. "Defeated? Ha!"
The bearded man scoffed derisively. "Aside from floundering on stage, what else has he accomplished? Chen Xiong's loss was merely due to his poor choice of footwear. It has nothing to do with this Meng." The burly figure stepped forward to confront Meng Chuan directly, continuing, "I refuse to believe you can advance to the third round solely on sheer luck." As Meng Chuan found himself the target of mockery, the freckled woman hesitated, ultimately opting for silence. After waiting in vain for Meng Chuan to retort against the bearded man, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart, "Could it be that I overestimated him? This is rather cowardly." With such thoughts, she began to regret her earlier attempts at flattery. Meanwhile, the bearded man raised his chin, regarding Meng Chuan with contemptuous eyes. At that moment, Ningyu stepped forward, striding to Meng Chuan's side and casting a cold glare at the burly man. "Whether he can advance to the third round is not for you to decide. I am declaring it here and now. Meng Chuan will absolutely not make it to the third round." The bearded man, undeterred, held his ground against Ningyu. The tension between them escalated abruptly, leaving Meng Chuan feeling bewildered. What's wrong with this woman? Did she take the wrong medicine today? He furrowed his brow and shot a glance at Ningyu, unable to suppress his thoughts. Naturally, Ningyu was oblivious to his inner musings and coldly challenged the bearded man. "Care for a bet?" "Ha, let us bet then. Who is afraid of who?" The bearded man's demeanor suggested he was ready for a confrontation rather than a wager. "If I win, you will apologize to Meng Chuan respectfully and, from that day forth, whenever you see me or Meng Chuan, you must properly address us as senior brother and sister." "Agreed." The bearded man was quick to respond, "But if I win, you must spend the night with me." The burly figure clearly regarded Meng Chuan as insignificant, so he did not bother to mention him further in the stakes. This arrangement made Meng Chuan feel like an outsider in the matter. He stammered for a moment, swiftly grabbing Ningyu's arm, yet before he could speak, Ningyu had already nodded in acceptance of the wager with the bearded man. Having not been with a woman for quite some time, the prospect of spending an evening with such a lovely lady is truly enticing. The bearded man licked his lips with a sinister grin, casting two lingering glances at Ningyu. However, Ningyu wasted no more words, swiftly taking Meng Chuan's large hand and departing hastily from the throng. Upon returning to the dormitory, Meng Chuan finally extricated his hand from hers, sighing, "What was the necessity of that? I was standing up for you." Ningyu snapped back irritably. "Well, thank you." Meng Chuan's words came out somewhat insincerely. "You're welcome." Ningyu remained agitated. A prolonged silence enveloped them, stretching on for what felt like an eternity. It was only when the chill of the evening breeze seeped through the door that Meng Chuan quietly broke the oppressive stillness. "You've had a long day. You should rest now." His somewhat gentle dismissal prompted Ningyu to rise in a huff, not uttering a single word as she stormed out. "What did I do wrong?" Watching her retreating figure, Meng Chuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Meanwhile, back in her own room, Ningyu buried herself under the covers. That guy's strength exceeds my expectations. If I want him to continue cooperating with me, mere threats will hardly suffice, so I must strive to maintain a cordial relationship with him. Furthermore, thoughts of the fawning freckled woman brought a subtle bitterness to her heart. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the ceiling for a prolonged moment before speaking once more. Regardless, I cannot allow this matter of finding what I seek to linger any. On the other side, Meng Chuan did not rush to bed. After a leisurely dinner and a brief session of cultivation, he finally lay down on his bed. The night had crept in unnoticed, and the evening breeze rustled the tree branches outside, creating a soft murmur. In a haze, the system's alert echoed in his mind. Detection of someone silently approaching. Please remain vigilant. Accompanying the system's voice was a faint rustling sound. Moments later, wallpaper was torn from the outside, and a tubular object protruded through the breach. Gradually, wisps of green smoke began to waft from the tube.
Detection of low-grade anesthetic smoke.
The system swiftly identified the smoke's components. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness washed over him, yet, in an instant, Meng Chuan's consciousness regained clarity. Resorting to such despicable tactics. It seems that fellow outside harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. With this thought, he refrained from opening his eyes, remaining perfectly still. The intruder waited nearly 5 minutes after dispensing the anesthetic smoke before taking further action. With a sharp crack, the window latch was forcefully broken. Then, a figure darker than the night itself slipped through the window. As it landed, a dagger was drawn, and it stealthily approached the bedside. The blade gleamed ominously, even in the darkness, casting an eerie glow that was both alluring and threatening. The silence of the room was punctuated by the intruder's deliberately muted footfalls, each step resonating sharply in the stillness. The greatest mistake you have ever made in your life is to repeatedly provoke me. Tonight, you shall die quietly, and in your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open and never fall into my hands again.
With that, the intruder raised the dagger, aiming for Meng Chuan's chest, and plunged it down with vicious intent.
Chapter 32. Retribution has its source. Perhaps emboldened by his confidence in the sedative he employed, the intruder had not contemplated the possibility of resistance from the figure lying on the bed, Meng Chuan. It was only when his wrist was ensnared, and the blade he wielded hovered ominously in midair, that the malevolence etched on his face faltered abruptly. Realizing the peril he was in, he instinctively tugged at his arm, but Meng Chuan's grip was akin to a vice, unyielding and resolute. Chen Xiong, one must act with conscience. As Meng Chuan's eyelids lifted, he swiftly threw off the covers and rose with an air of nonchalance. If my memory serves me correctly, from the moment we first crossed paths, it was you who sought to provoke me. Meeting the fierce glare from his opponent, Meng Chuan continued, you were indeed the one who tore up my application form, and it was you who sought to exchange that number 733 signature today, was it not? Despite your repeated attempts to trouble me, I have chosen to spare your wretched life. Shouldn't you express gratitude for that? Yet, you have not only failed to do so, but you had the audacity to come here in the dead of night to attempt an assassination. As he spoke, Meng Chuan's countenance grew cold, his tone laced with an icy resolve. Observing Chen Xiong struggling to rise, he emphasized his words, demanding, are you truly unafraid of the Sect's retribution for your actions? Ha, Chen Xiong sneered dismissively, a mere insect like you, just promoted to a formal disciple, cannot possibly alarm the elders. After a brief pause, he surveyed Meng Chuan with disdain before continuing, do not think that merely slaying you here, or even hanging your corpse at the training camp's entrance, would garner even a fleeting glance from the elders. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the dagger stained with dust and drew forth his 4-foot-long sword. A familiar azure luminescence danced along the blade, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure akin to crashing waves that surged through the room. Prepare to die, boy. With that chilling command, Chen Xiong swung his sword upward. A phantom sword, forged from spiritual energy and sword aura, erupted forth, hurtling towards Meng Chuan. Yet, Chen Xiong did not remain idle. Almost instantaneously, he propelled himself toward Meng Chuan, his arms slicing through the air as dozens of sword flashes followed the phantom sword, encircling Meng Chuan entirely. It appeared that he intended to conclude the battle in one fell swoop, offering Meng Chuan no opportunity to retaliate. Alas, Chen Xiong had grossly overestimated his own prowess. Unlike their previous encounter on the arena, Meng Chuan no longer needed to feign weakness for the spectators. The moment his opponent drew his sword, Meng Chuan was fully prepared to unleash his counterattack. He swiftly unsheathed the long-unused treasured sword, Shadow Phantom. A ground-level sword paired with peak foundation spirit energy could shatter any attack even without sword techniques. In the blink of an eye, he demolished Chen Xiong's sword aura and phantom sword with brute force. Chen Xiong's eyelids fluttered in disbelief, yet there was no time for contemplation amid the fray. Suppressing his astonishment, he wielded his sword with all his might, declaring, I refuse to believe that your head is harder than my profound-grade spirit sword. As his lips parted, revealing a row of menacingly white teeth, Meng Chuan remained silent, channeling spiritual energy into his right arm as he swung his sword. A sharp clang resonated above him, followed by a spiraling blue glow. The 4-foot-long sword in Chen Xiong's grasp snapped cleanly in two under the fierce clash, the upper half soaring outwards to shatter the wooden wall where the door was situated. Chen Xiong, clutching the remaining half, fell back into the debris of broken tables and chairs. "Of course, my head is not harder than your sword," Meng Chuan asserted, stepping forward before Chen Xiong could rise again. With a swift motion, he positioned Shadow Phantom against Chen Xiong's throat. "However, my sword is far sturdier than yours." Crouched on the floor, Chen Xiong was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. The malice that had once graced his visage faded, leaving behind a pallor reminiscent of winter snow. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a disciple designated by the refining hall." Meng Chuan chuckled unkindly. "Perhaps before the ranking competition began, you were indeed a chosen seed of the refining hall, but now, you are merely my defeated foe, a discarded pawn of the refining hall." With a sly smirk, he added, "To those cold-hearted elders of the refining hall, your remaining value is likely less than that of a mere newcomer like me, who has just become a formal disciple." Chen Xiong faltered, his lips trembling as he seemed to grapple for a retort. However, Meng Chuan, with an air of wicked charm, teased, "Shall we put that to the test?" As he spoke, he deliberately advanced the blade of his sword by a mere 2 millimeters. "If the elders of the refining hall do come looking for me to avenge you, I shall certainly burn incense in your memory." His tone held no hint of malice, even bearing an inexplicable warmth. But Chen Xiong felt a chilling dread creeping up from his feet to the crown of his head. "Please, do not kill me, I do not wish to die." His defenses crumbled, and fear engulfed him like a tsunami, sweeping away his pride and spirit. Before Meng Chuan could interject, he began to sob. "I never intended to cross paths with you, it was Lu Ming who forced my hand. Retribution has its source. If you seek vengeance, you should go after him. I only made a mistake by accident. You, being magnanimous, why must you hold it against a mere errant boy like me?" Under the shadow of impending death, Chen Xiong hastily revealed the mastermind behind his actions. Meng Chuan, however, had not anticipated Lu Ming's involvement. "He sent you to take my life. Besides you, how many others have been bribed?" Taking a deep breath to quell his rising fury, he coldly demanded answers. Chen Xiong, sensing the gravity of the situation, responded without hesitation. "To my knowledge, nearly all the disciples regarded as contenders for the top 10 in this ranking competition received benefits from Lu Ming, and what else?" Meng Chuan pressed. A flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Xiong's eyes, yet ultimately, he chose not to conceal the truth. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a glimmer of cold light pierced through the hole created by the shattered sword. Chapter 32. Justice has its owner. Perhaps emboldened by the confidence in the incense he had employed, the intruder had not considered that Meng Chuan, lying on the bed, might resist when he plunged the knife. It was only when his wrist was ensnared and the blade hung poised in the air that the malice etched on his face froze in surprise. Realizing the dire situation, he instinctively tugged at his arm. Yet, Meng Chuan's grip was akin to a vice, unyielding and ironclad around his wrist. "Chen Xiong, one must possess a sense of conscience." At the moment Meng Chuan lifted the covers, he forcefully swung his arm. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps reverberated through the room. Chen Xiong, clad in night garb, was compelled to retreat from the bedside, crashing violently into the square table before finally halting his staggered steps. The table, however, splintered upon impact, and the fallen Chen Xiong found himself tumbling to the ground as the tabletop shattered beneath him. Wood chips and dust enveloped him, smearing his face in a fine layer of debris. Witnessing this scene, Meng Chuan felt no trace of sympathy. He leisurely tossed aside the covers and rose with an air of indifference. "If memory serves, from the moment we first crossed paths, it has always been you provoking me." Meeting the venomous glare directed at him, Meng Chuan continued, "It was indeed you who tore my registration form, wasn't it? And today, you are the one who sought to swap that infamous number 733 signature. You have persistently sought me out for trouble, and yet I still grant you the privilege of life. Shouldn't you express gratitude? But you do not. Not only do you lack gratitude, but you also have the audacity to come here in the dead of night to attempt an assassination." As he spoke, Meng Chuan's countenance darkened, a chill seeping into his tone. Seeing Chen Xiong struggle to rise, he emphasized his question, "Are you truly unafraid of incurring the wrath of the sect?" "Ha!" Chen Xiong scoffed derisively. "You, a mere insect newly promoted to an official disciple, could hardly stir the elders." After a brief pause, he appraised Meng Chuan with scornful eyes, sneering, "Do not think for a moment that merely taking your life here would warrant even a fleeting glance from the elders. They would scarcely blink if I were to hang your corpse at the training camp entrance." With a dismissive pat to brush off the dust, Chen Xiong cast aside his dagger and drew forth his 4-foot-long sword.
The familiar azure glow enveloped the blade, and simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure surged through the room like a tidal wave. "Brat, prepare to die." With that icy shout, Chen Xiong swung his sword upward. A phantom sword, a manifestation of spirit energy and sword aura, shot forth, hurtling towards Meng Chuan. Yet, Chen Xiong did not remain idle. Nearly as soon as the illusory sword took form, he propelled himself toward Meng Chuan. With arms flailing, dozens of sword lights followed the phantom, encircling Meng Chuan in a single, decisive assault. It seemed he intended to conclude the battle in one fell swoop, offering Meng Chuan no chance to retaliate. Alas, Chen Xiong had grossly overestimated his own prowess. Unlike their previous encounter on the arena, Meng Chuan no longer needed to feign for the spectators. Thus, the moment his opponent drew his sword, he was fully prepared to counter with all his might. He swiftly unsheathed his untested treasured sword. Shadowed out a ground-grade sword combined with peak foundational spirit energy could shatter an adversary's attack, even without mastery of swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, he smashed through the sword aura and phantom sword with brute force. Chen Xiong's eyelids twitched at the sight, yet, amidst the fray, there was no time for contemplation. Suppressing his astonishment, Chen Xiong gripped his sword tightly and swung down with all his might. "I refuse to believe your head is tougher than my mystic-grade spirit sword." His lips curled, revealing a set of menacing white teeth. Meng Chuan offered no response. Instead, he secretly channeled spirit energy into his right arm and swung the sword upward. The next moment, a sharp clang echoed above him, followed by a spiraling blue light. The 4-foot sword in Chen Xiong's grasp shattered in two under the force of their clash. The upper half spiraled away, crashing through the wooden wall where the door was situated, creating a gaping hole. Chen Xiong, clutching the remaining half, fell backward into a heap of broken tables and chairs. "My head is certainly not tougher than your sword," Meng Chuan declared, stepping forward before Chen Xiong could rise again. He swiftly positioned shadow against the opponent's throat. After lifting Chen Xiong's chin with the cold blade, he continued, "However, my sword is undoubtedly far superior to yours." Crouched on the floor, Chen Xiong was stripped of his earlier bravado. The malice that had once adorned his features vanished entirely, leaving only a pallor reminiscent of winter snow. What are you planning to do? I warn you, I am a designated inner disciple of the refining hall." Meng Chuan chuckled mockingly. "Perhaps before the ranking competition commenced, you were indeed a chosen seed of the refining hall, but now, you are merely a defeated pawn in my game, a discarded piece of the refining hall." With a sly smile, he added, "To those cold-hearted elders of the refining hall, your dwindling value is likely inferior to that of a mere newcomer like me, who has just ascended to official disciple status." Chen Xiong faltered, his lips trembling as he seemed to contemplate a rebuttal. Yet, Meng Chuan, with an air of sinister charm, teased, "Shall we put that to the test?" As he spoke, he deliberately advanced the blade by 2 millimeters. If the elders of the refining hall truly come seeking However, for Chen Xiong, a chilling wave of terror surged from his feet to the top of his head. "Please, do not kill me, I do not wish to die." As his defenses crumbled, fear engulfed him like a tsunami, swallowing his pride and resolve. Before Meng Chuan could respond, he burst into tears. "I did not intend to cross you, it was all Lu Ming, he forced my hand. Justice has its owner, if you seek vengeance, you should pursue him. I merely made a mistake inadvertently." "You are magnanimous, why must you hold a grudge against a mere errand boy?" Under the shadow of death, Chen Xiong unhesitatingly revealed the mastermind behind it all. Yet, Meng Chuan was entirely unprepared for the involvement of Lu Ming. "He sent you to take my life? Aside from you, how many others have been bribed?" Taking a deep breath to quell his rising fury, he coldly interrogated. Chen Xiong, unwilling to hesitate, quickly responded, "As far as I know, those disciples considered most likely to rank in the top 10 this time have all received favors from Lu Ming, and what else?" Meng Chuan pressed. A flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Xiong's eyes, but ultimately, he chose not to conceal the truth. However, just as he was about to answer, a glimmer of cold light pierced through the hole created by the shattered sword. Chapter 33 The Art of Pretending to be Foolish. The glint of the poison needle emerged with startling abruptness, catching both the system and Meng Chuan completely off guard. By the time they finally sensed its presence, the deadly projectile was already perilously close to Meng Chuan's spine. Acting purely on instinct, he executed a swift serpentine maneuver to evade the attack. The needle grazed past his sleeve. However, before he could savor his narrow escape, the half-paralyzed Chen Xiong suddenly convulsed on the ground. Witnessing this, Meng Chuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly dragged Chen Xiong to a corner. Yet, upon crouching down to assess Chen Xiong's condition, he discovered it was already hopeless. Lying on the ground, Chen Xiong's brow stained with blood, his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an unwillingness to part from this world. Even in his final moments, that profound attachment to life lingered on his visage. Meng Chuan clenched his fists and abruptly turned,
bolting out of the room. However, outside, the darkness remained undisturbed, devoid of any suspicious figures. Could it have been Lu Ming's doing? Such an overt act of silencing seemed to align solely with Lu Ming's motives. Naturally, Meng Chuan's first suspicion fell upon the surname Lu, yet it was not Lu Ming but rather Hua Wenfeng. The system interjected unexpectedly, refuting his conjecture. Hua Wenfeng was, in fact, the instructor of this training camp, known as Brother Hua.
Since you are aware, why did you not mention it sooner?
Meng Chuan fumed, his lips twitching with suppressed ire towards the system. As the instructor of the camp, Hua Wenfeng patrolling the grounds was not inappropriate, and he had never displayed overt hostility towards the host. Thus, the system had not marked him as a threat, nor anticipated he would suddenly turn against Chen Xiong.
From now on, mark him for me.
Should that individual's presence arise within 100 meters, alert me immediately. The system complied, designating Hua Wenfeng with a special marker and elevating the alert level concerning him. Ding, host, please be advised. Specially marked individual Hua Wenfeng has appeared, currently 98 meters away. Just as the marking concluded, the system issued a warning to Meng Chuan. Realizing that a fresh corpse lay in his room, Meng Chuan's expression turned grave.
Can the system's storage accommodate a corpse? Not at present.
With time pressing on him, Meng Chuan refrained from inquiring why it was only a temporary constraint. Racing against time before Brother Hua entered the courtyard, he dashed back into his room and shoved Chen Xiong's body beneath the bed.
Just as he adjusted the bedding, the door was forcefully flung open. Hua Wenfeng rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Meng, are you all right?"
At that moment, Meng Chuan had just retreated under the covers. Upon hearing the inquiry, he feigned confusion, lifting his eyelids. As his gaze swept over Hua Wenfeng's face, he abruptly sat upright, surveying his room. He questioned with feigned curiosity, "What brings Brother Hua to my humble abode at this late hour?" Simultaneously, Hua Wenfeng had scanned the room, not spotting any corpse, and his brows twitched slightly. "I was patrolling the camp when I suddenly heard some commotion coming from your courtyard, so I came to investigate."
Commotion?
Meng Chuan put on a bewildered expression, adding, "Indeed, there have been wild cats frequenting the yard lately."
"Unless they are not mere wild cats."
Hua Wenfeng extracted a half-broken sword he had found outside. Meng Chuan's eyelids twitched, though he maintained an expression of shock, exclaiming, "This broken sword seems rather familiar. Oh, I remember now, it belongs to Chen Xiong, my fellow disciple." "This was discovered in your courtyard." Hua Wenfeng narrowed his eyes.
"Ah."
Meng Chuan feigned surprise, lamenting, "It is entirely my fault for being so deep in slumber that I failed to notice an intruder." Clutching his chest, he expressed gratitude. "I am immensely thankful to Brother for arriving in time to chase off the thief. Otherwise, I might have faced grave danger." "I did not encounter the owner of this broken sword," Hua Wenfeng replied in a subdued tone. It seemed he was somewhat displeased with Meng Chuan's deliberate act of feigning ignorance. Yet, having not seen Chen Xiong's corpse, he refrained from piercing the veil of pretense. Meng Chuan, on the other hand, had no intention of willingly providing the incriminating evidence to his adversary, thus he resolved to continue his act.
"Brother, do not be modest. If it weren't for your prowess, how could one so formidable break such a substantial spiritual sword?" Meng Chuan's words were laced with not only gratitude but also flattery and admiration.
Hua Wenfeng's brow furrowed as he scrutinized him silently for several minutes. "Brother, what troubles you?"
Meng Chuan inquired with apparent concern. "Nothing." Hua Wenfeng averted his gaze, turning to leave. "The night is growing late. Please continue to rest, my junior."
With that, he departed without lingering further, his hands clasped behind his back, merging into the night. Once the footsteps outside faded, Meng Chuan exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness this fellow did not insist on searching the room, otherwise, today's predicament would have escalated significantly. Rubbing his forehead, he murmured, "Although I have temporarily sent Hua Wenfeng away, what could be his motive for killing Chen Xiong?
Moreover, what were Chen Xiong's unfinished words before his demise?"
Confusion piled up, accompanied by a sudden wave of irritation, entwined with a deep-seated anxiety, filling his heart. After a considerable time, Meng Chuan slapped his face, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he climbed out of bed, closed the windows and door, and glanced back at the space beneath the bed. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to devise a plan to dispose of the corpse. Although the demon sect did not explicitly prohibit fratricide, the act of killing a fellow disciple would suffice as a provocation for targeting him. Therefore, he must ensure that Chen Xiong's body is dealt with before it is discovered.
"Hey, do you have any suggestions?"
Lacking relevant experience, Meng Chuan was compelled to seek advice from the system.
While ordinary storage artifacts cannot contain living beings, corpses no longer fall into that category. Are you jesting with me?
Meng Chuan rolled his eyes. This low-grade storage pouch in my possession barely has a cubic meter of space.
How could it possibly accommodate an entire corpse?
Perhaps not in whole, but in parts should be manageable, the system replied indifferently, causing Meng Chuan to feel nauseous.
Are you suggesting I dismember the body?
After living 2 lives, it was Meng Chuan's first time feeling his hair stand on end due to his own words. Alternatively, the host could seek a high-grade storage treasure capable of containing an entire corpse. Or, the host might refine the body to ashes using a cauldron. Failing that, the host could strive to elevate his cultivation level to further unlock the system's storage capabilities.
The system presented several options, yet upon closer inspection, not one was something Meng Chuan could accomplish immediately.
For the sake of survival, it seemed he had no choice but to temporarily assume the role of a butcher. With determination, Meng Chuan dragged Chen Xiang's body out from beneath the bed once more, summoning the shadow sword, and prepared to make a cut. Almost simultaneously, Hua Wenfeng knocked on the door of another dormitory within the camp. Chapter 34. A windfall. Hua Wenfeng knocked 3 times in succession. As the resonant sounds fell, an impatient male voice immediately echoed from within the room. Who on earth is disturbing my peace in the dead of night? Accompanying this voice was a series of heavy footsteps.
It's me.
Hua Wenfeng replied sternly, projecting his voice through the door. The footsteps within suddenly quickened, and the door creaked open.
Senior brother, please calm your anger. I assure you, I meant no disrespect.
A burly man with a bushy beard emerged, promptly giving himself a resounding slap on the face as he fervently explained. If Ningyu were present, she would surely recognize him as the one with whom she had made a wager. However, Hua Wenfeng did not engage further. Instead, he entered the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Once the bearded man had respectfully closed the door and followed him to the table, Hua Wenfeng spoke in a subdued tone.
I have a task for you.
Whatever you command, I shall face the most perilous of challenges without hesitation, the bearded man vowed, not even inquiring about the specifics of the task. He understood that this might be his only opportunity to align himself with Hua Wenfeng. Hua Wenfeng cast him a glance of approval, his demeanor suddenly turning serious.
From this day forth, I need you to keep a close watch on that Meng Chuan fellow.
Ah?
The bearded man appeared taken aback. Is that impossible? Hua Wenfeng's expression hardened. Of course it can be done.
The bearded man snapped back to attention, thumping his chest in assurance.
Excellent.
Hua Wenfeng patted him on the shoulder.
Should that boy exhibit any unusual behavior, you must report it to me immediately.
Rest assured, if you diligently serve me, you shall not be left wanting. It is my utmost fortune to serve you, senior brother, the bearded man declared, eager to pledge his loyalty. Hua Wenfeng nodded in satisfaction, rising to his feet. As he reached the door, he suddenly seemed to recall something, warning, it would be best if no third party learns of my visit here tonight. For the time being, I shall not act overly familiar with you. Understood, I shall remember, the bearded man replied, not daring to object. After bidding farewell to his senior brother, he could not help but chuckle to himself. Meng Chuan, it turns out you are not under Hua Wenfeng's influence after all. In high spirits, even as he drifted into slumber, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The evening breeze howled, scattering the stars that were frolicking with the moon. Unbeknownst to him, only a solitary crescent moon remained suspended in the sky. Meng Chuan's drowsiness had long dissipated upon Chen Xiang's infiltration. Before tending to the bodies, he made it a point to search them thoroughly. As anticipated, Chen Xiang also possessed a low-tier storage bag with a cacophony of clattering sounds. The contents of the bag were dumped onto the ground. Aside from 2 yellow-grade spirit herbs that were worth a small sum, there was little of note. A fleeting disappointment crossed Meng Chuan's eyes as he prepared to discard the worthless trinkets. Please wait, host. The system, which had been silent for a brief moment, suddenly interjected.
What is it? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, perplexed.
This system has detected a concealed spiritual wave emanating from that rusted square iron piece.
But I didn't sense anything.
Meng Chuan protested, considering himself to be a Peak Foundation establishment practitioner. According to this system's analysis, the iron piece appears to be inscribed with some form of advanced restriction. However, the specifics of this restriction and the secrets concealed within the piece require further deduction. Such deduction necessitates energy, whether in the form of spiritual points, spiritual resonance, or contribution points. Unfortunately, Meng Chuan currently had none of these resources at his disposal.
If you believe this item to be suspicious, I shall take it for now. With that, Meng Chuan tossed the square iron piece into the system's storage. As he glanced at the heap of discarded items on the ground, he could not help but mutter, didn't they say the 4 halls would provide resources for selected seed candidates? How is it that this fellow has not even a decent potion on him? The host should check around his neck.
What have you discovered? Meng Chuan inquired, his hands already moving. Upon tugging at Chen Xiong's collar, he immediately spotted a silver chain hidden beneath. The chain was not particularly exquisite, but the ring dangling from its end caused Meng Chuan's eyes to light up. If he was not mistaken, this ring was likely a storage treasure, a spatial ring. Nestled against the chest, it seemed to contain something extraordinary. With eager hands, Meng Chuan quickly slipped off the ring. Instantly, 10 jade vials and 3 brocade boxes appeared before him. In addition, there was a towering purple-black cauldron and 5 scrolls displayed among the items. Goodness, this ring must have a capacity of no less than 20 cubic units. Meng Chuan thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him at the prospect of not having to dismember the bodies. However, as he regained his composure, another question arose in his mind: how could a mere formal disciple like Chen Xiong possess such a high-grade storage treasure? With a heart full of curiosity, he began to examine the contents of the vials and boxes. Yet, aside from 2 vials of spirit recovery pills, he did not recognize any of the other 8 vials' contents. System, please assist me in identifying these. The system promptly responded, listing a series of pill names. From left to right, the remaining 8 vials contained, respectively, a low-tier 6th grade spirit-forming pill, a low-tier 4th grade spirit-quenching pill, a mid-tier 3rd grade explosive spirit pill, a high-tier 3rd grade vitality pill, and 3 high-tier 4th grade blood-reviving pills.
6th grade pills? Meng Chuan was astounded. Indeed.
Furthermore, the 3 brocade boxes contain earth-grade spirit ore.
Please hold on a moment, I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Meng Chuan leaned against the wall, his face flushed with excitement. Does it hold anything remarkable?
Currently, this system cannot ascertain the level of the array inscribed on the cauldron. To discover the details of the cauldron, it is advisable for the host to utilize this system's deduction function.
Meng Chuan swallowed hard and chuckled wryly. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer. With that, he swiftly redirected his attention to the pile of scrolls. It was not until he discerned a scroll detailing the crafting of heavenly-grade spirit tools that he suddenly realized, could it be that Chen Xiong had inherited the legacy of a master craftsman? If that were the case, the origin of the storage ring and its contents would become clear. With such a legacy in hand, it would make perfect sense for Chen Xiong to have displayed his talent in crafting, thus being selected as a seed candidate by the crafting hall despite merely being at the peak of foundation establishment. Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan murmured to himself, yet a wave of profound concern crept into his heart. After a long period of silence, he finally whispered, has the crafting hall already caught wind of his possession of such a powerful legacy? If they have not, that would be ideal, but if they have, then Chen Xiong's demise may very well attract the crafting hall master's ire. Chapter 35. When fierce, truly fierce. After counting the spoils of war, Meng Chuan used the spatial ring as a coffin and stuffed Chen Xiong's corpse inside. As Chen Xiong had succumbed to the poison needle of Hua Wenfang, there were no additional bloodstains requiring cleanup. Exhausted, Meng Chuan yawned and meticulously searched the room twice. Once he confirmed that no suspicious traces remained, the nightingale and the bullfrog squabbled throughout the night, only falling silent at the break of dawn when startled by the sound of a gong. Rubbing his tousled hair, Meng Chuan, as usual, fetched water for his morning ablutions. After a simple breakfast, he set off with Ningyu towards the main hall. After a full day of competition, nearly half of the official disciples participating in this ranking event had been eliminated. However, to determine the top 200, it seemed they would still need to battle through a couple more rounds. Following the conclusion of the first match yesterday, the newly drawn lots placed Meng Chuan near the front, and he was quickly summoned to the stage. Fight well, if you dare to lose, I won't spare you, Ningyu threatened, playfully shaking her small fists to encourage him. Meng Chuan merely raised his right hand in a calm gesture, waving it lightly. Upon ascending the arena, he immediately scrutinized his opponent for this match. The man was in his 30s, towering at nearly 6 feet 3, with a light-colored birthmark on the left side of his face. Overall, while his features were not particularly striking, his robust physique was certainly eye-catching. Standing on the stage, he resembled a small mountain, exuding an invisible aura of pressure without even needing to assert his dominance. Meng Chuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly, this guy's arms are likely thicker than my thighs. My dog is sturdier than you. The large man on the stage sneered, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Meng Chuan paused for a moment, but did not take offense. The larger the opponent, the louder the thud when they hit the ground. Humph, you've given me a splendid idea, I shall kindly toss you off the stage. The man with the birthmark scoffed, baring a set of gleaming white teeth while cracking his knuckles. As the referee's voice declared the match to begin, he immediately swung his fist. The wind from his punch rushed toward Meng Chuan like a cascading waterfall. Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes and swiftly executed the serpent S dance, deftly evading the attack. However, the force behind the punch remained unchanged, crashing heavily into the ground. The arena trembled upon impact, not hitting his target. The birthmarked man furrowed his brow and glared at Meng Chuan. If you're a man, don't dodge. If I don't dodge, what's the point of practicing my footwork? If you have the guts, come chase me. Meng Chuan was no naive child. He was not swayed by the taunt. Instead, his words provoked his opponent, who charged at him with wild abandon. The incoming assailant was indeed formidable, but his speed left much to be desired. Therefore, whenever the man finally closed the distance, Meng Chuan effortlessly created space with his agile footwork. In essence, Meng Chuan had resolved to avoid a direct confrontation with his adversary. Not only did this frustrate his opponent, but spectators also voiced their dissatisfaction. We came to watch a fight, not this tedious game of cat and mouse. How can you even dare to compete if you won T-fight? Aren't you ashamed, Meng? Undoubtedly, the lackluster contest between Meng Chuan and the hulking man drew widespread discontent from the audience. Listening to the various jeers and enduring scornful glares, Meng Chuan remained unfazed. You know nothing. I'm simply being low-key. Otherwise, given this big oaf's sluggish reflexes, I could easily defeat him in 3 moves. He muttered to himself, keeping a close watch on his opponent's expressions. As time passed, the birthmarked man's complexion began to pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Such evident signs of fatigue would certainly not escape the keen eyes of the spectators. Smirking lightly, Meng Chuan recognized that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. No longer would he merely evade, he suddenly launched a counterattack. The birthmarked man's eyes brightened as he threw another punch, a fierce tigeress phantom appearing behind him, his fist enveloped by a spectral claw resembling that of a tiger. Tigeress fury, kid, lie down. He roared, panting like a dog yet still speaking arrogantly. Meng Chuan curled his lip and shouted back, the one who should be lying down is you. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body twisted in an uncanny manner, his steps becoming ethereal. The confident punch of the birthmarked man, similar to Chen Xiong's earlier attack, ultimately struck only Meng Chuan's afterimage. By the time he realized what had happened and prepared to change tactics, it was already too late. Using his nimble footwork, Meng Chuan swiftly maneuvered to the side of his opponent and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the birthmarked man's right knee crashed against the ground. Without granting his opponent a moment to retaliate, Meng Chuan continued, stepping directly onto the man's ankle. The audience gasped in horror as they witnessed the birthmarked man's anguished howl. His face contorted in pain, his veins bulged. The spectators instinctively fell silent. It wasn't until Meng Chuan dragged the birthmarked man's foot and hurled him off the stage that gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Thank goodness it wasn't me who was thrown out. I would never be able to show my face again. It must be said, when Meng Chuan was timid, he was truly timid. Yet when he was fierce, he was exceptionally fierce. Tisk, it's a pity. Had it not been for Meng's underhanded tactics, the big guy could have won, perhaps due to deeply ingrained biases. Hardly anyone in the audience cheered for Meng Chuan's victory. Fortunately, he felt no disappointment, rather, he reveled in his secret triumph. It seems my performance was a success. No one is paying any attention to me. Once the referee announced the results, Meng Chuan quickly exited the stage and slipped into a secluded corner. He had intended to patiently observe as a spectator until the third match began, yet someone simply could not endure the silence and approached him, eager to make their presence known. Who would have thought, with that stroke of luck, you could win 2 matches in a row? But this is where your luck ends. If someone like you, who relies on chance, makes it to the second round, it would be a tremendous insult to those who advanced based on skill. The newcomer, clad in a purple robe and of a similar age to Meng Chuan, possessed an outstanding demeanor and handsome features. However, the words that escaped his lips were far from pleasant. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, studying the newcomer for over 10 seconds before gruffly replying, "Do we know each other? With your stature, you're not worthy of my acquaintance, is that so?" Then, safe travels. Meng Chuan waved his hand impatiently, yet he had no desire to indulge someone so self-righteous. With that, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and feigned a dozing posture. Chapter 36. The arrival at the refining hall as the young man in purple robes tossed his head and departed, Meng Chuan finally lifted his eyelids once more. Could it be that this fellow has also reaped benefits from Lu Ming? Although the other party had not disclosed his name, Meng Chuan had taken the initiative to familiarize himself with those so-called seed candidates. If he had not misidentified, this young man in purple was indeed one of the chosen seeds from the Shadow Hall. His name was Lu Jia, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, regarded by most elders as a primary contender for the championship of this ranking competition. Surely, he wouldn't resort to any underhanded tactics in the third match, would he? Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan felt an unsettling sense of apprehension. Frankly speaking, he was quite reluctant to encounter a master like Lu Jia in the first round, as it would hinder his ability to conceal his true strength. Yet, given that Chen Xiong had previously swapped his drawing number, it was entirely plausible that Lu Jia might do the same. With that thought in mind, Meng Chuan scratched his head in frustration. Hadn't he already secured victory? Why was he still wearing a frown? Ning Yu approached him with her hands behind her back, grinning playfully. "Are you worried about being targeted?" Meng Chuan sighed gloomily. "You mean Lu Jia?" Ningyu had evidently noticed the exchange between Lu Jia and Meng Chuan. Yes, Meng Chuan nodded. Weren't you supposed to protect me? I can't be sure of defeating him. As a man, Meng Chuan felt no shame in seeking refuge from a woman. After all, offering him protection had been a condition she had proposed. Can't you show a little backbone? Ningyu retorted, exasperated. What use is having backbone if it can't be eaten? What's the point? Ningyu's words were sharp, but Meng Chuan decided to let it go. Fine, I'll help you this once. With that, she produced her drawing number and casually handed it to Meng Chuan. What do you mean by this? Meng Chuan asked, puzzled. Based on the prior calling of numbers, it was almost certain that the holders of numbers closer to the end would be exempt in the third match. After all, the numbers were called sequentially, and after the second match, only 375 participants remained. To satisfy the requirement of 200 advancing to the second round, only 175 would be eliminated from the 375 contenders. The only way to eliminate them was through combat. This meant that among the 200 who ultimately advanced to the second round, 25 would be exempt in the third match of the first round. Upon hearing this explanation, Meng Chuan found himself even more hesitant than before. This was a direct ticket to the second round. Are you really willing to give it to me? Stop rambling and take it. Ningyu insisted, shoving the ticket into his hand. Are you confident you can defeat Lu? Meng Chuan looked at her, a flicker of concern creeping into his heart. Who said I'm going to fight Lu? Ningyu chuckled mischievously. Before Meng Chuan could respond, she deftly snatched the ticket from his waist. With a playful wave of her hand, she turned and did not linger by Meng Chuan's side any longer. Observing her retreating figure and the fragrant ticket in his hand, Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. Very well, consider this a debt owed to you. Aware of the woman's capabilities, he refrained from returning the swapped ticket. Taking a deep breath and glancing at the sky, he stood up, patting his backside. The first round's competition had officially concluded, and both spectators and contestants gradually departed. After a night of rest, the final day of the first round was announced. Just as Ningyu had predicted, the ticket Meng Chuan had acquired was indeed an exemption ticket. However, it was surprising that Ningyu, who had drawn a ticket destined for the stage, also claimed to be exempt. Wait a moment, where did you get that exemption ticket? Meng Chuan gazed at the number on Ningyu's ticket. Obtaining another exemption ticket is no challenge. You wouldn't be stirring up trouble, would you? Meng Chuan felt a sudden wave of unease. What trouble could arise? Even if there is, it won't implicate you. Ningyu replied confidently, her expression and tone far more relaxed than his. Hearing this, Meng Chuan involuntarily twitched his eyelids and muttered, let us hope that's the case. After exchanging only a few words, they both focused on the battles taking place on stage. For them, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to gather intelligence on their potential opponents. After all, once they entered the second round, the element of drawing lots would be eliminated, and any advancing participant might face them. As night fell, the final battle came to a close. With a more relaxed stride than usual, Meng Chuan returned to the training camp. Just as he approached the camp's entrance, he collided with two stern-faced inner disciples. Watch where you're going, you blind fool. Get out of my way. The lanky one on the left thrust his arm, forcefully pushing Meng Chuan back 3 or 4 meters. Meng Chuan steadied himself against a pine tree by the roadside to avoid falling, his brows knitting together as anger simmered within him. How dare he bump into me without an apology and then stare me down? Perhaps the lanky one was in a foul mood. He stepped forward, raising his hand to slap. The commotion at the camp's entrance clearly attracted the attention of those inside. Everyone watched the spectacle from a distance, none showing any inclination to assist Meng Chuan. Only Ningyu remained at the entrance, her fists clenched, her expression uncertain. Just as the lanky one's slap was about to land on Meng Chuan's face, she finally lunged forward. However, at the same moment, the stout figure behind the lanky one spoke up. Hold on, Ho-san, this kid seems to be Meng Chuan. This pretty boy can defeat Chen Xiong? The lanky one paused, disdain evident in his voice. With that, his expression hardened as he brought his hand down again. Meng Chuan's eyes flickered, instinctively employing his agility to evade the attack. Greetings, senior brothers. Before the lanky one could continue, Meng Chuan bowed respectfully. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, Ho-san and his companion had come specifically to seek him out. Has Chen Xiong come looking for you in the past 2 days? The stout one inquired straightforwardly. Meng Chuan pretended to ponder for 2 seconds, replying, since the last match, I have not encountered senior brother Chen. He forced a hint of curiosity into his expression and asked softly, are you looking for senior brother Chen for something?
To avoid suspicion, he quickly added, if I happen to meet Senior Brother Chen in the future, I could relay your message. Typically low-key and cautious, Meng Chuan assumed a warm-hearted demeanor at that moment.
Are you sure he hasn't come by?
Hosan furrowed his brow, clearly unconvinced that Chen Xiong had not sought Meng Chuan's trouble in the past 2 days. Well, Senior Brother Chen and I aren't close enough to visit each other. Meng Chuan scratched his head, his face a mask of embarrassment. I'll take your word for it this time, the stout one sighed inwardly. Regardless, wherever you see that bastard Chen Xiong in the future, make sure to tell him to come to the refining hall and find us. Meng Chuan's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the refining hall had indeed come looking for him. Chapter 37, the second round of the competition. In order to avoid revealing any signs of distress, Meng Chuan made every effort to maintain his composure. Fortunately, the two individuals, Monkey 3 and his companion, were temporarily unaware of Chen Xiong's demise, and thus harbored no profound suspicions towards him. After finally dismissing them, Meng Chuan took a deep breath. How are you? Ningyu inquired, stepping forward with an air of concern. I'm fine, Meng Chuan replied, forcing a smile. Turning away, he discreetly wiped his sweaty palms on his clothing. He did not engage in further conversation with Ningyu. Hastily returning to his dormitory upon securing the door and windows, he immediately contacted the system. Can you ascertain the cultivation levels of those two individuals? There were no artifacts on their persons to obscure perception, so the system has gathered information regarding their realms. Monkey 3, male, 45 years of age, early golden core stage. The other individual, whose real name remains unknown for now, is 37 years old and also at the early golden core stage. If the host wishes to acquire more detailed information, it can be accessed by making direct eye contact with them while utilizing the deduction function. The system presented the information it had gathered without ambiguity. I suspected they were no ordinary opponents. It turns out they are both golden core experts. Meng Chuan inhaled deeply, secretly relieved he had not confronted the two earlier. Rubbing his temples, he continued, do you think those two have crossed paths with Hua Wenfeng? The system cannot conclude without any substantial evidence. I believe they must have met. Meng Chuan mused aloud. After all, this is Hua Wenfeng's territory. Those inner disciples from the artifact refinement hall would not come here without encountering someone of the Hua surname. The system must correct the host. Monkey 3 and his companion are likely more than mere inner disciples. After extensive observation, it has been confirmed that only core disciples of each hall would have the hall emblem embroidered on their sleeves. The two individuals just now bore the emblem of the artifact refinement hall. Meng Chuan scoffed. If you're so astute in your observations, what else have you confirmed? The system has also confirmed that disciples from the demon sect are rarely virtuous. Meng Chuan grimaced. The demon sect, after all, does not nurture good individuals. After sitting in contemplation for a while, he stepped out for dinner. In order to conserve energy and prepare for the second round of the competition starting the following day, he retired early. Perhaps due to a deep slumber, he nearly missed the assembly the next morning. Fortunately, with his adept movements, he arrived at the venue just in time. Unlike the rules of the first round, every contestant advancing to the second round would receive 2 initial points. Contestants could engage in battles to seize each other's points, with a maximum wager of 1 point per battle. There were no restrictions on the number of battles a contestant could undertake during the competition. The entire round would last for 12 hours, commencing at the SI hour today and concluding at the SI hour tomorrow. Following the event, rankings would be determined based on the points held by each contestant, with the top 50 advancing to the third round. Though he was already aware of the format for this round, Meng Chuan could not help but feel a sense of frustration. After all, this system could easily lead to him being targeted by those competitors who had been bought off by Lu Ming. Indeed, his concerns proved not to be unfounded. Just as the referee announced the start of the second round, a familiar figure swiftly approached him. You've managed to infiltrate this round, but this is where it ends. Lu Jie declared, a sinister expression etched on his face, his gaze fixed on Meng Chuan with a cold and merciless intensity. His voice, gravelly and ominous, sounded as though a malevolent spirit were sharpening its teeth. However, such a mere glare and a harsh remark were insufficient to intimidate Meng Chuan. What kind of benefits did Lu Ming offer you? Meng Chuan retorted. At this, Lu Jie's expression flickered, and he scoffed to mask his unease. This has nothing to do with Senior Brother Lu. I simply find you insufferable. I initially thought you were merely a hound obeying orders, but it turns out you're just a mad dog. Meng Chuan insulted him outright, leaving no room for politeness. Such a sharp-tongued little brat. How dare you insult me? Lu Jie seethed, his face darkening with rage. Are you going to let me bark while you remain silent? Lu Jie retorted, his anger boiling over. I'll make sure you regret it. Before Meng Chuan could respond, Lu Jie suddenly lunged forward, his fist poised to strike. In terms of speed, his punches were even faster than Chen Xiong's sword strikes. Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened. With no time to dodge, he raised his fist to block. In an instant, their fists collided with a thundering sound, followed by a series of cracking noises. The force of the impact sent Meng Chuan staggering backward, retreating several steps. With the upper hand, Lu Jie smirked triumphantly. I've only used 70% of my strength, and you can't withstand it? Without allowing Meng Chuan any time to regroup, he charged forward again with a roar. Tiger roars in the sky. Lu Jia's arm was enveloped by a phantom of a ferocious tiger. The tiger escaping maw merged with Lu Jia's fist, creating a powerful punch that surged forward like a raging tide. Recognizing the danger of Lu Jia's technique, Meng Chuan knew he could not afford to be careless and immediately activated his own technique to counter. In a heartbeat, the spiritual energy around him converged into his palm, allowing him to meet Lu Jia's punch head-on. The clash unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that sent several onlookers reeling backward.
Is it possible that Lu Jia's famed technique has been thwarted? Murmured the spectators. Could it be that Meng Chuan truly is only at the initial stage of foundation establishment?
I can hardly believe it. Hearing the discussions from the crowd, Meng Chuan felt a jolt of apprehension. In the next moment, he feigned being pushed back, bending his waist at an exaggerated angle. To heighten the illusion, he even let out a muffled grunt as he retreated. Whether or not the spectators were deceived, it appeared that Lu Jia had genuinely fallen for the ruse. "Don't be hasty, I shall end this tiresome battle with my next move," Lu Jia declared, his chin lifted high, already assuming the posture of a victor. As his words settled, he charged once more, unleashing 3 phantom punches shaped like tigers towards Meng Chuan. "I cannot take another blow directly, that would surely expose my true capabilities." To conceal his strength and avoid drawing attention, Meng Chuan opted to evade. Utilizing the technique of the agile serpent, he successfully distanced himself from Lu Jia. Simultaneously, all of Lu Jia's attacks missed their mark. Seeing that Lu Jia was still relentless in his pursuit, Meng Chuan smirked and taunted, "Didn't you say you were going to end this battle? Why are you still chasing me? Indeed, barking dogs are not to be trusted. Shut your mouth." Lu Jia's face was stormy, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Enraged, "I've changed my mind. I won't rest until I've made you cry for your mother." With that, he produced a pair of finger claws, slipping them onto his fists. Chapter 38. An unquenchable hatred. The moment the tiger's claws were unleashed, the ominous and ferocious aura that had long enveloped Lu Jia inexplicably receded. In fact, Lu Jia's entire demeanor transformed accordingly. If he had previously resembled a raging volcano, he now stood tall like a majestic peak piercing the heavens. The gulps of apprehension escaped Meng Chuan as he involuntarily swallowed. What had caused this fellow to suddenly seem like a completely different person? His mind buzzed with thoughts, and his wariness towards Lu Jia intensified exponentially. Yet, Lu Jia did not afford him any additional time to react, launching a flurry of punches with tremendous force. The tiger-shaped shadows accompanying his blows had solidified to 2 or 3 times their previous density. Before his fists could strike Meng Chuan's body, the turbulent winds generated by the punches swept into Meng Chuan's eyes. Instinctively, he closed his eyelids, transforming into an immovable post, not only failing to evade but even forgetting to resist. Witnessing this scene, the spectators in the stands collectively sighed. "TCH, I told you, how could Meng be a match for Lu Jia? Brother Lu should take it easy, just look at how terrified that kid Meng is." With Meng Chuan rendered stiff and immobilized like a wooden stake on the stage, it was clear to the audience that Lu Jia had secured victory in this bout. Unbeknownst to Meng Chuan, who was oblivious to the spectators' thoughts, he silently calculated the distance of Lu Jia's fist. Just before he was about to be knocked to the ground, he once again employed the technique of control. With a thunderous crash, he was propelled back 4 to 5 meters. After finally stabilizing himself, he found his right arm trembling uncontrollably at his side. Fortunately, that fellow's claw was not of high grade. "Otherwise, this blow would have surely fractured my bones," he muttered to himself, scanning the area around him. To his dismay, he realized that besides himself and Lu Jia, there were no other contenders engaged in battle on the field. "Damn it, are these guys really queuing up to find fault with me?" At this thought, a chill ran down Meng Chuan's spine. When he turned his gaze back to Lu Jia, a hint of hesitation crept into his expression. He was conflicted, uncertain whether he should take advantage of Lu Jia's formidable reputation. It was only when another wave of fierce punch winds bore down upon him that Meng Chuan finally made up his mind. In the next instant, he executed his technique, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and Lu Jia. "Now, I have reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. It is nearly impossible for a cultivator of the same level to pose a fatal threat to me. Hence, there is no need to reveal my strength to someone who poses no threat, thereby attracting the attention of Golden Core or even higher realm experts." Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan smirked. "After all, I am not in a hurry, let us take our time. Although I lack an advantage in martial arts, when it comes to technique, I undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Moreover, in terms of spiritual energy intensity, I am not at a disadvantage either." With this resolve, Meng Chuan unleashed the agility and peculiarity of a spirit serpent to the fullest. Initially, Lu Jia pursued him with unwavering confidence, but soon he was left sweating profusely as Meng Chuan evaded him with ease. After a prolonged chase with no success, Lu Jia's punches repeatedly missed their mark, causing him to grow increasingly irritable. "Cowardly rat, if you have the guts, take a punch from me. You don't seem that old, how could you already be senile? If memory serves me right, I have already withstood several of your blows, Haven Ti." Meng Chuan's lips curled into a smirk, while you have yet to even graze my clothing." Pausing for a moment, he adopted a mocking tone. "Is my rear so fragrant, after sniffing for so long? Why aren't you sick of it yet?" With that, he deliberately patted his backside. Nearby, several contestants with a low threshold for humor could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter hearing the derision. Lugia's already unappealing visage turned a shade of pale. "You bastard!" In a fit of rage, he forced himself to increase his speed, instantly closing the distance between himself and Meng Chuan. It was as if he had transformed into a famished tiger, ready to pounce. "Die!" He refrained from uttering those words aloud, opting instead for telepathy. Though his voice was masked, the murderous intent radiating from him could not be concealed. In the blink of an eye, a colossal tiger illusion leaped towards Meng Chuan's head. However, Meng Chuan remained unfazed. In his eyes, although Lu Jia's assault had grown more ferocious, it had lost its previous structure. In other words, Lu Jia's current attacks were riddled with flaws. Furthermore, due to his excessive aggression, he had effectively forfeited the possibility of altering his tactics, relying solely on his worn-out moves. Calmly twisting his body and swiftly darting aside, Meng Chuan effortlessly evaded the strike, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with a punch. Simultaneously, he swept his leg, harshly tripping Lu Jia at the shin. Am I seeing things? Meng Chuan actually seized the opportunity to counterattack. That was merely Lu Jia deliberately leaving a gap for him. "Just watch, the surname Meng is about to be flattened." The spectators held no belief that Meng Chuan could triumph with such a tepid punch and sweep, yet, in the next moment, the audience's incredulity was palpable as their eyes widened in disbelief. The Lu Jia they had supported had, astonishingly, fallen to the ground. Meng Chuan, however, paid no heed to the audience's reactions. He delivered a swift kick to Lu Jia's abdomen. In pain, Lu Jia instinctively cradled his belly, unwillingly sliding 4 meters along the ground. Nevertheless, Meng Chuan showed no intention of halting. Like a flash of lightning, he closed in on Lu Jia as he groaned, and then he exerted force to disable both of Lu Jia's elbows. With this series of maneuvers complete, Lu Jia's groans abruptly transformed into a piercing scream. "Enough noise," Meng Chuan frowned, placing his foot firmly on Lu Jia's chest. As Lu Jia gasped for breath, his cries were abruptly silenced. The stands, as well as the arena, fell into an unexpected silence. Seemingly discontent with the sudden stillness, Meng Chuan slowly lowered his head and grinned. "What a pity, this year you shall not become an inner sect disciple." "Meng Chuan, I will never share the same sky with you." Despite enduring the pain, Lu Jia gritted his teeth and shouted. If looks could kill, Meng Chuan would undoubtedly have perished 1,000 times over at that moment. "You are forcing me to resort to lethal measures." Meng Chuan sighed. It was only now that Lu Jia remembered the match had yet to be declared over. In a frantic bid for his life, he temporarily forgot the harsh words he had just shouted and hurriedly called out, "I concede, I concede." Meng Chuan's reaction was minimal, yet the referee and the spectators were momentarily stunned. Was this truly the once arrogant Lu Jia? How could I have thought so highly of him, only to discover he was such a coward? TSK, is the Shadow Hall blind to have selected such a weakling as a seed? The disciples from the 3 halls present naturally seized the opportunity to disparage the Shadow Hall. After this battle, Lu Jia's painstakingly crafted image and reputation lay in ruins. Regrettably, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Once the referee announced the outcome of the match, Meng Chuan finally withdrew his foot from Lu Jia's chest. However, before he could catch his breath, another unfamiliar figure drifted into his view. Chapter 38, An irreconcilable conflict. The ferocious aura that had long enveloped Lu Jia strangely receded the moment he unleashed his tiger claws. Even his entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. If he had just moments ago resembled a raging volcano, he now stood as a proud and lofty peak challenging the heavens. Gulping, Meng Chuan could not help but swallow hard. What has caused this fellow to suddenly appear like a completely different person? Thoughts swirled in his mind, and his wariness towards Lu Jia intensified exponentially. However, Lu Jia offered him no further time to react. Both fists surged forth, carrying an overwhelming force. The tiger-shaped shadows accompanying his punches had solidified 2 or 3 times more than before. Before his fists could strike Meng Chuan's body, the gale force of his punches had already obscured Meng Chuan's vision. Instinctively closing his eyelids, Meng Chuan suddenly froze like a wooden post, not only failing to evade but also forgetting to resist. Observing this scene, the audience in the stands let out a collective sigh. TCH, I told you that the Meng family boy could never be Lu Jia's match. Brother Lu doesn't even know to take it easy. Just look at how terrified that kid Meng looks. With Meng Chuan standing rigidly on the stage, like a wooden stake, the audience realized that the match was already won by Lu Jia. Unbeknownst to Meng Chuan, who was oblivious to the spectators' thoughts, he silently calculated the distance of his opponent's fists. Just as he was about to be knocked to the ground, he once again employed the art of defense. With a resounding boom, he was propelled backward, sliding 4 to 5 meters. Finally regaining his balance, his right arm hung limply at his side, trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, that fellow's tiger claws were not of high quality.
Otherwise, that blow could have easily fractured my bones, he muttered to himself, scanning the area around him. To his dismay, he discovered that apart from himself and Lu Jie, there were no other contenders in the arena. Damn it, could it be that these guys are all queuing up to take me on? With this thought, a chill ran down Meng Chuan's spine. When he turned his gaze back to Lu Jie, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. He wavered, uncertain whether he should assert dominance over Lu Jie. It was not until another wave of fierce wind from Lu Jie's punches approached that Meng Chuan finally made up his mind. In the next moment, he executed his technique, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and Lu Jie. Now, having reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, it was nearly impossible for an opponent of the same realm to pose a lethal threat to him. Thus, there was no need to reveal his strength against someone who posed no real danger, only to attract the attention of Golden Core or even higher-level experts. Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan smirked. Since I'm not in a hurry, let us just take our time. Although I hold no advantage in boxing, I certainly excel in agility. Moreover, when it comes to the intensity of spiritual energy, I am not at a disadvantage either. Having made up his mind, Meng Chuan unleashed the agility and cunning of a spiritual serpent to the utmost. Initially, Lu Jie pursued him with unwavering confidence, but soon he began to sweat profusely from the effort. After a long chase with no success, Lu Jie's punches continued to miss their mark, and he grew increasingly agitated. Cowardly rodent, if you have the guts, take a punch from me. You don't look that old. How did you end up with such a senile demeanor? If I recall correctly, I've already endured several of your punches. Haven't I? A smirk curled at the corners of Meng Chuan's lips. You, on the other hand, have yet to even touch the hem of my garment. Pausing slightly, Meng Chuan adopted a mocking tone. Is my rear end so fragrant that you can't get enough after all this time? With that, he gave his backside a playful slap. A few spectators with a low tolerance for humor could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Hearing the ridicule, Lu Jie's already unattractive face turned a mixture of ashen and green. Bastard! In a fit of rage, he forced himself to accelerate, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Meng Chuan. It was as if he had transformed into a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Die! He did not utter the words aloud but instead communicated them telepathically. Although his voice was concealed, the murderous intent radiating from him was unmistakable. In the blink of an eye, a massive tiger illusion surged forth, aiming directly for Meng Chuan's head. Yet Meng Chuan remained unfazed. Lu Jie's assault, though fiercer, lacked the previous finesse. In other words, Lu Jie's current attacks were riddled with flaws. Furthermore, due to the excessive aggression, Lu Jie had effectively forfeited any chance to adapt, relying solely on outdated techniques. Calmly twisting his body, he sidestepped the strike with agility, seizing the moment when Lu Jie's punches became predictable, and countered with a powerful fist. Simultaneously, he swept his leg, forcefully tripping Lu Jie at the calf. Am I seeing things? Meng Chuan actually seized the opportunity to counterattack. That was merely Lu Jie intentionally leaving an opening. Just wait, the Meng family boy will soon be knocked down. The spectators hardly believed that Meng Chuan could triumph with such a trivial punch and sweep. However, in the next instant, the audience's eyes widened in disbelief. The Lu Jie they had so confidently supported had actually fallen to the ground. Meng Chuan, disregarding the spectators' reactions, delivered a swift kick to Lu Jie's abdomen. In pain, Lu Jie instinctively cradled his belly and involuntarily slid 4 meters along the ground. Yet, even then, Meng Chuan showed no signs of relenting. In a flash, as Lu Jie emitted a pained grunt, Meng Chuan closed in, targeting Lu Jie's elbow joints with precision. Following his swift maneuver, Lu Jie's grunts transformed into piercing screams. Enough noise. Meng Chuan frowned and planted his foot firmly on Lu Jie's chest. As Lu Jie gasped for breath, his screams abruptly ceased. The stands, as well as the arena, fell into an eerie silence. Meng Chuan seemed to find the sudden stillness unsettling. He slowly lowered his head and grinned. Unfortunately, it seems you won't be able to become an inner disciple this year. Meng Chuan, I shall not share this world with you. Straining against the pain, Lu Jie gritted his teeth and shouted. If looks could kill, Meng Chuan would have surely perished 1,000 times over at that moment. You're pushing me to strike with lethal intent, Meng Chuan sighed. It was only then that Lu Jie realized the match had not yet concluded. In a desperate bid for his life, he temporarily forgot the harsh words he had just shouted, hurriedly calling out, I concede, I concede. Meng Chuan showed little reaction, while the referee and the audience were momentarily stunned. This still the arrogant Lu Jie we knew. I had such high hopes for him, but who would have thought he would turn out to be such a coward? TSK, did the Shadow Hall lose its sight in selecting such a weakling as their seed? The disciples from the 3 halls present naturally seized the opportunity to disparage the Shadow Hall. After this battle, the image and reputation Lu Jie had painstakingly built were utterly shattered. Regrettably, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Each person must pay the price for their actions. Once the referee announced the outcome of the match, Meng Chuan finally withdrew his foot from Lu Jie's chest. However, before he could catch his breath, another unfamiliar figure appeared before him.
Chapter 38, An irreconcilable grudge. The moment the tiger was unleashed, the violent aura that had long enveloped Lu Jie mysteriously receded. Even Lu Jie's entire demeanor underwent a transformation. If he had previously gulping, Meng Chuan could not help but swallow hard. How could this fellow suddenly seem like a different person, his heart murmured, and his wariness towards Lu Jie multiplied exponentially. Yet, Lu Jie did not grant him the luxury of further contemplation. With both fists raised, he unleashed a torrent of forceful punches. The tiger-shaped shadows of his fists surged forth, now solidified 2 or 3 times more than before his fists could strike Meng Chuan's form. The gusts generated by the punches had already obscured Meng Chuan's vision. Instinctively shutting his eyelids, Meng Chuan transformed into a mere wooden post, not only failing to evade but even forgetting to resist. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the stands collectively sighed. "TCH, I said Meng would never be a match for Lu Jie," they murmured. "Does brother Lu even know to take it easy? Just look at how terrified that boy Meng is." As Meng Chuan stood rigidly on the stage like a wooden stake, the spectators recognized that this spot was undoubtedly a victory for Lu Jie. Unbeknownst to Meng Chuan, who was oblivious to the audience's thoughts, he silently calculated the distance of his opponent's fists. Just as he was about to be knocked down, he once again employed the technique of control. With a tremendous crash, he was propelled back 4 to 5 meters. Struggling to regain balance, his right arm hung limply at his side, trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, Lu Jie's claw was not of high caliber, otherwise, this blow could have easily fractured my bones, he murmured to himself. Scanning the arena. To his dismay, he realized that aside from himself and Lu Jie, there were no other contenders in the ring. Damn it, are these fellows queuing up to seek my demise? At this thought, a chill swept through Meng Chuan's body. Returning his gaze to Lu Jie, he felt a twinge of hesitation. He was uncertain whether he should leverage Lu Jie's imposing presence to assert himself. Only when another wave of fierce punches surged towards him did Meng Chuan finally resolve to act. In the next moment, he executed his evasive maneuvers, swiftly creating distance between himself and Lu Jie. Now, I have reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Fellow cultivators of the same level pose no lethal threat to me. Thus, there is no need to expose my strength against someone who does not even warrant it, thereby attracting the attention of Golden Core and even higher-tier masters. Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan smirked leisurely. After all, I'm not in a hurry, let us just drag this out. Although I may not hold an advantage in martial arts, when it comes to agility, I undoubtedly prevail. Moreover, in terms of spiritual energy intensity, I am not at a disadvantage either. With a plan in mind, Meng Chuan unleashed the nimbleness and oddity of his movements to the fullest. Initially, Lu Jie pursued him with unwavering confidence, but soon began to break into a cold sweat as he fell behind, unable to catch up. Each punch he threw landed in vain, and Lu Jie grew increasingly agitated. "Cowardly rodent, if you have the guts, take a punch from me. You're not that old, how could you be so senile? If memory serves, I've already taken several of your punches, Haven Ti." Meng Chuan smirked, "And you, to this day, Haven Ti even grazed the hem of my garment." Pausing slightly, Meng Chuan adopted a mocking tone. "Is my rear so fragrant that you Haven Ti grown tired of sniffing it after all this time?" With that, he deliberately patted his backside. A few nearby contestants, unable to contain their laughter, erupted into fits of giggles. Hearing the mockery, Lu Jie's already unsightly face turned a shade of ashen fury. Bastard, enraged, he forced himself to accelerate, closing the distance between them in an instant, as if he had transformed into a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. These words went unspoken. Instead, he communicated through thought. Though his voice was concealed, the murderous intent radiating from him was unmistakable. In the blink of an eye, a colossal tiger phantom surged forth with his punch, lunging towards Meng Chuan's head. Yet, Meng Chuan remained utterly unfazed. To him, Lu Jie's offensive, while more ferocious, lacked the structure it had previously possessed. In other words, Lu Jie's current assault was riddled with flaws. Moreover, due to his reckless aggression, he had effectively forfeited the opportunity for spontaneous change, relying solely on his single, repeated strike. With a graceful twist of his body, Meng Chuan deftly evaded the blow and seized the moment to retaliate with a punch. Simultaneously, he swept his leg to trip Lu Jie's calf forcefully. Am I seeing things? Meng Chuan actually seized the opportunity to counterattack. The spectators, who had previously deemed Lu Jie the victor, now held their breath in disbelief. That was merely Lu Jie intentionally leaving a gap. Watch, Meng will soon be knocked down. The audience did not believe that Meng Chuan could triumph with such a trivial punch and sweep. Yet, in the next moment, their incredulous eyes widened as they witnessed Lu Jie fall to the ground. Ignoring the audience's reaction, Meng Chuan delivered a swift kick to Lu Jie's abdomen. The impact caused Lu Jie to instinctively clutch his stomach, involuntarily sliding 4 meters along the ground. Nevertheless, Meng Chuan showed no signs of relenting. In an instant, like a bolt of lightning, he closed in on Lu Jie as he groaned in pain. Then, he applied force to disable both of Lu Jie's elbows. As he completed his maneuver, Lu Jie's groans morphed into a piercing scream. Enough noise. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow and planted his foot firmly on Lu Jie's chest. As Lu Jie gasped for breath, his cries abruptly ceased, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Seemingly disliking the sudden stillness, Meng Chuan lowered his head slowly, a smirk playing on his lips.
Unfortunately, it seems you won't be joining the inner sect this year, Meng Chuan. I will never coexist with you. Lu Jie gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that if looks could kill, Meng Chuan would have perished 1,000 times over at that moment. You're forcing me to go all out, Meng Chuan sighed. It was only then that Lu Jie remembered that the match had yet to be declared over. For the sake of his own life, he hastily retracted his earlier threats and shouted, I concede, I concede. Meng Chuan showed little reaction, while the referee and audience were momentarily stunned. Was this truly the once arrogant Lu Jie? How could he, whom they had so heavily favored, turn out to be such a coward? TSK, did the Shadow Hall lose its vision? How could they choose such a weakling as their seed? The disciples from the other halls naturally seized the opportunity to deride the Shadow Hall. After this battle, the image and reputation Lu Jie had painstakingly built were utterly destroyed. Regrettably, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Once the referee announced the result of the match, Meng Chuan finally lifted his foot from Lu Jie's chest. However, before he could catch his breath, another unfamiliar figure appeared before him. Chapter 39. Meng Chuan, will take them all on. Who are you? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow as he regarded the middle-aged man with a horse-like face who had suddenly appeared. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your points now belong to me. The horse-faced man was even more arrogant than Lu Jie had been earlier, completely oblivious to the inappropriateness of his opportunistic behavior. Do you know Lu Ming? Meng Chuan sighed, confirming his suspicion. Indeed, upon hearing the name Lu Ming, the horse-faced man's expression shifted, betraying an unmistakable discomfort. It seemed there was no need to continue wasting breath. With a chilling tone, Meng Chuan realized that maintaining a low profile today was no longer an option. Nevertheless, he had no intention of revealing his trump card, hoping instead to rely on the abilities he had already displayed to endure until the end. Brother Louis' carelessness allowed you to seize upon a flaw. I shall not commit the same error. At this, Meng Chuan's eyes glinted as he deliberately raised his voice, saying, It sounds like you and Lu Jie are quite familiar with one another. Of course, the horse-faced man, unsuspecting of any ulterior motive, readily admitted it. Before Meng Chuan could respond, he continued without hesitation. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to receive my strike. With that, he swiftly drew a long, flexible whip, cracking it sharply as it lashed toward Meng Chuan's neck. Observing this, Meng Chuan merely smirked, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, he raised his hand and seized the whip's tail. If I can defeat Lu Jie at the peak of his foundation establishment, what makes you think a mere late-stage foundation establishment practitioner poses a threat? Such arrogance, allow me to demonstrate my true skills. The horse-faced man snorted coldly, suddenly twisting the grip of the whip with force. In an instant, the once smooth whip sprouted numerous sharp barbs. Before Meng Chuan could react, his palm was punctured by nearly 10 wounds, a fiery pain radiating from his hand. Lowering his gaze to see his palm smeared with dark blood, Meng Chuan's expression wavered. It is poisoned. The poison of the blood-biting grass is inconsequential to a host possessing the Earth Grade 5 Poison's corpse physique. It is worth noting that this special physique is characterized by its immunity to all toxins. While he conversed with the system, the horse-faced man again lashed out with his whip, the shadow of the whip slithering like a snake, swiftly coiling around Meng Chuan's side. Meng Chuan quickly regained his focus, the burning sensation in his hand subsiding as he pushed off to retreat, skillfully evading the whip's reach. He tore off the sleeve of his right arm. Without delay, he wrapped the torn sleeve around his right hand and launched himself forward. Overestimating your abilities, you shall soon experience the might of my snakebone whip. The horse-faced man scoffed disdainfully, emboldened by the dense poison on his whip. Even to incapacitate Meng Chuan's right hand, he deliberately slowed his strike, inviting Meng Chuan to grasp it. As soon as Meng Chuan seized the whip's tail once more, the horse-faced man yanked it fiercely. Logically, this should have been enough to shatter Meng Chuan's hand along with the wrapped sleeve. However, in reality, he failed to pull back even an inch of the whip that Meng Chuan held. Instead, as Meng Chuan's right arm surged, the horse-faced man was yanked forward, stumbling. I apologize, but I have no interest in your pitiful snakebone whip. You may savor it for yourself. In an instant, Meng Chuan gripped the whip's tail and swung it with great force. The whip, lifted high, ensnared the horse-faced man's body like a childhood game of jumping rope. Moments later, a series of puncture wounds oozing dark blood appeared across the horse-faced man's torso. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unable to retrieve the antidote in time, rolling his eyes back and frothing at the mouth as he lost consciousness. It seems I've emerged victorious. With an air of nonchalance, Meng Chuan leisurely loosened the torn sleeve from his hand and turned to face the judge. Once the judge finally announced the outcome, Meng Chuan promptly raised his chin, casting a provocative gaze over the faces of the remaining contestants. Anyone else wishing to stand up for Lu Jie may step forward. I, Meng Chuan, will take them all on. His voice, though not excessively loud, resonated throughout the arena. After his declaration, he showed no intention of retracting his gaze, even adding a hint of mockery to his challenging stare.
Initially, a few contenders had been inclined to make their move following the horse-faced man's defeat. However, upon hearing Meng Chuan's seemingly brash provocation, they hesitated and withdrew their steps. Seeing this, Meng Chuan felt a surge of satisfaction deep within. While maintaining an outwardly indifferent demeanor, without uttering another word, he turned away to tend to the wounds on his hand. Meanwhile, the group of contestants who had just retreated exchanged glances. Perplexed, the spectators in the stands lamented their earlier misjudgment, redirecting their frustration toward the dazed contestants. Are these people fools? Meng has already fought twice, he must surely be fatigued. Why not continue the assault now? Indeed, Meng has accumulated 4 points, making him the prime target in the arena. Of course, not all in the stands were similarly foolish. A few astute individuals remained. To strike against Meng at this moment would essentially be to acknowledge a willingness to defend Lu Jie. The chosen seeds from the Shadow Hall are one thing, but how could the other 3 Hall-selected seeds dare to make a move now? As for those non-seed contestants, with no certainty of which hall they might enter later, aligning themselves with Lu Jie, who bears the Shadow Hall's mark, would yield no advantages. This Meng Chuan fellow is quite clever. While the chatter outside persisted, Meng Chuan, in the arena, involuntarily sneezed. Wiping his slightly itchy nose, he discreetly contacted the system. Please meticulously record the flow of every point and present me with a real-time ranking every half hour. That is a trivial task, of course. Furthermore, please keep a close watch on Ningyu. Meng Chuan hesitated slightly. To what extent should I monitor her? As long as she is not eliminated and remains out of mortal danger, that suffices. Understood. The system comprehends the host's intent. Should Miss Ning face the risk of elimination or any threat to her life, I will promptly issue a warning. Understood is sufficient. Must you articulate it? Meng Chuan rolled his eyes. The system, however, fell silent, diligently commencing its task. As time passed, the other contestants began to redirect their attention away from him. Soon, several bouts commenced in the arena, leaving no room for tranquility. Meng Chuan appeared to have been entirely forgotten by all, until the early hours of the following day. As the second round of competition drew to a close, no other challengers approached him for a duel. Though he relished the peace, sitting alone for an extended period inevitably led to boredom. Meanwhile, the other contestants were vigorously contending for their rankings. As dawn broke, illuminating the sky with a pale light, Meng Chuan once again initiated contact with the system. Inform me of how many competitors currently rank above me. Chapter 39. I, Meng Chuan, shall take on all challengers. Who are you? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow at the middle-aged man with a horse-like face who had suddenly appeared. Who I am is of no consequence. What truly matters is that your points now belong to me. The horse-faced man was even more arrogant than the earlier Lu Jie, completely oblivious to the impropriety of his opportunistic behavior. Do you know Lu Ming? Meng Chuan sighed, seeking a small confirmation. As expected, upon hearing the name Lu Ming, the horse-faced man's expression betrayed a hint of unease. It seemed there was no need to waste further words. With a chill in his tone, Meng Chuan understood that he could no longer keep a low profile today. Even so, he had no intention of revealing his trump card, hoping instead to rely on the abilities he had already displayed to endure until the end. Brother Lu's carelessness allowed you to seize an opportunity. I shall not repeat the same mistake. At this, Meng Chuan's eyes glinted as he deliberately raised his voice. It sounds like you are quite familiar with Lu Jie. Indeed, the horse-faced man, suspecting nothing, readily admitted it. Before Meng Chuan could respond, he continued. Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to receive my attack. With that, the man swiftly drew a long, supple whip, cracking it in the air as it coiled towards Meng Chuan's neck. Observing this, Meng Chuan merely smirked, showing no intention of evading. Instead, he raised his hand and seized the whip's tail. I can defeat even the peak of the foundation establishment stage. So what are you? A mere late-stage foundation establishment, to me? Such an arrogant brat. Let me show you my true prowess. The horse-faced man scoffed as he suddenly twisted the handle of the whip. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, the once smooth whip sprouted numerous barbed spikes. In an instant, Meng Chuan's palm was punctured with nearly 10 bloody wounds, accompanied by a searing pain radiating from his hand. Looking down at the black blood smeared across his palm, Meng Chuan's gaze flickered. The spikes are poisoned. The mere venom of the blood-biting grass is inconsequential to a host with the Earth Level 5 Poison's corpse physique. It is important to note that this unusual constitution specializes in being immune to all poisons. While he conversed with the system, the horse-faced man once again lashed the whip towards him. The whip danced like a serpent, swiftly coiling around Meng Chuan's side. Meng Chuan quickly regained his focus. As the fiery sensation in his hand subsided, he pushed off the ground and retreated, skillfully escaping the whip's range. He tore off his right sleeve. He then wrapped the torn sleeve around his right hand and launched himself into a counterattack. You are overestimating yourself. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my serpent bone whip. The horse-faced man sneered disdainfully, emboldened by the dense poison on his whip. In fact, he deliberately slowed his strike, allowing Meng Chuan the chance to grasp it. Then, the moment Meng Chuan seized the whip's tail again, he yanked it forcefully. Illogically, this should have shredded Meng Chuan's hand along with the sleeve wrapped around it, yet, to his astonishment, he could not even pull back the whip that Meng Chuan held. Instead, with a powerful jerk of Meng Chuan's right arm, he stumbled forward. My apologies, I have no interest in your pathetic serpent bone whip, you may savor it yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Chuan gripped the whip's tail and swung it vigorously. Consequently, the whip, like a childhood game of jump rope, ensnared the horse-faced man's body. Soon after, he was riddled with punctures oozing black blood. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, not even having time to retrieve an antidote, rolling his eyes back and frothing at the mouth, unconscious. It seems I have won this round as well. Meng Chuan, appearing unfazed, slowly unwound the tattered sleeve from his hand and turned towards the referee. Once the referee, belatedly aware, announced the results, Meng Chuan immediately raised his chin, casting a provocative glance over the faces of the remaining contestants. Anyone else wishing to step up for Lu Jie may do so. I, Meng Chuan, shall take on all challengers. His voice, though not particularly loud, resonated throughout the arena. Having spoken, he showed no intention of averting his gaze, even adding a touch of mockery to his challenging stare. Initially, a few had been eager to make their move following the horse-faced man's defeat, but upon hearing Meng Chuan's seemingly brazen provocation, they all retreated. Seeing this, a flicker of triumph ignited within Meng Chuan, though his expression remained as cold as ever. Without uttering another word, he turned aside, silently tending to the wounds on his hand. The contestants who had just withdrawn their steps exchanged glances, while the spectators in the stands expressed their frustration at having misjudged the situation, venting their ire on the dawdling competitors. Are they all fools? Meng has already fought twice, he must be fatigued. Why not continue to press the attack now? Indeed, Meng now possesses 4 points, making him the juiciest target in the arena. However, not all in the stands were similarly dim-witted. A few astute individuals remained. To strike at Meng at this juncture would be tantamount to admitting one wished to stand in for Lu Jie. The chosen seeds of the Shadow Hall might dare such a move, but what of the seeds from the other 3 halls? They would not risk their positions at this time. As for those non-seeded participants, they remained uncertain about their future placements. Aligning themselves with Lu Jie, who bore the Shadow Hall's mark, could yield no benefits. This young man named Meng Chuan possesses quite a sharp mind. While the chatter outside persisted, Meng Chuan inadvertently sneezed amidst the stillness of the arena. Wiping his mildly itchy nose, he discreetly contacted the system. Please meticulously track the allocation of points in the arena and present me with the real-time rankings every half hour. Such a trivial matter is well within my capabilities. Furthermore, please keep a close eye on Ningyu. Meng Chuan hesitated slightly. To what extent should I monitor her? As long as she is not eliminated and remains free from life-threatening danger, that will suffice. This system understands the host's intentions. Should Miss Ning encounter any peril of elimination or threats to her life, this system will promptly issue a warning. As long as you comprehend, is it necessary to articulate it? Meng Chuan rolled his eyes. The system, however, fell silent, diligently commencing its task. As time progressed, the competitors gradually redirected their attention away from him. Several battles commenced within the arena, and soon, tranquility was but a memory. Meng Chuan seemed to fade from everyone's consciousness. By the early hours of the following day, as the second round of the competition was drawing to a close, no one else approached him for a fight. Though he relished the peace, sitting alone for too long inevitably led to a tinge of boredom. Meanwhile, other contestants were still sweating over their rankings. As dawn broke, casting a warm glow across the sky, Meng Chuan once again initiated contact with the system. Inform me of how many competitors currently rank ahead of me. Chapter 39. I, Meng Chuan, will take them all on. Who are you? As I gazed upon the middle-aged man with a horse-like face who had suddenly appeared, my brows furrowed in concern. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your points now belong to me. The horse-faced man was even more arrogant than Lu Jie had been moments ago, completely oblivious to the impropriety of his opportunistic actions. Do you know Lu Ming? I sighed and confirmed quietly. Indeed, upon hearing the name Lu Ming, the horse-faced man's expression shifted, revealing a hint of unease. It seemed there was no need to squander any more breath. With a chill in my tone, I understood that I could no longer keep a low profile today. Even so, I had no intention of revealing my trump cards. I hoped to rely on the abilities I had already displayed to endure until the end. Brother Lu's carelessness allowed you to seize a moment of weakness. I shall not commit the same error. Upon hearing this, I turned my eyes, deliberately raising my voice. It appears you are quite familiar with Lu Jie. Of course, the horse-faced man, unperturbed, readily acknowledged this. Without waiting for my response, he continued. Enough talk, prepare to receive my strike. With that, he swiftly drew a lengthy soft whip, crackling as it lashed towards my neck. Observing this, I merely smirked, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, I raised my hand and seized the whip's tail. I had bested Lu Jie, who was at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. What does a mere late-stage foundation establishment practitioner like you amount to, such an arrogant young man? Let me show you my true prowess. The horse-faced man snorted coldly, suddenly twisting the handle of the whip with force. Accompanied by a series of sharp cracking sounds, the whip, once smooth, sprouted numerous barbs. In an instant, my palm was punctured with nearly 10 wounds, and a searing pain radiated from my hand. Releasing my grip and looking down at the black blood coating my palm, my gaze quivered. The barbs are poisoned. The mere poison of blood-sucking grass is inconsequential for one possessing the Earth Level 5 Poison's corpse physique. It must be noted that this unique constitution is characterized by immunity to all toxins. While conversing with the system, the horse-faced man once again lashed out with his whip. The whip's shadow slithered like a serpent, swiftly wrapping around my side. I quickly regained my composure, and as the fiery sensation in my hand subsided, I sprang back, skillfully evading the whip's reach. I tore off the sleeve of my right arm. Then, I wrapped the torn sleeve around my right hand and lunged forward to counterattack, overconfident. Let me show you the might of my serpent bone whip. The horse-faced man scoffed disdainfully, emboldened by the dense poison on his whip, and appeared utterly unafraid. He even deliberately slowed his whip's speed, allowing me to grasp it. Then, as I seized the whip's tail once more, he yanked it forcefully. Illogically, this should have been enough to shred both my hand and the sleeve wrapped around it. Yet, in reality, he could not pull the whip back even a fraction. Instead, as my right arm surged with strength, he stumbled backward, thrown off balance. My apologies, but I find this so-called serpent bone whip uninteresting. You may savor it yourself. In an instant, I swung the whip's tail with great force. The whip, akin to a childhood game of jumping rope, ensnared the horse-faced man's body. Moments later, the man was adorned with a series of gaping wounds, oozing black blood. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unable to even retrieve the antidote before rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth, unconscious. It seems I have emerged victorious in this encounter. I, Meng Chuan, casually untied the tattered sleeve from my hand and turned towards the referee. Once the referee belatedly announced the result, I immediately lifted my chin and cast a challenging gaze over the faces of the remaining contestants. Anyone wishing to stand up for Lu Jie may do so. I, Meng Chuan, will take them all on. My voice, though not particularly loud, resonated throughout the arena. After speaking, I showed no intention of retracting my gaze, even adding a hint of mockery to my challenging expression. Initially, a few individuals had been stirred to action after the horse-faced man's defeat, yet, upon hearing my seemingly brazen provocation, they all hesitated, retracting their steps. Witnessing this, I felt a surge of triumph within, though my expression remained cold and indifferent. Without uttering another word, I turned away and quietly tended to the wounds on my hand. Meanwhile, the contestants who had just retreated exchanged glances, and the spectators in the stands lamented their earlier misjudgments, venting their frustration on the bewildered participants. Are these individuals fools? Meng Chuan has already fought twice, surely he must be fatigued. Why not continue pressing the attack? Indeed, Meng has accumulated 4 points, making him the largest target in the arena. Of course, not all in the stands were fools. A few astute individuals remained. To strike at Meng Chuan now would be tantamount to admitting one's intention to stand up for Lu Jie. The seats chosen by the Shadow Hall were one matter. How could the seeds selected by the other 3 halls dare to make a move at this time? As for those non-seed contestants, they were still uncertain about which hall they would enter in the future. Associating themselves with Lu Jie, who bore the Shadow Hall's label, could yield no benefits. This young man named Meng Chuan possesses quite a sharp mind. Amidst the ongoing chatter outside, I, Meng Chuan, could not help but sneeze. Rubbing my slightly itchy nose, I discreetly contacted the system. Keep a close record of the direction of all points in the arena, and please present me with real-time rankings every half hour. This trivial task poses no issue. Additionally, please keep a watchful eye on Ningyu. I hesitated slightly. What degree of attention is required? As long as she is not eliminated and is in no peril to her life, that will suffice. This system comprehends the host's intent. Should Miss Ning encounter any danger of elimination or life-threatening situations, this system will alert you at the earliest opportunity. I understand. Must you articulate it? I rolled my eyes. The system, however, fell silent, quietly commencing its duties. As time progressed, the participating contestants began to shift their focus away from me. Subsequently, several battles commenced in the arena, leaving no moments of tranquility. Meanwhile, it seemed as though everyone had entirely forgotten about me, until the dawn of the following day. As the second round of matches neared its conclusion, no one else approached me for a duel. Though I relished the peace, sitting alone for too long inevitably led to boredom. Meanwhile, the other contestants were still pouring their sweat and blood into securing their rankings. As the sky began to lighten, bathing in the morning glow, I once again initiated contact with the system. Inform me of how many individuals currently rank above me. Chapter 39. I, Meng Chuan, will take them all on. Who are you? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the middle-aged man with a horse-like face who had suddenly appeared.
Who I am is of little consequence.
What truly matters is that your points now belong to me. The horse-faced man was even more arrogant than Lu Jie had been earlier, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of exploiting someone else's misfortune.
Do you know Lu Ming? Meng Chuan sighed, seeking a brief confirmation.
Indeed, upon hearing the name Lu Ming, the horse-faced man's expression visibly shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. Clearly, there was no need to waste further words. With a chilling tone, Meng Chuan realized that it would be impossible for him to remain inconspicuous today. Even so, he had no intention of revealing his trump card, hoping instead to rely on the abilities he had already showcased to endure until the end. Brother Lu's carelessness allowed you to seize this opportunity, but I shall not commit the same error. At these words, Meng Chuan's eyes gleamed as he deliberately raised his voice. It sounds like you are quite familiar with Lu Jia.
Of course. The horse-faced man, unsuspecting of any ulterior motive, readily admitted this.
Without waiting for Meng Chuan to respond, he continued, enough talk, prepare to face my attack.
With that, he swiftly drew a long, flexible whip and, with a crack, lashed it towards Meng Chuan's neck.
Observing this, Meng Chuan merely curled his lips in disdain, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, he raised his hand and firmly grasped the whip's tail. I can defeat Lu Jia, who is at the peak of foundation establishment.
What are you, nearly at the late stage of foundation establishment? What a presumptuous brat, let me show you my true prowess.
The horse-faced man scoffed coldly, suddenly twisting the grip of the whip with great force. Accompanied by a series of sharp cracking sounds, the whip, once smooth, sprouted numerous barbed spikes. In an instant, nearly 10 puncture wounds appeared on Meng Chuan's palm, accompanied by a searing pain radiating from his hand. As he released his grip and lowered his gaze to the blackened blood that now coated his palm, Meng Chuan's eyes flickered with alarm.
It's poisoned.
The venom from the blood-biting grass was trivial for a host possessing the Earth Level 5 Poison's corpse physique. One must understand that this unique constitution was characterized by its immunity to all toxins. During his brief mental exchange with the system, the horse-faced man once again swung the whip in his hand. The whip, resembling a serpent, swiftly coiled around Meng Chuan's side. Meng Chuan quickly regained his composure, and as the fiery sensation in his hand subsided, he sprang backward, eluding the whip's attack. He tore off the sleeve of his right arm and immediately wrapped the torn fabric around his hand before lunging back with a counterattack.
Overestimating yourself, are you?
Prepare to truly experience the might of my serpent bone whip. The horse-faced man sneered derisively, emboldened by the densely packed barbs on his whip. In fact, he deliberately slowed his whip speed to allow Meng Chuan the chance to catch it. Then, at the moment Meng Chuan grasped the whip's tail once more, he yanked the whip forcefully. Illogically, this motion should have been sufficient to shred Meng Chuan's hand along with the wrapped sleeve. However, the reality was that he failed to pull the whip back even a fraction. Instead, as Meng Chuan's right arm surged with strength, the horse-faced man was yanked forward, stumbling awkwardly. My apologies, but I have no interest in this ridiculous serpent bone whip.
You may savor it yourself.
In an instant, Meng Chuan seized the whip's tail and swung it vigorously. The whip, propelled like a childhood jump rope, ensnared the horse-faced man's body. Moments later, he was left with a series of gaping wounds oozing black blood. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unable to even retrieve the antidote before rolling his eyes back, frothing at the mouth, and losing consciousness. It seems I have emerged victorious. Meng Chuan, appearing unfazed, slowly unwrapped the tattered sleeve from his hand and turned to the referee. Once the referee belatedly announced the outcome, he immediately lifted his chin and cast a challenging gaze over the faces of the remaining contestants.
Anyone wishing to stand up for Lu Jia may do so. I, Meng Chuan, will take them all on.
His voice, though not particularly loud, resonated throughout the arena. Following his words, he showed no intention of retracting his gaze, even adding a hint of mockery to his defiant stare. Originally, after the horse-faced man's defeat, several individuals had been itching to make their move. However, upon hearing Meng Chuan's seemingly ostentatious provocation, they all hesitated and withdrew their steps. Witnessing this, a sense of triumph welled up within Meng Chuan, while his expression remained as indifferent as ever. Without uttering another word, he turned away to quietly tend to the wounds on his hand. Meanwhile, the contestants who had just receded were left exchanging glances. The spectators in the stands expressed their frustration at having misjudged the situation twice, directing their ire toward the group of dawdling competitors.
Are these people fools? Meng has already fought twice, he must be exhausted. Why not continue the challenge now?
Indeed, Meng had accumulated 4 points, making him the most enticing target on the field. Of course, not all in the stands were similarly foolish.
There were a few astute individuals present. At this moment, targeting Meng would only signify their willingness to support Lu Jia. Those chosen by the Shadow Hall were one thing, but how could the seeds selected by the other 3 halls dare to make a move now? As for those non-seed contestants, they were still uncertain about which hall they would join in the future. Associating themselves with Lu Jia, who bore the Shadow Hall's label, would yield no advantages whatsoever. This young man, Meng Chuan, certainly possessed a sharp mind. As the chatter outside continued, Meng Chuan in the arena involuntarily sneezed, wiping his slightly itchy nose. He discreetly contacted the system. Keep a close watch on every point allocation in the arena, and provide me with a real-time ranking every half hour. Such minor tasks pose no difficulty, came the prompt response. Additionally, please keep an eye on Ningyu. Meng Chuan hesitated slightly. To what extent should I monitor her? As long as she is not eliminated and remains in no mortal danger, that will suffice.
The system comprehended the host's intentions.
Should Miss Ning face any risk of elimination or peril to her life, I will alert you at the earliest opportunity. Understanding is sufficient. Must you articulate it?
Meng Chuan rolled his eyes, yet the system fell silent, dutifully commencing its task. As time passed, the competitors gradually shifted their focus away from him. Subsequently, several bouts commenced within the arena, leaving little room for peace. It seemed that Meng Chuan had been entirely forgotten by everyone until the early hours of the following day. As the second round of competition neared its conclusion, no one else approached him for a duel. While he relished the tranquility, sitting alone for too long inevitably bred a sense of boredom. Meanwhile, the other contestants were vigorously battling for their rankings. As dawn began to break and the sky lightened, Meng Chuan once again initiated contact with the system.
Tell me, how many people are currently ahead of me in the rankings? Chapter 40. Brother Sichuan, the host, currently ranks 46th. Wait, this must be a mistake. I only have 4 points to my name. Meng Chuan was taken aback by his own ranking. Having initiated the battle first, he had soared to the top of the leaderboard at the commencement of the second round. However, as the competition progressed, his position steadily declined. Remarkably, after nearly a day of plummeting, he had yet to fall out of the top 50. Based on his initial estimations, he believed he might need to actively seek out opponents to maintain his standing within the top 50. The system seemed to comprehend his confusion and offered a calm explanation. Theoretically, the second round had 400 points available for distribution, yet throughout the competition, numerous injuries had necessitated forced withdrawals, resulting in a significant number of forfeited points. According to the system's predictions, even possessing a mere 6 points could afford a certain probability of breaking into the top 10. In other words, this round was likely to witness a considerable number of contestants sharing the same score. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Meng Chuan's position within the top 50 appeared to be secure. That said, his naturally cautious disposition prevented him from relaxing his vigilance. It was not until the concluding bell of the second round resonated throughout the demon sect that he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the elder in charge of the ranking competition publicly announced the final list of qualifiers. Lo and behold, Meng Chuan perfectly occupied the 50th position. Such a ranking is auspicious. It neither subjects him to challenges from others nor places him at risk of failing to enter the inner sect. At that moment, Meng Chuan was filled with a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing that his efforts had finally borne fruit. With a playful pat on his rear, he did not linger atop the main peak of the demon sect but instead hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way back to the training camp. Meng Chuan, wait for me. Ningyu, her slightly fatigued visage in tow, hurriedly caught up. Stopping to turn around, Meng Chuan raised a hand in a gentle salute and smiled. Congratulations, Miss Ning, on your successful advancement. Cut the formalities, you've advanced to the third round as well, Ningyu retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Had I known that 4 points would guarantee my advancement, I would have fought fewer matches. Unfortunately, due to those additional bouts, she found herself ranked 9th and subsequently targeted by certain elders from the 4th hall. May you ascend to great heights, and I hope you will kindly look after this humble fellow. Meng Chuan seized the opportunity to tease. Look after you? Nonsense. Ningyu replied huffily. Once the third round begins, if anyone dares to challenge me, I shall decisively concede, ensuring my ranking plummets into the 40s. I heard the top 10 are awarded a 4th grade advanced fusion pill. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss out? A mere 4th grade pill, I wouldn't covet such a trifle. Ningyu scoffed, clearly dismissing the significance of the fusion pill. Meng Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine, inwardly contemplating. What is this woman's background? She certainly does not sound like someone merely putting on a facade. Why are you staring at me like that? Ningyu felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Because you're beautiful, so I can't help but look, Meng Chuan replied casually. Clearly taken aback by his unexpected levity, Ningyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Meng Chuan quickly clarified, once we truly enter the inner sect, who knows which hall we will be assigned to? Perhaps opportunities for us to meet will diminish. Are you, perhaps, reluctant to part with me? Ningyu raised her lovely eyes, her small hand discreetly clutching her garment. Of course I would be reluctant. After all, you are my only friend in this demon sect. Having genuinely experienced her assistance, Meng Chuan's impression of her had markedly improved. Not only had his perception changed, but their emotional connection also seemed to have deepened. Who said I wanted to be friends with you? Ningyu huffed lightly, tossing her hair and quickening her pace. Watching her pull away, Meng Chuan chuckled awkwardly, wiping his nose. To think I would press my warm cheek against someone's cold shoulder. When did I become such a peacock?
Suppressing the flicker of disappointment within, he ultimately refrained from pursuing her. However, Ningyu abruptly halted ahead. We had a prior agreement. You must not go back on your word. A strikingly handsome youth with red lips and white teeth stretched his arms to block her path.
Who is your junior sister? Xiao Junhong, don't you dare call me that.
Ningyu's delicate brows knitted tightly, revealing no attempt to conceal her disdain. The youth, identified as Xiao Junhong, appeared incensed by her indifference, his handsome features twisting. When you sought my help to exchange number tags, you were the one who called me senior brother. You even promised that as long as I was willing to swap, you would agree to be my partner. Now that I've exchanged my tag with you and you've advanced to the third round, you turn your back on our agreement? Let me tell you, there is no way that is happening. Since the agreement is set, you shall be my woman from this moment on. Don't think that just because you haven't been admitted to the inner sect yet, you can renege on our deal. Come, let us go home right now. As Xiao Junhong spoke, he reached out, attempting to grasp Ningyu's delicate wrist. Naturally, Ningyu would not allow him to succeed. She swiftly turned and darted a few steps, taking refuge behind Meng Chuan. Brother Xiaochuan, you must stand up for me. She clung to Meng Chuan's shoulder, adopting an utterly pitiable demeanor. This subtle yet inexplicably intimate action ignited flames of fury in Xiao Junhong's eyes. Meng Chuan, get out of my way. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao Junhong lunged forward to shove him aside. When his initial attempt to push Meng Chuan away failed, he resolutely infused his arm with spiritual energy. Hand over my woman. His expression suggested he was not merely trying to push Meng Chuan aside. Rather, it seemed he intended to flay him alive. Meng Chuan felt a surge of frustration, but it appeared too late to withdraw. You see a beautiful girl and suddenly declare her to be your woman. Are you out of your mind? Meng Chuan scoffed, openly questioning Xiao's intellect and character. She made the promise herself. Xiao Junhong pointed at Ningyu, gritting his teeth. Oh really? Meng Chuan turned back, feigning a serious inquiry with Ningyu. He is lying. Ningyu would certainly not admit it, clarifying, he was the one who persistently hounded me for my number, insisting I should trade with him. Before Xiao could retort, she continued, I never intended to agree, but he was so relentless that I barely had time to prepare for the subsequent matches. That's why I didn't finish my sentence. Suddenly, Ningyu clasped Meng Chuan's arm, explaining in a flustered yet somewhat flirtatious tone, Brother Xiaochuan, you mustn't listen to his nonsense. There has only ever been one person in my heart. Though her words were not explicitly clear, the gaze she cast upon Meng Chuan was unmistakably laden with affection, revealing to all that the man she cherished was indeed Meng Chuan. Only Meng Chuan knew he was merely a temporary shield. Xiao Junhong, infuriated yet unwilling to concede, redirected his ire at Meng Chuan. If you are a man, then duel with me. Whoever wins shall claim her. Chapter 41. The second disciple of the named Sect. The commotion here successfully drew the attention of passers-by. Soon, voices inciting conflict began to emerge. After all, Meng Chuan had already secured his qualification to advance as an inner sect disciple. He certainly wouldn't cower before a mere eliminator. This battle pertained to the dignity of a man, and he had to stand tall, as if fearing that Meng Chuan would shy away from the challenge. The onlookers relentlessly prodded him with their words. Xiao Junhong was not idle either. He deliberately raised his chin and provocatively taunted, if you're afraid, feel free to say it outright. Meng Chuan, who had remained silent, suddenly let out a couple of derisive laughs. In the next moment, he extended a finger and playfully hooked it under Ningyu's chin. Have you forgotten? She has always been mine. Without giving Xiao Junhong a chance to respond, he continued in a mocking tone, I must say, your calculations are quite astute. If you lose, you stand to lose nothing, but should you win, you gain a stunning beauty for free. Xiao Junhong hesitated for a moment, instinctively wanting to defend himself. However, Meng Chuan interrupted him with a scoff. How about this? Since we are to wager, let us put your life on the line. His tone remained as calm as ever, yet Xiao Junhong couldn't help but shiver at his words. The crowd, which had gathered to watch, erupted into a frenzy, voicing their approval of Meng Chuan's proposal. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Junhong found himself in a precarious position. Yet, Meng Chuan did not grant him a moment to ponder. He adopted a provocative tone. If you lack the courage, you may as well admit it. I assure you, I won't mock you for it. Despite saying this, a smirk filled with derision spread across his face. Xiao Junhong bit down hard on his lip, his fists clenched tightly. If you want my life, you must possess the ability to claim it. Pride compelled Xiao to ultimately accept the wager proposed by his opponent. Simultaneously, he raised the stakes. If I win, not only do I want that woman, but I also want your life. Rest assured, you will not win, Meng Chuan replied with a chilling grin. Thus, both parties acknowledged the terms of the wager, and the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Just as everyone braced themselves to witness a life-and-death struggle, Xiao Junhong suddenly reigned in his formidable aura. Ignoring the spectators' reactions, he declared, since it's a matter of life and death, I certainly cannot take advantage of you. Make sure to rest well tonight, tomorrow at noon, at East Suburb S Moon Viewing Peak, come if you dare. With those parting words, Xiao Junhong flicked his sleeves and cast a final glance at Ningyu before turning to leave. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, murmuring their discontent. I brought out my sunflower seeds, and he is not even going to fight? Could that fellow have suddenly lost his nerve? Amidst the rising chatter, Meng Chuan remained unperturbed, leading Ningyu away for a short distance. He then withdrew his arm that had been cradled in her embrace. There is no one else around, you can stop pretending now. At his words, Ningyu hastily released her delicate hand and took a step back, with her lips pressed together. Her gaze toward Meng Chuan was filled with a complex mixture of emotions. I apologize, I didn't expect that guy to stir up trouble in front of so many people. No need to apologize, strictly speaking, this matter arose because of me. Meng Chuan waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of placing blame. After all, Ningyu's deception of Xiao Junhong's sign had been prompted by him taking her token away. It's getting late, you should hurry back and rest. With a faint smile, Meng Chuan feigned fatigue and stifled a yawn. Without waiting for a response, he decisively set off toward his dormitory. Watching his retreating figure, Ningyu couldn't help but reach out her hand, yet ultimately refrained from stopping him. Once his silhouette disappeared entirely, she let out a soft, frustrated hum. I'm not yours, who gave you the right to use me as a wager? Her tone was laced with irritation, yet her face betrayed a faint blush, subtle and delicate. Meanwhile, within the Shadow Hall, Lu Ming stood with his head bowed in the main chamber. At the head of the room sat his master, the vice leader of the Shadow Hall, Situ Jing. Haha, that lad Meng Chuan has not disappointed me, he has indeed surged into the top 50 of this ranking competition. Situ Jing held a teacup, his face beaming with delight, each wrinkle revealing his appreciation and admiration for Meng Chuan's achievements. Lu Ming remained silent but tightened his grip on his hands by his side. This small gesture did not escape Situ Jing's notice. However, Situ did not address it directly nor comment further. Instead, he calmly stated, spread the word that I intend to recruit Meng Chuan as my second-named disciple. Master, Lu Ming could no longer contain himself. Meng Chuan has only been with our demon sect for less than 2 months. While he has indeed shown some talent and cleverness, his qualifications cannot be deemed exceptional. Moreover, he paused slightly, adopting a more earnest tone to add, moreover, that lad's background is shrouded in mystery. Recklessly accepting him as a named disciple could invite unnecessary troubles for you. Are you suggesting that he might be an undercover agent planted by a righteous sect? Situ Jing narrowed his eyes. It is not beyond the realm of possibility, Lu Ming nodded, simultaneously flattering his master. After all, you are the vice leader of the Shadow Hall, the backbone of our sect. We cannot afford to have an unknown individual hinder you. You make a fair point, Situ Jing stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well, you shall conduct a thorough investigation into Meng Chuan's background. Should anything suspicious arise, report it immediately. Understood. Although Lu Ming felt some reluctance, he could only acquiesce to this task for the time being. Upon exiting the conference hall, he wore a dark expression and let out a cold snort. Just a useless person who barely ascended from the herb garden, how could he be worthy of being my junior brother? My master does not need a second disciple, and the Shadow Hall's next vice leader does not require another candidate. With this thought, a chilling presence enveloped Lu Ming, causing his gaze to grow even colder. In the training camp, having just finished dinner, Meng Chuan rubbed his arms vigorously. Why is it getting colder by the day? He mumbled softly, glancing at the camp area. Perhaps due to the chill, everyone had retreated into their dormitories, leaving no one wandering outside. His eyes darted, and Meng Chuan gazed longingly toward the herb garden. With a day's rest before the third round of competition, perhaps I could visit the herb garden tonight. To deduce the earth-level sword technique that comes with the Shadow Blade, he needed to gather as many spirit points as possible. Additionally, to further enhance his realm or physique, spirit points remained an indispensable resource. Chapter 42. Show mercy. Upon returning to his dormitory, Meng Chuan immediately requested the system to assist in concealing his presence. Confirming that Hua Wenfeng had not turned his attention this way, he scaled the wall and stealthily slipped out of the camp. Having received considerable care from the mysterious woman overseeing the herb garden, he ought to find an opportunity to express his gratitude to her in the future. Nevertheless, tonight was clearly not an appropriate moment for such an expression of thanks. After all, darkness had fully descended, and disciples were not permitted to roam outside during the night in the herb garden. This meant that Meng Chuan had to quietly infiltrate the herb garden without alarming anyone. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps, accompanied by the whispering night breeze, composed a monotonous melody. As he approached the herb garden, the thickening miasma of poison became increasingly palpable. The swirling red lights within the toxic fog, having gone unobserved for a while, now felt oddly familiar to Meng Chuan. It seemed that you all thrived quite well in my absence. However, today, I, Hu Hongxi, have returned." Observing the clusters of earth fiends, Meng Chuan licked his lips in anticipation. The moving earth fiends soon detected his presence, baring their grotesque maws and roaring in anger. In the shadows, a bearded man watched the scene from afar, his gaze trembling with disbelief. Could it be that Meng was daring enough to enter the herb garden at night? Was he truly courting death? Due to the distance, even the system could not detect the existence of this tale. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, Meng Chuan did not waste any more time outside the herb garden and plunged directly into the poisonous fog. Just before being encircled by the earth fiends, he executed his agile movements and successfully concealed himself in the cave where he had hidden previously. This way, the multitude of earth fiends could not surround him and could only approach from one direction at the cave's entrance. Meng Chuan need not worry about a breach from behind, he only had to concentrate on the earth fiends before him. Host successfully absorbed the mysterious energy within the toxic fog. Spiritual point 1. Continuously absorbing the mysterious energy within the toxic fog. Spiritual point 2. Ding, congratulations, host has successfully devoured an earth fiend. Spiritual resonance 68. Ever since entering the cave, the system's notifications had been incessant. As various energies continued to surge in, a trace of fatigue gradually crept onto Meng Chuan's face. Nevertheless, he had no intention of leaving the cave, gritting his teeth and persisting. Perhaps due to an increase in his cultivation level, it was noticeably easier to devour the earth fiends this time compared to before. Conversely, the benefits reaped from consuming the earth fiends had significantly diminished. Fortunately, the toxic fog and earth fiends within the herb garden were abundant, allowing Meng Chuan to amass considerable gains throughout the night. As the sun broke through the night's veil, the miasma enveloping the herb garden retreated to the edges of the Forbidden Valley, and the earth fiends also withdrew to the vicinity of the valley's entrance. Stretching his limbs toward the rising sun, Meng Chuan accessed the system panel to review his night's harvest. To name Meng Chuan spiritual points, 673 spiritual resonance, 306 contribution points, 0. Cultivation method magic celestial treasure record, repressed backlash. 10. Physical body earth level initial stage, 5 poisons corpse physical strength enhancement realm initial stage foundation establishment, actual realm repressed, weapon held earth level low grade longsword shadow with a grin. Meng Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He then directly addressed the system, invest all spiritual points to deduce shadow. Today, he was determined to obtain the sword technique concealed within the shadow sword. The system replied, insufficient spiritual points to initiate this deduction. Then let us use spiritual resonance as well. Meng Chuan was undeterred. The system reiterated, insufficient spiritual points to initiate this deduction. Hey, is there something wrong with you? Why do you keep repeating the same line? To initiate this deduction, a total of 1000 spiritual points and 300 spiritual resonance are required. What? Meng Chuan's lips quivered, incredulous. Is a mere earth-level sword technique really so expensive? Indeed, it is that costly. Please strive harder, host. Fine, I want to deduce shadow, just let me deduce this iron piece. Meng Chuan retrieved the maple-shaped iron piece he had acquired from Chen Xiong. Insufficient contribution points for this deduction. How many contribution points are needed? Meng Chuan bit back his disappointment, clenching his teeth. A rough estimate indicates a need for 10,000 contribution points. What did you say? Meng Chuan's lips twitched once more, questioning his own hearing. 10,000 contribution points, the system reiterated. Great, I want to deduce anything else. Just deducing the realm should suffice. The host is currently at the peak of foundation establishment and cannot further enhance within this realm. To break through to a higher realm, sufficient resource point reserves are required. Otherwise, the system cannot perform deductions. The host's current resource point reserves are inadequate. Please gather enough resource points and try again. The system's mechanical and indifferent voice incessantly informed Meng Chuan of just how impoverished he truly was. Damn it, all that effort last night was in vain. Feeling dejected, he stowed the iron piece and emerged from the cave, his face a mask of fatigue and disappointment. He had intended to return and indulge in a good sleep, but as soon as he stepped out of the cave, a chilling wind descended upon him. Then, an earth fiend dove down from above, charging straight at him. What the heck? Shouldn't the earth fiends have retreated to their lair by now? Startled and puzzled, Meng Chuan did not hesitate in his response. As he swung his arms, he successfully grasped the stout neck of the earth fiend. Just as he prepared to devour it, the earth fiend unexpectedly spoke in human tongue. Young man, show mercy. Taken aback by this sudden voice, Meng Chuan instinctively released his grip and stumbled back 3 or 4 steps. The earth fiend did not pursue but remained suspended in midair. I am not an earth fiend, I merely borrowed this body, it declared. Borrowed a body?
Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, remaining on guard.
Only in this manner can I converse with you for a moment.
Do we know each other?
Meng Chuan summoned the shadow sword, taking a defensive stance. At such a young age, where does this immense suspicion stem from? The Earth Fiend spoke softly.
Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards you. Then why have you come to find me? It is your continual devouring of Earth Fiends and toxic fog that has weakened the energy constituting the seal in the Forbidden Valley, allowing this fragment of my soul to successfully break free from the seal.
The Earth Fiend's tone carried a distinct note of gratitude.
Meng Chuan's heart sank at this revelation, realizing, it appears this creature was sealed within the Forbidden Valley. Taking a deep breath, he inquired solemnly, who exactly are you, and what is your connection to the demon sect? That is of little importance. What matters is that I can assist you.
The Earth Fiend adopted a tone of persuasion. Chapter 42 Show mercy. Upon returning to his dormitory, Meng Chuan immediately called upon the system to help conceal his presence. After confirming that Hua Wenfang was not paying attention to his vicinity, he stealthily scaled the wall and slipped out of the camp. He had received considerable care from the enigmatic woman who tended the herb garden, and he should find a proper opportunity to express his gratitude.
Nevertheless, tonight was clearly not an appropriate moment for such a gesture. After all, the night had descended, and it was forbidden for disciples to roam outside in the herb garden after dark. This meant that Meng Chuan had to quietly infiltrate the herb garden without alarming anyone. The rhythmic sound of footsteps intertwined with the whispering night wind, creating a monotonous melody. As he drew closer to the herb garden, the dense toxic mist that enveloped the area became increasingly palpable. The swirling red lights within the noxious fog, having not been witnessed for some time, now evoked a sense of familiarity in Meng Chuan. It seems you all have been thriving in my absence, but today, Hu Hansan has returned. Observing the clusters of Earth Fiends, Meng Chuan licked his lips in anticipation.
The restless Earth Fiends soon detected his presence, baring their fangs and howling at him in fury. Eye in the shadows, a man sporting a bushy beard watched the scene unfold from a distance, his eyes trembling.
Surely, the Meng fellow isn't planning to enter the herb garden at night. Is he courting death?
Due to the considerable distance, even the system was unable to detect the presence of this tail. After collecting himself, Meng Chuan refused to waste any more time outside the herb garden and plunged straight into the toxic mist. Just in time to avoid being surrounded by the Earth Fiends, he executed his evasive maneuvers and successfully concealed himself in the cave where he had hidden previously. As a result, the thousands of Earth Fiends could only approach him from the cave's entrance, unable to encircle him. Meng Chuan need not worry about being flanked from behind. He could devote his full attention to the Earth Fiends before him. The host successfully absorbed the mysterious energy within the toxic mist, accumulating 1 spirit point. Continuing to draw on the enigmatic energy, he gained 2 spirit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring an Earth Fiend, acquiring 68 spirit resonance. Since entering the cave, the system's notifications had been incessant. With the continuous influx of energy, Meng Chuan's visage began to show signs of fatigue, yet, he had no intention of vacating the cave, gritting his teeth and persevering. Perhaps due to an increase in his cultivation level, devouring the Earth Fiends was noticeably easier than before. Conversely, the benefits reaped from consuming the Earth Fiends had diminished significantly. Fortunately, the toxic mist and Earth Fiends within the herb garden were abundant, allowing Meng Chuan to garner substantial rewards throughout the night. As the sun broke through the night's veil, the toxic mist enveloping the herb garden receded back to the edges of the Forbidden Valley, and the Earth Fiends retreated to the vicinity of the valley's mouth. Stretching towards the rising sun, Meng Chuan summoned the system panel to review the fruits of his night's labor. Named Meng Chuan Spirit Points, 673 Spirit Resonance, 306 Contribution Points 0. Cultivation Technique Mot on Baolu, Heavenly Treasure Record, has suppressed backlash by 10 physical body. Earth Grade Initial Level, 5 Poisons Corrupted Corpse Physical Strength Enhancement Realm Foundation Establishment Initial Stage Actual Realm Suppressed Weapon Held Earth Grade Lower Tier Long Sword Shadow. With a broad smile, Meng Chuan expressed his satisfaction by nodding to himself. He then addressed the system directly. Invest all spirit points to deduce Shadow. Today, he was determined to unlock the sword technique hidden within the Shadow Sword. The system chimed in, insufficient spirit points to initiate this deduction.
Then let us use spirit resonance as well. Meng Chuan responded without hesitation.
The system reminded him, insufficient spirit points to initiate this deduction.
Hey, is there a glitch? Why is it repeating the same line?
To initiate this deduction, a total of 1,000 spirit points and 300 spirit resonance are required.
What? Meng Chuan's lips trembled in disbelief. Is it truly so expensive for merely an Earth-grade sword technique?
Indeed, it is.
Please make further efforts, host.
Fine then, I suppose I can forego the shadow deduction. Let us deduce this piece of iron instead.
Meng Chuan retrieved the maple-shaped iron piece he had acquired from Chen Xiong.
Insufficient contribution points for this deduction.
How many contribution points are needed? Meng Chuan, suppressing his disappointment, gritted his teeth and queried.
A rough estimate revealed a need for 10,000 contribution points.
What did you say?
Meng Chuan's lips twitched again, doubting his own hearing. 10,000 contribution points, the system reiterated.
Great, I won't deduce anything else. I'll just deduce my realm.
The host is currently at the peak of foundation establishment and cannot further improve within this realm. To break through to a higher realm, ample resource points are required. Otherwise, the system cannot perform deductions. Currently, the host's resource points are insufficient. Please gather enough resource points and try again.
The system's mechanical and indifferent voice incessantly reminded Meng Chuan of his utter poverty.
Damn it, after all that effort last night, it was all for nothing. Frustrated, he stored the iron piece away and emerged from the cave, his face a mask of fatigue and disappointment. He had intended to return and indulge in a good, long sleep, but as he stepped out of the cave, a chilling wind cascaded down upon him. Suddenly, an earth fiend lunged from above, charging directly at him.
What the hell? Shouldn't the earth fiends be retreating to their lairs at this hour?
Startled and bewildered, Meng Chuan did not hesitate. As he swung his arms, he successfully seized the stout neck of the earth fiend. Just as he prepared to devour it, the earth fiend unexpectedly uttered a phrase in human speech. "Young man, show some mercy."
Caught off guard, Meng Chuan jumped back in shock at the sudden voice. Wait, has the earth fiend become sentient?
Instinctively releasing his grip, he stumbled backward 3 or 4 steps.
The earth fiend did not pursue him, instead hovering in mid-air.
"I am not merely an earth fiend, I have borrowed this body," it proclaimed.
Borrowed a body?
Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, his guard still up. "Only in this manner can I converse with you."
"Do we know each other?"
Meng Chuan summoned the shadow sword, adopting a defensive posture. "At such a young age, why the excessive wariness?" the earth fiend replied softly.
"Rest assured, I harbor no ill intent towards you." "Then why have you come to seek me?"
"It is your continuous consumption of earth fiends and toxic mist that has weakened the energy comprising the seal within the Forbidden Valley, thereby allowing my soul fragment to successfully break free from the seal." The earth fiend's tone carried a distinct note of gratitude. Meng Chuan's heart sank at the implication. It sounds like this creature was sealed within the Forbidden Valley. Taking a deep breath, he asked solemnly, "Who exactly are you, and what is your relationship with the demon sect?"
"That is of little importance. What matters is that I can assist you."
The earth fiend shifted to a more beguiling tone. Chapter 43, A Sudden Act of Kindness. "Can you assist me?" Meng Chuan's eyes flickered. Indeed, the earth fiend's spirit affirmed.
The demon sect's heavenly demon treasure record, which is bestowed upon its disciples, is fundamentally flawed. Sensing Meng Chuan's potential confusion, he elaborated further. Prolonged cultivation of the heavenly demon treasure record can lead one to gradually lose their sanity.
Even those with extraordinary talents, who might miraculously preserve their consciousness from being devoured by demonic powers, will ultimately become mere vessels for the demon lords to refine their own dark arts. This is not mere alarmism, you may verify this for yourself. In the past millennium, countless prodigies have successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage within the demon sect, yet how many have met with a favorable conclusion?
And how many remain active to this day?
Noticing Meng Chuan's furrowed brow and the worry etched upon his face, the earth fiend's spirit abruptly shifted the conversation.
"I can assist you in rectifying the flaws within your cultivation method. Why would you help me for no reason?" Meng Chuan scoffed.
He had never been one to trust the notion of falling pies from the sky. "Because I can help, and," the earth fiend's spirit paused slightly, "I actually require your assistance as well."
"To release you from the seal within the Forbidden Valley?" Meng Chuan seemed to grasp the implication. "No."
To his surprise, the earth fiend's spirit refuted his conjecture. "If you were to truly release me, the demon lords of the demon sect would not spare you." "How could I allow you to take such a significant risk for my sake? But apart from that, what else could I assist you with?" Feigning confusion, Meng Chuan maintained his guard against the spirit's words deep within his heart. "You can help me convey a message."
"Oh, to whom?" Meng Chuan instinctively inquired. "My fragment of consciousness is on the verge of dissipating, and I cannot elaborate further."
"You must find an opportunity to come to the Forbidden Valley, and we shall discuss the details then."
As these words fell, the possessed earth fiend spirit suddenly trembled as if afflicted by a seizure.
Once it stabilized, it immediately lunged at Meng Chuan with claws bared. Meng Chuan did not indulge it but retaliated with a powerful strike. After subduing the Earth Fiend spirit, he cooperated with the system to begin the process of absorption. After considerable time, he finally acquired 60 points of spiritual resonance. To avoid detection by the nearby servant disciples gathering herbs, he refrained from releasing his aura, stealthily navigating through the area. Meng Chuan finally emerged from the spirit herb garden as noon approached. Ding, the system has detected the presence of a special marked individual, 99 meters from the host.
Huawen Feng?
Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened, instinctively slowing his pace.
In addition to him, another unmarked spiritual presence was lurking nearby. Act as if I haven't noticed.
Meng Chuan hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to adopt a strategy of ignorance. Ding, the veiled woman is drawing near.
The system's alerts came one after another. A sense of unease gripped Meng Chuan as hard as he muttered, could it be that the woman discovered my infiltration into the herb garden? With such suspicions arising, Meng Chuan immediately began formulating excuses. However, before he could devise a plausible explanation, the veiled woman had already approached from behind.
Meng Chuan, you left behind the gift I gave you. The veiled woman was not there to reprimand him. As she spoke, she hurriedly thrust an object into Meng Chuan's hands. Caught off guard, Meng Chuan found himself utterly bewildered upon looking down, his face flushed crimson, for what had been pressed into his grasp was a woman's bodice. Panic surged within him. He opened his mouth, intending to explain, yet before any words could escape, her slender, jade-like fingers silenced him. Having never experienced such intimate contact with her before, Meng Chuan stood in shock. The veiled woman, her eyes brimming with tenderness, ceased speaking and instead conveyed her message through a whisper. You truly possess extraordinary audacity. You are no longer a member of the herb garden. To re-enter would be a grave offense. After finally squeezing into the top 50 in the rankings, how could you jeopardize your future? Her words were laced with genuine concern, yet also imbued with a scolding tone of disappointment. You have been absent throughout the night. Without a legitimate reason, it would be difficult to placate those two who have been lurking outside all night. If you wish to avoid inquiries from above and do not desire to remain a servant disciple for life, you had best cooperate with me. The veiled woman showed no inclination for negotiation, issuing her commands firmly. Meng Chuan was no fool and quickly grasped her intentions. However, at the same time, a greater question loomed in his mind: what could she possibly gain from risking her own reputation to assist me? Before he could arrive at an answer, the veiled woman leaned closer to his ear, her voice sultry. This bodice was just changed out of, you must keep it well. Her flirtatious and teasing tone made Meng Chuan involuntarily swallow hard. Senior sister, in the future, you may call my name when there are no others around. The veiled woman maintained her alluring demeanor, even pressing herself closer to Meng Chuan. Caught off guard and overwhelmed, Meng Chuan found himself at a loss, unable to withstand this unexpected windfall of fortune. Keep your composure, or else you'll give yourself away. Noticing his rigid demeanor, the veiled woman took the initiative to lift his arm and wrap it around her slender waist. Knowing you are suspicious by nature, I must clarify from the outset. I am not assisting you unconditionally. Once you successfully enter the inner sect, you must perform a small task for me. So last night, you refrained from driving me away from the herb garden just so I would owe you a favor today? Meng Chuan's fleeting gratitude evaporated in an instant as he muttered. The veiled woman did not deny it, responding coolly, you should be aware that I could easily have you sent to the blood slaughter hall. As the enforcement department of the sect, the blood slaughter hall you must leave quickly. If you delay, the spectators atop the moon viewing peak will grow impatient. Clearly, she was aware of Meng Chuan's impending duel with Xiao Junhong at the moon viewing peak. Senior sister, you have yet to inform me about the task I am to perform for you. Once you obtain the inner disciple's waist token, I will reveal it to you. The veiled woman did not readily disclose her intentions, and with that, she withdrew from his embrace. Meng Chuan's gaze flickered, but he ultimately refrained from further inquiries. Casually stowing the bodice into his storage pouch, he turned to make his way toward the moon viewing peak. By this time, quite a number of individuals had already gathered at the moon viewing peak. Naturally, among those present to watch, only the formal disciples were in attendance. A mere duel between two Foundation establishment cultivators evidently failed to pique the interest of the inner disciples. Thus, it was even less likely that the sect's higher-ups would make a special trip to spectate. Meng Chuan arrived just in the nick of time. As soon as he appeared, he was met with several pairs of icy gazes. In the first two rounds of the ranking competition, apart from Chen Xiong, nearly everyone who had been defeated by him had arrived. It seemed that they had grown impatient from waiting. Let us commence, Xiao Junhong declared, lifting his robes and playfully beckoning at Meng Chuan with a finger.
Chapter 43 An Unexpected Kindness, can you help me? Meng Chuan's eyes flickered. Indeed, the Earth Fiend's spirit affirmed. The Devil Sect's magic heaven treasure record, bestowed upon its disciples, is fundamentally flawed. Sensing Meng Chuan's potential confusion, he elaborated meticulously. Prolonged practice of the magic heaven treasure record can lead one to gradually lose their sanity. Even those with extraordinary talent, who might momentarily retain their consciousness from being consumed by demonic arts, ultimately find themselves reduced to mere vessels for the demons to refine their own powers. I am not merely exaggerating. Feel free to investigate for yourself. Over the past millennium, the number of geniuses who have successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage within the Devil Sect is certainly not insignificant, yet how many have met a favorable end? And how many remain active to this day? Noticing Meng Chuan's furrowed brow and the worry etched on his face, the Earth Fiend's spirit abruptly shifted his tone. I can assist you in rectifying the flaws in your cultivation method. Why would you help me for no reason? Meng Chuan scoffed. He had never been one to believe in fortuitous favors. Because I am capable of aiding you, the Earth Fiend's spirit hesitated slightly, and I, too, require your assistance. To release you from the seal in the Forbidden Valley? Meng Chuan seemed to grasp the implication. No, the Earth Fiend's spirit unexpectedly countered. If you were to truly release me, the demons of the Devil Sect would undoubtedly spare you no mercy. I could never allow you to take such a significant risk on my behalf. What else could I possibly offer you? Meng Chuan feigned confusion. Deep down, he harbored a sense of wariness towards this entity's every word. You can help me convey a message. Oh? To whom? Meng Chuan instinctively inquired. My fragment of consciousness is on the verge of dissipating, and I cannot elaborate further. You must find an opportunity to come to the Forbidden Valley, and we shall discuss in detail then. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Earth Fiend's spirit trembled violently, as if seized by a fit. Once it stabilized, it immediately lunged at Meng Chuan with a menacing growl. Meng Chuan did not indulge it, retaliating with a powerful strike. After subduing the Earth Fiend's spirit, he began to absorb its essence in conjunction with the system. After considerable time, he finally acquired 60 points of spiritual resonance. To avoid detection by the nearby errant disciples gathering medicinal herbs, he refrained from releasing his aura. Stealthily navigating his surroundings, Meng Chuan only emerged from the spiritual herb garden as noon approached. Ding, the system has detected the presence of a special marked individual, 99 meters from the host. Hua Wenfang? Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened, instinctively slowing his pace. Aside from him, another unmarked spiritual presence was stealthily observing the host. Pretend not to notice. Meng Chuan hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to adopt a strategy of ignorance. Ding, the veiled woman is approaching. The system's alerts proliferated. Meng Chuan's heart tightened, anxiety bubbling within him. Could it be that the woman has discovered my infiltration into the herb garden? As these suspicions arose, Meng Chuan immediately began to ponder his defense. However, before he could formulate a coherent explanation, the veiled woman had already closed the distance behind him. I have seen my senior sister, she declared. You left behind the gift I gave you. The veiled woman was not here to accuse him. As she spoke, she hurriedly pressed an object into Meng Chuan's hands. Caught off guard, Meng Chuan found himself utterly bewildered. Upon lowering his gaze, he was instantly flushed with embarrassment, for what she had thrust into his hands was none other than a woman's undergarment. Panic surged in his eyes as he opened his mouth, eager to protest, yet before he could utter a word, her slender fingers sealed his lips. Having never experienced such intimate contact with this woman before, Meng Chuan stood frozen in shock. The veiled woman, her eyes brimming with tenderness, ceased to speak, instead opting for a whisper. You possess quite the audacity. You are no longer a part of the spiritual herb garden. Returning there would be a grave offense. After finally squeezing into the top 50 in the rankings, how could you gamble with your future? Her words were laced not only with concern but also with a sense of frustration at his recklessness. You have been absent all night. Without a valid reason, it will be difficult to placate those two who have been waiting outside. If you wish to avoid punishment from above and do not want to spend your life as an errant disciple, you had best cooperate with me. The veiled woman offered no room for negotiation, issuing her command. Meng Chuan was no fool and quickly grasped her intentions. However, simultaneously, a larger question loomed in his mind. What could she possibly gain by risking her own reputation to assist me? Before he could arrive at an answer, the veiled woman leaned closer to his ear, her voice dripping with suggestiveness. This undergarment is one I just changed out of. You should cherish it. Her sultry, teasing tone made Meng Chuan involuntarily swallow hard. Senior sister, in the future, you may simply call my name when no one else is around. The veiled woman maintained her alluring demeanor, even leaning into Meng Chuan's embrace.
Caught off guard, Meng Chuan found himself utterly at a loss for how to respond to this unexpected fortune. Keep your composure, or else the truth will be revealed. Noticing his rigidness, the veiled woman gently grasped his arm, wrapping it around her slender waist. I know you are suspicious, so I will clarify my intentions up front. I am not helping you unconditionally. Once you successfully enter the inner sect, you must fulfill a small task for me.
Last night, you did not drive me away from the herb garden just to ensure that I owe you a favor today?
Meng Chuan's fleeting gratitude evaporated in an instant as he muttered. The veiled woman did not deny it, responding nonchalantly, you should be aware that I could easily have you taken to the blood slaughter hall. As the enforcement agency of the sect, the blood slaughter hall showed no mercy to disciples who violated the rules. Then I truly appreciate your leniency, senior sister. Meng Chuan was displeased by this sensation of being manipulated.
Enough, you should leave quickly.
If you linger, the spectators on Moon Viewing Peak will grow impatient.
Clearly, she was aware of Meng Chuan's impending duel with Xiao Junhong at Moon Viewing Peak.
But senior sister has yet to inform me what this small task is that I must complete.
Once you obtain the inner sect disciple's waist token, I will disclose it to you.
The veiled woman did not divulge the details easily, and with that, she gracefully distanced herself from him. Meng Chuan's gaze flickered, ultimately refraining from further inquiry. Casually stowing the undergarment in his storage pouch, he turned to hasten towards Moon Viewing Peak. At that moment, a considerable crowd had already gathered at Moon Viewing Peak. Naturally, the spectators present were primarily formal disciples. The duel between two mere Foundation establishment practitioners evidently failed to pique the interest of the inner sect disciples. Unsurprisingly, the prominent figures within the sect were unlikely to make a special trip to witness the spectacle. Meng Chuan arrived just in the nick of time. As he made his entrance, he was met with several cold glares. In the previous 2 rounds of the ranking competition, aside from Chen Xiong, nearly everyone who had fallen to him was present. Everyone must have grown impatient waiting. Let us commence. Xiao Junhong flourished his garments, extending a finger to beckon Meng Chuan with a mocking gesture. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Kindness. Could you assist me? Meng Chuan's eyes flickered. Indeed, the Earth Fiend's spirit affirmed. The Devil Sect's Demon Heaven treasure record bestowed upon its disciples is fundamentally flawed. Sensing Meng Chuan's potential misunderstanding, it elaborated in detail. Prolonged cultivation using the treasure record could gradually lead one to lose their sanity. Even those of extraordinary talent who might miraculously retain their consciousness from being consumed by demonic arts would ultimately find themselves reduced to mere vessels for the demon lords to refine their own powers. I assure you, this is not mere alarmism. Should you doubt, I encourage you to investigate for yourself. In the past millennium, the number of prodigies who have successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage within the Devil Sect is not negligible, yet how many have truly met a good end? And how many remain active to this day? Noticing Meng Chuan's furrowed brow and the worry etched upon his face, the Earth Fiend's spirit suddenly shifted its tone. I can assist you in rectifying the flaws in your technique. Why would you help me for no reason? Meng Chuan scoffed lightly. He had never been one to believe in the notion of free handouts from the heavens. Because I am capable of aiding you, the Earth Fiend's spirit paused slightly, and, in truth, I also require your assistance. To free you from the seal in the Forbidden Valley? Meng Chuan speculated, seemingly enlightened. No. To his surprise, the Earth Fiend's spirit refuted his assumption. If you were to release me, the demon lords of the Devil Sect would surely not spare you. I cannot allow you to take such a grave risk on my behalf, but aside from that, what else could I possibly assist you with? Meng Chuan feigned confusion. Deep within, he remained wary of all the spirit's assertions. You could help me convey a message. Oh, to whom? Meng Chuan instinctively inquired. My fragment of soul is on the verge of dissipating, and I cannot elaborate further. You must seize the opportunity to come to the Forbidden Valley, and we shall discuss it in detail then. As the words fell, the Earth Fiend's spirit suddenly trembled violently, as if seized by a fit. Once it stabilized, it immediately lunged towards Meng Chuan with claws bared. Unfazed, Meng Chuan retaliated with a powerful strike. Only after subduing the Earth Fiend's spirit did he cooperate with the system to begin the devouring process. After considerable time, he finally acquired 60 points of spiritual resonance. To avoid detection by the nearby servant disciples gathering herbs, he refrained from releasing his aura. Stealthily maneuvering, he finally emerged from the spirit herb garden just before noon. Ding! The system has detected the presence of a marked individual, located 99 meters from the host. Hua Wenfeng, Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively slowed his pace. Besides him, another unmarked spiritual presence lurked, observing the host. Pretend not to notice, Meng Chuan hesitated briefly but ultimately resolved to adopt a strategy of ignorance.
Ding, the veiled woman is approaching. The system's alerts continued to sound. A tightening sensation gripped Meng Chuan's heart, and he muttered anxiously, could it be that she has discovered my infiltration into the herb garden? With such suspicions swirling in his mind, Meng Chuan immediately began formulating excuses. However, before he could conjure a plausible explanation, the veiled woman had already approached him from behind. I have seen you, senior sister, you left behind the gift I gave you. The veiled woman was not there to reprimand him. As she spoke, she hurriedly pressed something into Meng Chuan's hand. Caught off guard, Meng Chuan was left utterly bewildered. Peering down, he instantly felt his cheeks flush crimson, for what he held was a woman's bodice. Panic surged within him as he opened his mouth to explain, but before he could utter a word, his lips were sealed by a slender jade finger. Having never experienced such intimate contact with this woman before, Meng Chuan stood frozen in shock. The veiled woman, her eyes brimming with tenderness, fell silent and quietly switched to telepathic communication. You truly possess remarkable audacity. You are no longer a member of the herb garden. To sneak back in would be a grave offense. After struggling to rank within the top 50, how could you jeopardize your future? Her words were laced not only with concern but also with a reproach that suggested disappointment in his potential folly. You have been absent all night. Without a valid reason, it will be difficult to deceive those two who have been waiting outside. If you wish to avoid being questioned by the higher-ups and do not want to spend your life as a servant disciple, you had best cooperate with me. The veiled woman offered no room for negotiation. Her command was clear. Meng Chuan was no fool. He quickly grasped her intentions. However, an even greater question loomed in his mind. What did she stand to gain by risking her reputation to assist me? Before he could ponder further, the veiled woman leaned closer to his ear, her voice sultry. This bodice was just changed out of, you ought to cherish it. Her alluring tone, imbued with a hint of provocation, caused Meng Chuan to swallow hard. Senior sister, in the future, when there is no one around, just call my name. The veiled woman maintained her seductive demeanor, even pressing herself closer to him. Meng Chuan felt utterly at a loss, unable to withstand this unexpected fortune. Be natural, or it will be exposed. Noticing his stiff demeanor, the veiled woman took the initiative to grasp his arm and wrap it around her slender waist. Knowing you are suspicious, I must clarify my position from the outset. I am not offering my help unconditionally. Once you successfully enter the inner sect, you must do me a small favor. You refrained from driving me away from the herb garden last night, solely to ensure I owe you a favor today? Meng Chuan's fleeting gratitude evaporated, replaced by a sullen tone. The veiled woman did not deny it, responding calmly, you should be aware that I could easily have sent you directly to the Blood Slaughter Hall. The Blood Slaughter Hall, as the enforcement division of the sect, showed no mercy to disciples who violated the rules. Truly, I must thank you for your leniency, senior sister. Meng Chuan felt quite displeased with this sense of being manipulated. Enough, you must leave quickly. If you tarry any longer, the spectators atop Moon Viewing Peak will grow impatient. Clearly, she was aware of Meng Chuan's impending duel with Xiao Junhong at Moon Viewing Peak. Senior sister, you still haven't informed me what that small task is that I must undertake for you. Once you obtain the waist token of an inner sect disciple, I will reveal it to you. The veiled woman offered no further details and, having spoken, moved away from his embrace. Meng Chuan's gaze flickered, and he ultimately refrained from inquiring further. Casually stowing the bodice into his storage pouch, he turned and hastened towards Moon Viewing Peak. By this time, a sizable crowd had already gathered at Moon Viewing Peak. Naturally, those present were primarily formal disciples. The duel between two mere Foundation establishment cultivators evidently did not pique the interest of the inner sect disciples. Understandably, the prominent figures within the sect would have no reason to attend such a spectacle. Meng Chuan arrived precisely on time. As soon as he made his entrance, he was met with several chilling glances. In the rankings first two rounds, apart from Chun Xiong, nearly everyone who had fallen to him had gathered. Surely, they had grown impatient waiting. Let us commence. Xiao Junhong flared his robe and nonchalantly beckoned Meng Chuan with a finger. Chapter 44. A display of prowess in stark contrast to the agitation he exhibited when challenging Meng Chuan yesterday. Today, Xiao Junhong appeared remarkably more self-assured. With a characteristic provocative gesture, he instantly stirred the emotions of the audience. In the second round, Meng's only advantage lay in his sharp tongue, which had momentarily flustered senior brother Lu, allowing him to seize an unexpected opportunity. However, in terms of raw strength, it was likely that even two Mengs combined would struggle to match senior brother Lu. It was indeed wise not to engage in direct combat yesterday. After a night of contemplation, Xiao seemed markedly more composed than before. With the stakes involving a man's dignity, it appeared that Meng Chuan had little room for maneuver this time around.
Rather than supporting Xiao Junhong, it seemed the audience was simply eager to witness Meng Chuan's defeat. A disciple who had just ascended from the herbal garden, managing to break into the top 50 in his first ranking competition, such serendipity clearly left the assembled fellow disciples feeling somewhat resentful. Fueled by jealousy, the majority of onlookers harbored a certain animosity towards Meng Chuan. Of course, Meng Chuan was keenly aware of this sentiment, yet he remained unperturbed by the disparaging remarks and pessimistic predictions. How many spiritual points would it require to deduce the capabilities of this opponent? Did the host intend to expend 50 spiritual rhymes for real-time analysis? Indeed, lacking not in spiritual rhymes, Meng Chuan decisively nodded his assent. The system, without delay, provided the preliminary analysis within mere seconds. Xiao Junhong, male, 23 years of age, had joined the demon sect 3 years prior and currently possessed a late-stage foundation establishment realm. His foundational technique was the Demon Heaven Treasure Record, and he excelled in martial skills with the low-level Shan-class Crumbling Palm. His weapon of choice was a low-level Shan-class Red Scale Dagger, and he possessed a mid-level protective artifact known as Shan-class Python Entwined Garment.
Upon absorbing this information, Meng Chuan felt a sudden tension in his heart and promptly inquired, "Is the Python Entwined Garment particularly formidable?"
The system suggested the host should employ the Shadowy Sword. Relying solely on the Shattered Stone Fist would yield insufficient impact against this opponent. The system's response was rather tactful, allowing Meng Chuan to save face. Conversely, Xiao Junhong lacked the system's patience. He raised an eyebrow and coldly urged, "Are you prepared? Xiao's fists have long been yearning for action." As he spoke, he deliberately raised his fist, taunting Meng Chuan with a display of bravado.